Chapter 2851 Ushering Apocalypse unto Vitalis in Vacuous Domains. 6. His eyes bled with golden blood. On them, the burning flames of Oraculum were extremely heavy and active, as if they had seen something exciting, and yet it also held a great sense of apprehension and unknown surrounding it, undefined existences. These were what had come down since Noah ushered in his apocalypse, and from this point onwards, he would only be shown more of how their authority and power worked as he learned about these enemies. In front of him, ruination tenderly passed her fingers below Noah's eyes as the golden blood coming down stopped and was burned away. Her eyes held fearsome anger, as if she wanted to grind down the one responsible for causing the eyes of the extremity of quintessence to bleed. Not mattering in her heart whether such beings were within the gradations of extremity or not, Noah's voice echoed out as he craned his neck and took stock of his existential extremity authorities. My existence is inclined to say they're likely at the 9th gradation of extremity, that they haven't exceeded the gradations of extremity themselves. This was what he currently felt. And even this thought was a terrifying one, as if it were true. It meant the power he had just seen displayed was only the very minuscule tip, and it wasn't even one that exceeded the gradations of extremity, that what he was looking at were not even the genuine entities termed the ones above extremity. The reason for this was simply the fact that from the little Noah could discern, the glances of these entities showed the convergence of millions of existential extremity rune scriptures from their movements and any weaving of their extremes that he could grasp. It was a heavy and shocking power, but it should still be in the scope of the gradations of extremity, likely. The next few moments will be extremely critical. Behind Noah and ruination, the voice of the manifestation of the infinite hyperversal haven echoed out as terrifying tendrils of existential authority coursed around it. The next few moments would be extremely critical, yes. The response of their enemies would be shown, as this would give them a better picture of their influence and power across the vacuous and Vitalis hyperversal domains. Since they themselves couldn't enter, who would they send forth? Gazing at the obsidian illusory screen that now showed nothing of the movements of his enemies, Noah nodded, while around him, plasmic flames of Oraculum began to converge. Yes. We'll uncover the layers of history and records. On whether across the eons, the ones above extremity held and maintained contact with any of those in the 8th gradation of extremity or lower. Whether any of the primogenitors of Vitalis and Vacuous are under their heel, or if in their supremacy and history of shooting down those who shine too bright, all they have within the Vacuous and Vitalis hyperversal domains are dissidents and fearing entities who do not trust them. Noah outlined the possible realities forward. Frankly, he very much preferred the reality where the ones above extremity would have no followers they could quickly mobilize, that they would have no defenders to fight on their behalf, and that their reaction against him would be a weak one. But he also knew that things were never so easy. What was in store in this war was the very makeup of existence and non-existence, the very being of Vacuous and Vitalis. They had existed for untold eons, as Noah knew. When placed in jeopardy, their response would be something he may not currently even be theorizing. After all, if he placed himself in their position, if the infinite hyperversal haven had foreign substances appear within that would weaken and ultimately destroy his existential extremity authorities of quintessence, infinity, and tyranny. He knew what terrifying lengths he would go to release an existential dungeon gift pack for all current entrants within it. Let them be even more prepared. As tendrils of golden oraculum began to gather around him, Noah gave the command as the infinite hyperversal haven nodded. On the side of the dazzling throne made of an infinity symbol, 2 mountains of loot were being built and rising at a shocking pace, with the multiplicative light of ruination wrapping around all newly appearing loot constantly. As a wondrous system of the emergence of loot was formed, instantly, over half of the mountains of loot holding cerulean, colorless, and amethyst-colored planolith crystallos disappeared into a glimmer of light. The number was in the tens of thousands, to match those at the 3rd gradation of extremity or higher who had entered the 2 currently active existential dungeon monoliths, tens of thousands of existential low-grade planolith crystallos, and they were just merely a fraction of what the infinite hyperversal haven was producing with the aid of ruination. To truly understand where Noah currently was, one had to take stock and understand that since he stretched his records towards infinity within a second and attained extremity within it, only another few seconds had passed since he attained extremity, and the infinite hyperversal haven began its unimaginable production of armaments of extremity and planolith crystallos. Only seconds had passed. That was just how obscene and balance-breaking it was, that there were already planolith crystallos to support tens of thousands freely, that there were already a terrifying amount of armaments of extremity. All of this was present within the span of seconds, as this was why Noah was calm and not despairing even at the power that his enemies unveiled. With him in the lead, He would be ushering in an era of traversal of the gradations of extremity that had never been seen or imagined before. The reality of it taking thousands or millions of years to traverse across the gradations was already being abolished by him, and it would only accelerate from what he and the infinite hyperversal haven could currently do. He would be capable of mass-producing entities that very rapidly broke across the gradations in obscene numbers. Yes, his enemies were strong. But what changes would there be to him and the infinite hyperversal haven after a few minutes, after a few hours, or even a day? Chapter 2852, Ushering Apocalypse unto Vitalis in Vacuous Domains. 7. The possibilities under Noah and what he could do were endless. It was this power that gave him solace in these times of uncertainties and undefined enemies. His grand visage floating back and sinking into the dazzling throne formed from a curved infinity symbol as he was now surrounded by heavy flames of oraculum. Bring it on, with a tyrannical light of majesty. He spoke towards the screen of darkness he could no longer see anything through as he waited. A moment after, tens of dazzling illusory screens arose as they showed the scenes within the dungeon monoliths within Anarchos in dissolution. He was ready for the response of his enemies, whatever it may be. Between the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains, an ongoing war was put into high gear as in the last seconds. The titanic visage of the worm-like Prime Devourer appeared on the chaotic battlefield, his oppressive aura spreading out madly and openly as it seemed like the battle was about to enter a shocking new stage. With his involvement, powerful primogenitors of the Vitalis hyperversal domains would also likely be getting involved as a form of warfare full of casualties would begin. The primogenitor of the Yagnyarvax infernal extremity lineage had transformed into an utter menace at the 6th gradation of extremity as just when he was about to unleash his might, whap, his massive body disappeared. The scene was a stark one for the Vitalis hyperversal legions as Emperor Shao, who stood beside a Tier 5 Vitalis entity that looked like an aged old man, placed his hand that held a communication medallion down. He was about to call for aid from the Celestia extremity lineages now. He didn't fully know what was happening, just what is going on. With Vitalis wrapping tightly around him, he wondered what all of this ensuing chaos meant, but far from this location. Across the foldings of reality and non-reality, within the haven of Anarchos, above the churning white sea, whap, whap, the dazzling humanoid figure of the Prime Devourer and the massive figure of his extremity clone in his form as the primogenitor of the Yagnyarvax infernal extremity lineage appeared. Yet the moment he did, his existence began to tremble as behind him, a royal purple light devouring all nearby records was blazing, while in front of him there were 3 stifling figures that caused even he who was in the 6th gradation of extremity to feel like a mere ant. He saw 3 terrifying existences surrounded by a glorious obsidian light, with terrifying wings spanning behind them that held ancient serpentine eyes at their center. With their chest and head holding similar eyes filled with a terrifying light of power and majesty, as their gazes alone were enough to cause his soul to feel a great sense of oppression, the Prime Devourer felt the stillness of existence itself while in front of these beings as he kneeled with his humanoid true body and bowed with his huge worm-like figure. O salubrious ones, I thank you for your previous compassion. He remembered the power that had flowed into him and elevated him from the 5th to the 6th gradation of extremity as he spoke in a heavy and respectful tone. He never thought it was free, he always knew it would come with a price, and as he waited for a reply, he shockingly felt the extremity rune scriptures within his very soul pulse as from within them an intent flowed out. Observe and report. An intent was passed through the extremity of vacuous that caused his back to bend even more. In his astonishment, he saw the centermost salubrious one move his hand as without his control. His extremity clone in the form of the giant worm was flung towards the amethyst dungeon monolith. His main body remained in this place as he came to understand his purpose. At the same time, he wondered, who the hell would dare to do something that required the intervention of the ones above extremity? And why would such a thing even require the intervention of someone as small as him? He didn't have the answer, but he would simply do as he was told. Observe and report. Boom. The existential dungeon monolith vibrated as another entrant went into it. In the raid boss throne room, Ishtar saw an illusory scene rise up that showed the massive body of a Yagnyarvax worm appearing in a domain that held shattered singularities and dead stars. A defender of equivalent gradations to the raid boss has entered the dungeon. Would you like to transport them to the raid boss throne room? Such a prompt rose before her as the domain the Yagnyarvax infernal worm appeared in was filled with 100 entities at Tier 3. They would be bulldozed within milliseconds as. What? How did this fucking guy attain the 6th gradation? The foul mouth of the Sumerian architect opened in surprise as Ishtar made a choice, and a moment later, in the massive throne room, the crimson-black wriggling skin of the Yagnyarvax infernal worm appeared. the pressure he released was just slightly less than the dominant air that Ishtar had while seated on her throne, and his will spread out in his surroundings instantly as he was shocked to see the Sumerian architect and the gorgeous figure of another primogenitor renowned in the records of the vacuous annals of extremity here. You would blatantly stand against the ones above extremity, his devouring will boomed out. His existence felt a myriad of pulsing intents of extremes weave as he felt like he had truly settled on a new purpose. What of the holy wars between Vacuus and Vitalis? What of the conflicts that had gone on for eons? If he was chosen to be a blade for the ones above extremity, the ones they all feared and revered, could there be a greater purpose? Boom. Polychrome hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures of Vacuus began to spill from him madly as undaunted by the throngs of enemies. The first true defender of the vacuous hyperversal domains entered an existential dungeon and faced its invaders. Chapter 2853 Terrifying Means. The reality playing out within the raid boss throne room of the existential dungeon monolith that had appeared within Anarchos was an astonishing one. But it was also a reality that was not entirely hidden from the eyes of pertinent entities outside of the monolith. The eyes of the main body of the Prime Devourer were wide open as they shot out beams of dark light that came to reflect an illusory screen that displayed everything his extremity clone was seeing. The three entities he called the Celebrious Ones gazed at the scene coldly as the one who had appeared first, the undefined existence floating at the very center. Was the first to express his will as extremity was weaved together uniquely into a certain frequency that could only be understood by the two around it, so the insurgent is the same one. And he is quickly extending his reach and corruption as that little thing. The single eye of the foremost Celebrious One squinted while weaving its intent to focus on the figure of Ishtar. That little thing was not under the banner of this insurgent seconds ago. It has now become another lost seed. And such a thing occurred without our knowledge, meaning the insurgent already has the means to mask himself outside the scope of our gaze. The way the entity spoke was unique and told a tremendous amount of information about its standing. One was the way they referred to entities like Ishtar. Little thing, lost seed, as if Ishtar wasn't a pertinent existence or entity under their eyes. Besides the foremost Celebrious One, the undefined existence to the right spoke next. Don't forget the fact that the insurgent can already utilize existential restrictions. Missing him was a grave mistake that we will be punished for. How did he slip through the cracks? He didn't slip through. He was placed under observation as a sui generis cultivated seed since both Vacuus and Vitalis were being refined by him. When he veered off track, he was stricken out of the records procedurally. But yes, he has found a way to bypass our gazes. Whether by coincidence or intentionally, multiple things occurred simultaneously. The conversation was a heavy one that if other entities heard, they may very well question their own existence and purpose, their own reason for living in the first place and for seeking extremity. And yet these beings weaved their intent and spoke simply as they watched the unfolding scene playing out in the raid boss throne room. His insurgent existential authority may lean towards ambiguity and paradoxes. His records are gone, but I do recall whispers of infinity and quintessence. His the undefined existence at the centermost location interrupted as his intent blazed out with obsidian brilliance. Do not give it any more distinction than necessary. It is still but a seed that has merely become more cognizant. Before the corruption of this seed spreads, it must be erased. A report must also be made and sent above about this change. After eons of calm cultivation, we have just come across an unruly animal that needs to be reined in, caught, and be made an example of, before its corruption spreads further, before its corruption spreads even more. Yes. It may begin to give off pheromones and weavings of hopes and possibilities, so it must not be allowed to get close to the other seeds, especially any sui generis cultivated seeds under watch. But this brings the issue of the existential restriction. We cannot enter ourselves, and we can't send in any pertinent seeds that may be corrupted and further exacerbate this issue. Seeing the dim seeds it has put forth in this construct, the means of this insurgent are still weak with little ammunition. It cannot gain any more headway. Of course, when it comes to possible seeds that will not be corrupted, the gazes of all three turned and locked onto the visage of the Prime Devourer, as if he could see their gazes. His existence trembled unstably under the pressure. The seeds considering it an enemy will not be corrupted. Just the quality of this seed is abysmal. The Prime Devourer continued to shoot beams of light from his eyes that showed the events occurring within the raid boss throne room as he didn't know the contents of the conversation occurring. he only did his best to maintain a respectful demeanor before the entities he called salubrious ones, as he only felt like he became a target of their gazes. Even if the quality of the seed is abyssal, raising it across the gradations is still feasible. There are other enemy seeds of the insurgent under the Vitalis domains. Those white hats should be thinking alongside the same lines as us, since another one of these constructs fell in their domain. Of course, we can also see about the means of bypassing the existential restriction and take care of things ourselves, but for this we will need guidance from above that will be admitting our weakness to handle this matter. We will have no use then. After all, this is just another insurgent. One that has gotten further than most, but an insurgent nonetheless. And there have never been any successful insurgents. No, there will always be vacuous, and there will always be Vitalis. Even if everything has to be erased to start anew, this will never change, of course. But the aim is never to reach such a path. Otherwise, uncountable eons will be for naught. No, for this insurgent, we have to be quick and decisive, but it will not be too much trouble. Even when thinking of the corruption it may already cause, there are still many other means we could utilize. Amaldaira, scour the gradations of extremity for signs of this insurgent. Keep a line of communication with the white hats to see if they have observed anything else. And most of all, observe the records of prominent seeds, those that can be bent and those that cannot. And you never know, we may need to enact a play as seeds after all this time. Chapter 2854 Terrifying Means. 2. Understood. Cavalier Tsiviaks, intense weaved and flowed as they veiled shocking machinations and wonders within. The undefined existence to the right, who was referred to as Amaldaira, gave a nod of acknowledgement towards the undefined existence at the very center that she referred to as Cavalier Tsiviaks. The three undefined existences spoke amongst each other as within moments. The centermost one, Cavalier Tsiviaks, snapped their fingers as below the figure of the prime devourer, space split open once more as droves of records spilled out. This time, a deeply tenebrous light emerged as if jaws were opening up that would swallow everything. With the existence of the prime devourer beginning to tremble, but, he found that an obsidian bubbling pool appeared below him, and a clear black circular crystal floated at its very center as atop it the illusory figure of an entity closely resembling the salubrious ones floating in front of him could be seen. The prime devourer blinked as he felt his body be pulled towards the black circular crystal atop this blood pool resembling an altar, his humanoid figure coming to stand at its very center as the illusion of a salubrious one became superimposed with his existence. Thereafter, he simply heard a voice stemming from his polychrome hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures of vacuous. Rejoice, BZZT, the deeply tenebrous liquid within the altar churned as from its depths. Dazzling and radiant obsidian planolith crystallos emanating waves of nothingness and non-existence arose and began to spin around him. Thereafter, the prime devourer felt like his very existence began to be torn into pieces as the obsidian altar bloomed with a shocking devouring force, parts of himself being taken away as new things were replaced in their stead. Pain, immense pain, as if his very records were being rewritten, but this pain was worth it as wondrously. The prime devourer felt his stagnant and rapid arrival in the sixth gradation of extremity actually begin to edge upwards. His soul also feeling the exponential increase of his extremity rune scriptures by the hundreds of thousands. He wanted to scream and cry out, but he held himself in as he knew he couldn't show the salubrious ones before him such a sorry state. He had to show that he had the strength to bear the gracious baptism the salubrious ones were giving to him right now, and that he would be an immutable chosen champion of these beings without an issue. Such emotion was relayed and could be earnestly felt within his soul as even the figures of the salubrious ones before the prime devourer felt it easily. The salubrious one Amaldaira had the eyes on their chest shine with calm ridicule as their voice echoed out for only them to hear. Look at this imbecilic seed and his grand aspirations. You would think the ones on the gradations of extremity at least would not be as cretinous and uncultivated. But they continue to disappoint. Until now, I cannot grasp how seeds such as these ever dash. Now, the words of Amaldaira were stopped as Cavalier Tsiviaks raised his hand up while the serpentine pupils within his eyes swiveled and gazed around eerily. Do not reveal the weaving of any unnecessary information. You never know whether it is being recorded, nor if any eyes will gaze upon it. And the intent of the words you were about to say are not ones that should be uttered freely in a domain such as this. Especially not until we can grasp the nature of the existential extremity authority the insurgent has managed to grasp. Terrifying sets of words were mixed in the intense of their extremes as on the body of the undefined existence at the very center, a dark light heavier than any before it began to gather in obscene amounts and of much greater quality, the serpentine pupils on its head, chest, and wings blared with magnificence as its intent echoed out, the weaving of records, existence, and extremity are of insurmountable importance as no breadcrumbs should be left behind for anyone to pick up. Ages of extremes come and go, but only their weavings remain intact. Always obscure this weaving as much as possible, and an ineffable light bloomed and wrapped around this unfolding reality, this unfolding record as the record was seemingly no longer in existence. In the Vitalis hyperversal domains, two undefined Vitalis existences floated before a blazing purple monolith, their skin and very being radiating a powerful transparent white light as the butterfly-like wings behind them pulsed with intense majesty. In front of them, three transparent white altars pulsing with an overabundance of life could be seen as on top of circular alabaster crystal, the figures of the extremity of lunacy. The seer of Avernus and the Avernus extremity overlord could all be seen in their own respective altars with their images being superimposed with the glorious form of the porcelain white undefined existences. A dungeon. A primitive thing but also a genius thing at the same time. Its corruption and entropy will continue to spread over time as if the source holding it together as per the existential restriction isn't destroyed, an even larger burst of corruption should take place. This insurgent is a unique one. I wish to dissect his existence like all the others and understand what mutation, what deviant gene within it was coded wrongly to allow it to expand an existential extreme and stay under our radar at the same time. The undefined Vitalis existence on the left spoke as the one on the right swiveled the pupil on their chest while replying, all the other seeds we have dissected held nothing special. Just variations of the makeup of their souls grasping the frequency of a profound weaving. Even the existential extremes they sought to expand were nothing special in their weak state. This thing it is different in what it had managed to achieve. I added this to the report for better directions on how we can proceed forward. Because these dredges in front of us, the undefined Vitalis existence locked their serpentine pupils on the figures of Extremity Blue, the seer of Avernus, and the Avernus extremity overlord as they spoke with cold apathy in their intent. Even if these dredges manage to stop the spread of corruption of this perfidious dungeon before us, they will not be sufficient for the ones that will follow. Tomorrow's working chapter titles: Terrifying Means. 3-4, Chapter 2855 Terrifying Means. 3. Dredges. This was the term utilized to refer to the entities that the salubrious ones were utilizing for their own purposes, and at this moment, one of the undefined Vitalis existences stated that such dredges would not be sufficient for the dungeons that would follow. It meant that they were expecting more of such constructs to appear. We must not be reactive to allow for even more to follow. The task is to locate this insurgent wherever it may be hiding, as it is critical to not allow their existential extreme to develop too much. The level of corruption is currently small as it can be contained. But if we don't approach this properly, this contagion could spread. What are the Black Hats saying? Nothing substantial, same information as us. When it comes to this insurgent though, what comes to focus are the whispers of infinity and quintessence. They are grand concepts if ever elevated to the existential level. As if that is the case, the insurgent needs to be located at the earliest possible time. The Black Hats will send one of theirs to scour the gradations of extremity. That alone isn't enough. Gather all traces of this insurgent, any prior records still available and any connection there may still be, however small. Create a database of this osmont and also pass it above. In the best case scenario, we locate him and stop this contagion before it spreads to any prominent seeds within these domains. If the corruption of this insurgent reaches a critical level, the actions we will have to take will be ones that even this insurgent cannot bear. A critical level: if the so-called corruption brought about by the insurgent by Noah Osmont reaches a certain level, a reality that even he could not bear may be forced to unfold. It was a terrifying thought, a terrifying possibility, and yet at this moment, everything was only in its early stages, within the very same Vitalis hyperversal domains, but in the veiled folds of recorded and unrecorded histories. In a record filled with stellar bodies and ancient mountains melting from a burning singularity at its very center, an entity advanced in the gradations of extremity was gazing towards the direction of the unfolding reality of a huge dungeon monolith. But for him, what he could feel the most was the aura of entities he never expected to come across even from afar again, and this time their aura seemed anchored in space as they were staying in the unfolding reality freely. But even though the weaving of records and his own extremes told him that they were there, he never actually pierced across the veils of records and reality to gaze in that direction. Nobody who had seen and knew what he did would do such a thing. But their appearance here after the emergence of something foreign made a few things click within the mind of this entity, as within a moment his figure turned away from the unfolding reality far away as he went somewhere else entirely. Millions of extremity rune scriptures weaved intricately around his existence as he traversed through singularities within records, gaps of unrecorded histories and veiled recorded histories until ultimately, whap, he appeared at the edges of a grand history. Before him lay a paradisiacal domain with dazzling white clouds forming the earth below his feet, and these clouds stretched out for light years as thousands of miles away from his position. Tall porcelain skyscrapers began to rise in large numbers. The intense aura of life could be felt in abundance within these skyscrapers as the auras of entities across the levels of gradations could be felt throughout. It seemed like a grand isolated domain that very few would ever gain access to, but the entity that had just entered knew it by its name as he called out with passing memories, the Vale of Arcadia. His words were serene ones, but the moment they finished, another voice. "Steel. A surprise to see you here. You wouldn't be thinking of peeking into the auras that have just emerged, would you?" A voice of serenity and power echoed out as a man with locks of golden hair and fair skin appeared. Contrasting the tan skin of the extremity of steel who gazed at this golden-haired entity calmly, "I do not have an early death wish, Curregulus, but it is related to that, Curregulus, the founder of the Curregulus of Extremity in the Vitalis hyperversal domains turned out to be hidden here in a domain known as the Vale of Arcadia." Oh. He smiled brilliantly as he pointed behind him while beginning to float back towards the porcelain citadel. The extremity of steel followed calmly while continuing, "The most recent honored one that should have just perished. It seems that such a reality may not be the case. And I've heard whispers of this being passing through your ranks." Whispers, records of records. The figure of Curregulus came to a halt at such words as he gazed out towards Arcadia, the land filled with refugees and entities who wished to be lost in the eons of records. "Why do you say this? Their only recent appearance was seconds ago at the height of his honorariums, and just as things should have gone back to their norm, they make their appearance again now after the emergence of a foreign authority. Likely, they weren't successful in eradicating this honored one seconds ago, and now, something outside of their scope of control appeared. Something they cannot resolve right away." Curregulus was silent after hearing such a shocking hypothesis. As if it wasn't one that may be entirely foreign to him, his golden hair waved serenely in the Arcadian winds as he asked Steel a question that was not a question at the same time. "You believe this most recent honored one has managed to achieve it? You believe that somehow an existential extremity authority was actually born from the Vitalis hyperversal domains, WAA. Chapter 2856 Terrifying Means. For, the words of extremity steel had shocking implications. One of them, an entity just like them, had managed to do what few distinguished others could not. My very existence states it can only be so. It should be the foreign authority that descended not too long ago, with them descending afterwards. The successful design of an existential extremity authority means too many things. As for this, I believe a meeting must be held. And your Vale of Arcadia was the last place that held the primogenitors of Vitalis and Vacuous eons ago, the two primogenitors far advanced in the gradations of extremity, thought of memories of ages gone and past, what seemed like eons ago and yet as recent as yesterday. The gaze of the Curregulus was deep as he sighed while turning to gaze at the extremity of steel. Noah Osmont. We know too little about him as he appeared and disappeared too quickly. We know nothing about him apart from mere intents of what his dead paths were. It doesn't matter." The extremity of steel waved his hands dismissively as he spoke coolly towards the Curregulus. "At the end of it all, it comes down to what choices we will make if this honored one goes really far against them. Whether we will stand with him and risk everything we have built, or whether we will stand with them and protect the foundations we have enacted for eons. Two pathways, but the choices to make between them were too heavy." They all knew the undeniable power of the ones above extremity. They understood just how little they could stand against it, and now, there was this foreign power that had somehow slipped through the cracks and was bound to be an issue for the ones above extremity, but they knew nothing of this foreign power. They knew nothing about what it stood for. Would they really risk everything they had built over the eons at the mere whispers of someone else's hopes and dreams? At the weavings of an honored one none of them truly understood. "I will pass word and call the meeting. My Vale of Arcadia welcomes all lost souls and those seeking peace from existence." Curregulus spoke with burning golden pupils as the burly figure of the extremity of steel only quietly nodded. His gaze filled with undaunted light as he sought to measure even a grain of sand of the coming future. Inside an existential dungeon, a dungeon raid was currently occurring as two defenders from the vacuous hyperversal domains entered the depths of the existential dungeon, one distraught light-flame serpent and the prime devourer of the Yogniarvax's infernal extremity lineage. The latter was filled with terrifying ambition as within the raid boss throne room, his massive wriggling worm like body radiated a profound obsidian light as on its apex, skin bloodily tore open to reveal an emerging serpentine eye. On the aurora of wriggling wings behind its back, serpentine eyes appeared at their very center as they opened to radiate a terrifying authority that nearly turned the whole raid boss throne room into a domain of darkness. Fucking hell, the Sumerian architect cursed as she felt the wall of the sixth gradation of extremity get looser and looser, her main body within the infinite hyperversal haven devouring an infinity planolith crystallos as her existence produced more and more cerulean hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures of infinity. Yet this roided out worm in front of her seemed to gradually be transforming into something that actually caused her intuition to buzz with a sense of danger. Just what were those fuckers outside doing to elevate the power of this worm to such a level? This thought was not just in the mind of the Sumerian architect, but also in the hearts of all those in the raid boss throne room as the most powerful combatant the designated raid boss herself. Ishtar. Moved with a powerful sense of urgency, she felt infinity coursing through her. She had spent significantly less time with it in comparison to the existential extremity authority of Vacuous, but she was gradually getting familiar with its intent. It wasn't so easy to grasp it as she wished. She just had a little bit more time to understand this extreme for what it truly was, and after that. She felt like she would be able to apply it at an unimaginable level, to the extent that this enemy before her wouldn't be able to stand against it. The extremity of skill trees feels your sense of urgency. The extremity of skill trees provides possibilities for the application of existential extremity authority. Her soul buzzed as from the new lineage flowing through her, she felt another intent coursing through it and beginning to fill her with strands of information. The obsidian tier existential skill, existential hyperversal embodiment has been granted, a weaving of records flowed into her soul. And she felt a construct that held intricate designs of how an existential extremity authority could be applied in a smooth manner if only for the great cost of the authority of nearly 50% of all her existential extremity rune scriptures and 25% of her soul values. For one who didn't truly understand the weaving of an existential extremity authority, this skill would allow them to display it based on the design granted by the extremity of skill trees. Ishtar let go of any and all reservations at this moment as she looked at the rising aura of the Prime Devourer while uttering out calmly, existential hyperversal embodiment. The moment she uttered the three words, the existential infinity authority within her surged as it began to weave in an intricate manner. Terrifying blue waves of hockey rose and shrouded her whole figure as in the next moment, a deeply ultramarine blue covered her figure as all around her whether above, below, or to her left and right. Similar ultramarine figures of herself began to manifest. They began to manifest one after another as within a nanosecond, more than 100 of her figures appeared as each one genuinely seemed to be her. An expression of herself, an embodiment of the existential authority within her. She felt her very existence buzz as more of herself began to fill the raid boss throne room, the number quickly approaching 1,000 as she felt it would continue infinitely, but she was nearing a threshold for what she could bear as she released all this authority towards her target. The wriggling worm that had began to open multiple serpentine eyes filled with tenebrous darkness at this moment only felt a dazzling blue brilliance fill up its surroundings as hundreds of gorgeous figures all wielding an aura of the sixth gradation of extremity appeared, their hands pressing down unto him at this moment in a dangerous and unfathomable light that stemmed from all directions. In front of this blinding light from 1,000 existences, his brooding and tumultuous concentration of vacuous hyperversal authority seemed so little. BOM, Chapter 2857 Immaculate. What made one existential extremity authority overcome another, what it stood for and signified? Its quality? Or quantity? While some could debate the significance of one existential extremity authority over another, one could not make an argument regarding its quantity, and at this moment, just purely based on the concentration of existential extremity authority descending. The Prime Devourer's vacuous extremity authority held no chance. The expression of infinity under the existential hyperversal embodiment was so domineering that it expressed the descent of 1,000 entities at the sixth gradation of extremity for a brief moment in time. Under the eyes of the Prime Devourer, it only felt like endless waves of blue seas wrapped all around him. the obsidian vacuous hyperversal authority all around him stood no chance in front of this endless sea, as his massive worm-like body was entirely encompassed instantly. All vacuous authority burned and erased as truly. The ultramarine sea seemed infinite, just as quickly as they had arrived. The hundreds of copies of Ishtar faded. There was immense silence in the raid boss throne room, as even she seemed numb and in shock at what had just occurred, but her spent soul values in dim extremity rune scriptures told her that she had indeed been the one to do such a shocking action. The extremity of skill trees nods in appreciation, the extremity of cheat scoffs and says it is acceptable. A myriad of dazzling intents buzzed within her lineage as she fully accepted what had just happened, but this was just her. Around her, others were just as dazed to see a powerful entity at the 6th gradation of extremity be wiped out in a single move as, yo, what the fuck? The Sumerian architect couldn't stop herself as her eyes shone blue with infinity, wanting to understand what had just occurred, as before she could say anything else. She felt her blood burning as an intent she couldn't fully fathom rose from it, and dazzling information bloomed in her mind. You have participated in a battle and successfully defended against a defender. No matter how small your contribution is, the extremity of skill trees grants the obsidian tier existential skill existential hyperversal embodiment as a prize after it met its acceptable range of utility. Information began to rise within her as she marveled at it, and it wasn't long before all those in the raid boss throne room began to feel a similar sensation. They, or really Ishtar, had pushed back against a defender who sought to stop the dungeon break they were trying to cause. It was the first successful repulsion of those seeking to destroy the source of existential dungeon monolith as the salubrious ones outside of this dungeon. Nothing regarding their records could be seen or expressed, as their reactions and subsequent actions were only known to them. In the Vitalis hyperversal domains, within dissolution, the existential dungeon monolith to have appeared here finally had its first entrance, and they were 3 in number, as the main bodies of Extremity Blue, Sierra Mestris, and the Avernus Extremity Overlord all remained in the holy transparent white altars, as the enigmatic salubrious ones floated behind them, and their clones were the ones to enter the dungeon monolith. The serpentine eyes of the salubrious one to the right flashed as their intent moved at this moment. Ho! The Black Hats are saying their first seed to enter the dungeon on their side, supported by a half-completed paramount vacuous awakening, has perished under an endless brilliance of infinity. Oh? The existential extremity authority of infinity. This insurgent opened a dangerous pathway, only if it can be developed, and only if he lived long enough to develop it. But the issue still remains that another seed was defeated. These ones, their gazes fell on the figures of the top Avernus clan leaders as the distaste in their eyes was clear. They have at least completed a single paramount Vitalis awakening, with their existence spurred to the 6th gradation for the one whose breadth of soul could still handle it, with these 2 only capable of being elevated to the 5th gradation currently. Their gaze was on Extremity Blue and Sierra Mestris as they talked about those they had raised towards the 5th gradation of Extremity, while the Avernus Extremity Overlord had been forcefully raised to the 6th gradation of Extremity. With them, we can at least get a feel of infinity, after granting them a paramount Vitalis awakening and refining their existence with a shred of their intents. Just like the Black Hats, they would be able to feel a feedback when the existential Extremity Authority of Vitalis came in contact with the enemy Existential Extremity Authority. After that, we can better react against the nature of this opposing Existential Extremity Authority. And even these dredges can slowly have the breadth of their souls expanded while being elevated across the gradations of extremity. Of course, we should be expanding our hands into more viable seeds that won't be corrupted when they do come across the insurgent and its corrupted seeds. The 2 salubrious ones weaved their intent and wills together as inside the monolith before them, grand activity picked up, inside of this monolith, within a domain filled with typhoons of shattered cosmos, dead quasars. Could any of you have predicted such a day would come hours ago, much less days ago? A voice tinged with controlled lunacy echoed out as Extremity Blue's gorgeous figure could be seen floating behind Sierra Mestris and the Avernus Extremity Overlord. Both her and Sierra Mestris truly displayed auras at the 5th gradation of Extremity as the Avernus Extremity Overlord powerfully stood on the 6th gradation. Just imagine telling this to yourself a day ago. Most of the forces of the 7 clans and major inheritances will be fractured and disappear. Our powerful enemies would be turned into enemies of the ones above Extremity, and we would even be chosen to dash. Can you shut the fuck up? The monologue of Extremity Blue was interrupted by a frowning Sierra Mestris who seemed to be thinking of many things, why they were here, why they were chosen, and every part of her soul and remaining capability as a seer pointed to a single reason. The reason it felt like reality was burning in the last few seconds. The most recent honored one, Noah Osmont, Chapter 2858 Immaculate. 2. The intuition of Seer Amestris seemed to be so extremely spot on that she couldn't keep listening to the ramblings of the extremity of lunacy that she was frankly displeased with for her recent actions. You talk so fucking much that you fail to realize the so-called enemy who was smitten out of Dash. It's Osmond who was behind this. You think I didn't put that together? The brows of the extremity of lunacy rose as she sneered. Can I still not be excited? Can I not look forward to seeing the downfall of this guy firsthand? BZZT, their figures were suddenly warped from the room they were in to appear in a domain filled with royal purple crystals lining up all surfaces. A tall amethyst throne visible in the distance as atop it, the burly figure of a man hardened by years in the forge could be seen seated. His gaze was cold and full of power as he stared coldly at the three Avernus clan leaders, sitting in this raid boss throne room alone as he designated all others at the 5th gradation of extremity or below to other regions of the existential dungeon. He utilized his authority to bring the enemies that had just entered here as the only one to recognize him. Was none other than the Avernus Extremity Overlord. I've seen whispers of you records from the Senatus of Extremity. The Anvil of Anarchos, Sargon. You fell under the banner of Osmont? As he spoke, a grand purple light began to cover the Avernus Extremity Overlord as normally. Figures such as these were only ones he learned to gaze at from afar but could never reach, yet now. How grand fate is to allow me to stand in front of a past legend and actually match them in battle. His body began to flicker with royal purple flames. Beside him, Amestris and Blue became stern as they prepared to support him against this enemy, and yet Sargon's burly figure had cold eyes. As an even deeper royal purple light surrounded him, a light of grand tyranny as when he looked at the Avernus Extremity Overlord before him, his voice boomed out, "You are still not worthy to stand before a legend as an equal." Heavy words of utter disrespect and tyranny echoed out as without missing a beat, the seated Sargon spoke out with churning waves of existential extremity authority, existential hyperversal embodiment, WAA, a magenta-colored glow absolutely colored everything as boundless waves of tyranny arose. Tyranny, as an existential concept, just what would its embodiment entail? Sargon answered such a question at this moment as around him, reality twisted and turned as the throne he was on was made larger and even grander, his figure on it becoming draped with purple robes of utmost royalty as a lilac flaming crown manifested above his head. He looked like an emperor from ancient times whose will would be undeniable. With the figures of the Avernus Extremity Overlord, Seer Amestris, and Extremity Blue feeling an unprecedented sense of danger, around them, a glorious purple light flashed as near them and stretching out to cover this whole domain, illusory figures began to manifest en masse as each one had a respectful expression, gazing towards the far distant throne while kneeling to show their fealty. These illusory figures appeared all around them as if to let them know they were mere subjects too. Lunacy blared, Vitalis blared, hundreds of thousands of extremity rune scriptures sought to rise and prevent it, and yet the figure of the Anvil of Anarchos that was bathed in a royal light of tyranny seemed to lock onto the three figures amongst millions that were not kneeling at this moment as he brought his hand down. As if an emperor was passing an edict, as if a commandment was laid down that had to be followed, kneel, Extremity Blue and Seer Amestris were the first ones who could not resist for a fraction of an instant as they were instantly forced to their knees, and along with this action, every line of authority surrounding them was shattered to oblivion. The moment their knees hit the ground, their extremity clones dimmed and shattered as if the last action they would ever do was to pay respects to the emperor ahead. Boom, after them, the Avernus Extremity Overlord took another fraction of an instant to also fall on his knees, disbelief prevalent on his face as the newfound power at the 6th gradation of extremity he was just granted. He didn't think it would be so pitiful before this being, the potent Vitalis' extremity authority around him tried to blare with defiance at his submission, but it was nowhere near enough as tyranny pressed in from all around and kept the Avernus Extremity Overlord on his knees. His body splintering and being ground down to nothing a moment later as all that was left behind were millions of illusory subjects kneeling towards the visage of the extremity of tyranny. This was the existential hyperversal embodiment of tyranny. An instant later, the dazzling illusory scene began to fade as Sargon's figure returned to normal, his eye showing a bit of exhaustion but also a hint of marvel at the expression of this existential extremity authority. These were his thoughts. Then there were those outside of the existential dungeon monolith. On the altars outside of the monolith, the main bodies of Extremity Blue, Seer Amestris, and the Avernus Extremity Overlord trembled with great injuries as their extremity clones perished, but their pain was not even considered under the gazes of the celebrious ones behind them as at this moment, both of these beings turned to stare at each other with their dazzling serpentine pupils as their intense weaved, that was not infinity. the insurgent has two existential extremity authorities opened up, a heavy finding, one that made the eyes of these salubrious ones sharp and filled with blinding light of focuses from this point on. They knew that things had to drastically change, pass the word above and proceed with the other plans. Notify the Black Hats too. The weaving of extremity churned and began to flow towards an intricate direction. At this moment, nobody came even close to imagining what the results of this weaving were bound to be. Chapter 2859 Immaculate. 3. Not a single person understood what the weaving of a myriad of extremes would lead to at this moment, but what was immensely clear was that for the first round of defenders of the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains, they had faced a calamitous losses thereafter, as of emboldened with even grander authority, HUUM. The two existential dungeon monoliths blared with domineering purple light as the records and reality they devoured expanded ever further. The rate of progress of the apocalypse they brought only increasing at this moment, while the unfolding reality couldn't be seen on the vacuous hyperversal domain side due to the interference of certain entities. The reality unfolding with dissolution of the Vitalis hyperversal domain showed the two salubrious ones becoming stern with their serpentine eyes as they could only observe their surroundings deteriorate further and be pulled into the dungeon monolith as if it were an abyssal behemoth. Their eyes were callous and filled with a deadly light as they already knew what they had to do, for now, the three altars they conjured churned as the figures of Extremity Blue, Sierra Mestris, and the Avernus Extremity Overlord screamed out silently. They were undergoing forceful rounds of refinement and strengthening from an authority they weren't even close to understanding right after their extremity clones faced true death, with the breadth of their souls being expanded ever so slowly as the salubrious ones sought to make them into somewhat more useful dredges along their many plans. But the dungeon monolith before them continued to pulse and expand its devouring light. Unhindered, more of the records and reality of the vacuous and Vitalis hyperversal domains began to be absorbed. In such a process, seconds began to pass, and seconds flowed into minutes as the weaving of time or the absence of it was relentless. Minutes. It was now a few minutes since a certain insurgent was first smitten out of existence, and when it came to him who was behind all of this, he was gazing at something few others could see as his will was currently observing the somewhat clear waters of the gradations of extremity. In the past few minutes, many changes had taken place as some beings the main body of the Sumerian architect could clear the obsidian difficulty of the dungeon raid rift within seconds, others took minutes just for the golden difficulty, and as of right now, a heavy and ecstatic battle was wrapping up with the members of the harem and ruination. The names on the banner of quintessence had been ever-changing in the last few minutes as at first place was of course the true emperor of quintessence. Second on the list was shockingly still the daughter of hatred that was stacking up achievements and currently forming new connections with the past scions of the major inheritances and clans that she was introduced to through Iam. Third was the Sumerian architect as fourth on the banner of quintessence. Was Henry Osmond. He had fallen slightly behind in the beginning, but the moment he attained the extremity of nepotism, his whole outlook changed as he began by solo clearing golden difficulty dungeon raid by himself, and he went on a grinding mode and completed such a difficult over and over again in the last minutes as he culminated a few planolith crystallos and even 3 low-grade armaments of extremity. Soon that he would be ready to challenge the obsidian difficulty again and put down Oppenheimer as he did before. 5th and 6th on the banner of quintessence were none other than Sargon and Ishtar as these new being collected accomplishments with their much higher strength, with the rankings below this constantly shifting every minute as entities complete dungeon raid rifts. Suffice to say, the infinite hyperversal haven had begun to move like a well-oiled machine as many entities adapted to the shocking lineage they now held and chose an existential path to follow. This meant that in the last few minutes, the usage and exploration of tyranny, quintessence, and infinity was only exponentially increasing. And the result for this was displayed and observed by none other than Noah himself. In the slightly clear waters of the gradations of extremity, Noah's existence was facing an unprecedented emergence of existential extremity rune scriptures as the number had long since exceeded 3 million, and it only continued to rise as more and more existences utilized and became in tune with the weaving of his extremes. The more that his people refined, purified, and baptized themselves with quintessence, infinity, and tyranny, whether through planolith crystallos or through pure usage of these authorities, the more their weaving was strengthened. It was as if with every passing minute, their weaving became more intimate and more robust, with their power as existential extremity authorities only increasing, and in a form of feedback. All of this was reflected on Noah as over 3 million dazzling colorless, cerulean, and amethyst existential extremity rune scriptures swirled beneath his skin silently. It also meant that instead of being pushed down or just stabilizing on the 6th gradation of extremity, he had begun to once more rose up slowly as after oraculum. he also began to recover the convergence of the other dynamis as he rebuilt and expanded the Weald within his existence. There were very little gaps around his body now, even if it weren't dynamis of extremity allowing for a flow to form. Noah's understanding of the weaving of extremity had risen to the extent that even non-converged concepts, he could now set them on a unique flow, as this allowed him to nearly close all gaps around himself. It also meant that every few seconds, whap, Noah's figure silently warped higher across the 6th gradations of extremity. It was slower than his previous ascensions, but it was still much faster than all others, and the waters of the gradations of extremity stilled. A distance away, the menacing visage of an entity covered with a radiant obsidian luster appeared, the serpentine. Eyes on their face, chest, and butterfly-like wings carrying tremendous coldness rapidly moved across the waters of the gradations all around. An overabundance of chains was not present on their body, but on the top of their head a long and endless obsidian chain stretching upwards towards the latter gradations of extremity could be seen. But this entity freely and with great speed moved across the gradations of extremity, its eyes locking onto all beings near it as it covered substantial grounds every moment. Chapter 2860 Immaculate. For an endless obsidian chain was connected to its head as it stretched upwards towards the latter gradations of extremity. Its eerie and shockingly robust visage wades across the waters of the 6th gradation of extremity as if it were looking for something, for someone. Its eyes were just as sharp as when it scoured the more advanced gradations, with the knowledge within its intent telling it that the insurgent they were looking for should be within these advanced gradations for it to be capable doing what it was currently doing. But the 8th and 7th gradation of extremity has no anomalies out of sorts, and now the 6th gradation, this entity had arrived towards its preliminary low stage as its eyes buzzed with distaste. It didn't think the insurgent who could enact absolute existential restrictions would be in this gradation. They simply wouldn't have the power to do it, as the cost and expenditure of existential extremity authorities was immense. The breadth of an entity, the weaving of their very existence, it had to at least be on the 8th gradation of extremity to even have enough support of enacting absolute existential restrictions. But still, it stared at the figures of shackled seeds across this gradation before rapidly moving on. All of them were the same, a few chains around their bodies with stern expressions as they barely began grasping the weaving of extremity and slowly inched upwards, futile. Its intent weaved with further distaste as it came to float in front of yet another entity bound by few chains. Its face was filled with dignity and majesty greater than many, but it was still a seed bound by chains. Like all the others, in all your lifetime, you will never be free of even these insignificant chains, as why do you all put up such a futile struggle? Its distaste was clear as it spoke, while its serpentine eyes confirmed this entity was not one it was looking for. Moving even further down and horizontally across the seas of the 6th gradations of extremity while occasionally letting its intent be known, the area that it just left though to churn silently without any changes as a bubbling aura filled with emotions was contained. The extremity of quintessence shines with endless splendor to ensure safety, the extremity of tyranny seethes with immeasurable rage. The place where the undefined existence just passed was right in front of the extremity of quintessence, the very insurgent they were looking for. When the intent of the undefined existence expressed themselves, Noah had managed to grasp some of it. #$, insignificant, #straightface, $tile $ruggle. A futile struggle, was this his path? Was this what he was doing? Struggling in a futile manner against beings he couldn't even understand, his very existence trembled as even though he understood that he did not currently have the strength to stand against terrifying enemies far more advanced than him in the understanding of the weaving of extremity, it didn't make it any less frustrating to himself and his own extremes for what had just occurred. He had to sit still? He had to play dead while his greatest enemies were right before him. He felt something within the depths of his soul rise and respond to the weaving of his emotions. The extremity of cheats rises from its slumber. The extremity of the protagonist declares that its extreme cannot be in existence unless its concept truly lives up to its name. The extremity of quintessence, tyranny, and infinity surge with existential extremity authorities as they work in synchrony to elevate the breadth of your soul. His figure, unchained and unbound, instantly disappeared as it began to shoot up the clear waters of the 6th gradation of extremity, warping as he constantly appeared further and further up. His weaving adopted a tyrannical flow as his extremes jumped in a dance of intents. The extremity of the protagonist steps off of its high throne and stares with a profound intent at all converging extremes. The extremity of apocalypse watches with silent contemplation. The extremity of systems ponders with a complicated gaze. the extremity of wisdom says it is only but a matter of time. A myriad of intents weaved within him while the breadth of his soul reached a critical level, a level that was being expanded since tyranny took its seat minutes ago. The extremity of tyranny states to stop wasting time and proceed forward. The extremity of cheats scoffs at the race to become existential. The extremity of cheats states it does not need the distinction of existential to do what it wishes to do. WAA. The extremity of cheats throws its support towards the extremity of the protagonist for the purposes of what it wishes to accomplish. One extreme gained the support of another. Noah's existence vibrated as he stared up at the clear waters. The breadth of who he was rapidly being stretched out as he felt as if his very existence could reach a point where he could break with all of his extremes spilling out instantly. And yet, quintessence blares with brilliance and approves the nomination. The weaving of the protagonist resonates with your existence. The weaving of your existence and the weaving of the protagonist are one and the same. You are the undeniable protagonist within the domains you exist in. The extremity of the protagonist reaches for the throne of the existential tier. The extremity of cheats moves forward with its plans and pulls on the extremities of systems. Paradox, loot, skill trees, infinity, tyranny, devouring, and quintessence. The extremity of cheats begins the forging and designation of a weaving that will allow the extremity of cheats to truly move as the protagonist. The construct of the infinite log on and log off is being forged under the lead of the extremity of cheats on the backbone of the forming existential extremity authority of the protagonist. A terrifying progression unfolded, from being forced to play dead under the gaze of an undefined existence. The protagonist rose to grasp a heavy throne while cheats went on to conduct an unfathomable construct. Chapter 2861. The protagonist. A new construct was being forged from the backbone of the elevating protagonist, a construct similar in nature to the existential dungeon apocalypse and yet vastly different, with the extremity of cheats being the lead designer as it pulled in others as well. Infinite log on and log off. Just what was the extremity of cheats envisioning when forging such a ridiculous-sounding construct in response to today's recent event? The extremity of paradox smiles with glee as it begins to understand the intent of the extremity of cheats. The extremity of loot and systems marvel at the revealed intent and focus their authority on the elevating protagonist. Protagonist took steps forward, and with its rise towards the existential level, a construct was being forged to be supported by such an extreme as only the protagonist could bear such a weight. The construct of infinite log on and log off is being defined. When coming across entities vastly outstripping your current stage in power, and they release any intent that is harmful towards your existence, authority, or any form of weaving surrounding you, you will automatically enter a paradoxical state of non-existence. The chosen authorities under the extremity of cheats churned as they continued to pile onto the construct, with Noah feeling the depths of his soul buzzing gloriously as the prompts continued. The state of non-existence will grant the choice of remaining in such a state and returning to the same domain, at the same coordinates, or light years around it. The second choice is that of re-entry to be randomized to any recognizable domain you have traversed into before. Points of acceptable re-entry will only be within domains where no harmful weavings of extremes against you are ongoing or still present. The extremity of systems, cheats, paradox, skill trees, quintessence, tyranny, and quintessence all converge together to allow for the shocking definition above to bloom. But they weren't alone. There were also the extremities of devouring and loot, but before they expressed themselves fully. The extremity of greed inserts itself and states that it cannot miss such a mixture of authorities. One of the past 7 deadly sins arose and made its intent flow in. At the moment of your existence entering a paradoxical state of non-existence, your existence will devour a percentage of the weavings of extremes of the target that caused the feature of infinite log on and log off to be triggered. The gaze of the protagonist rose as ridiculous capabilities were tacked on it, and even more prompts followed. No matter their level of power, so long as they cause the construct of infinite log on and log off to be triggered, the extremes of devouring, greed, and loot will pull upon any semblance of their records or authorities to be devoured. With the percentage devoured tremendously reducing and being less efficient depending on how vast the gulf of power between you and the target are, under the support of 3 existential extremity authorities, and a 4th extremity authority that was coming to fruition, the ridiculous feature of infinite log on and log off was being scribed into existence. The authorities of devouring, loot, and greed were supported by existential extremity authorities to cause a terrific feature within it to bloom. The quantification of the gulf of power between you and enemies who can trigger the infinite log on and log off feature is currently immeasurable, as the approximate devouring percentage is currently set at 0.0001%. The elevation of the extreme carrying the weight of the infinite log on and log off construct as well as the elevation of your other extremes will only go towards elevating this percentage, log on. Log off, a simple idea based on the constructs of games from Noah's time on the blue planet, yet they were made into something grandiose and nonsensical as with such a tool in his roster. What did he have holding him back? Who was he? Why did he have to fear? Why did he have to play dead in front of others? The extremity of tyranny reigns free, the fake shackles around Noah's visage fell. The extremity of quintessence shines with interminable splendor. A brilliant purple emperor's robe adorned him as his exquisite figure was freely visible without any chains around him. His aura was no longer receded and camouflaged. Around his body, a wondrous glow of a myriad of lights of extremes permeated as the weavings of many desires ran free and wild. The existential extremity authority of quintessence has quintessentially risen. The existential extremity authority of tyranny has quintessentially risen. The existential extremity authority of infinity has quintessentially risen. The extremity of cheats nods with a placated smile. The existential extremity authority of the protagonist has been successfully established as it carries with it a profound construct. The fourth existential extremity authority was forged. Along with its coming, Noah felt every part of his existence be filled to the brim as if he was a ceramic vase that could not take any more things unless he broke. The breadth of his existence was so heavily saturated that any more thoughts of existential extremity authorities were far away. But the protagonist taking its seat at the table of existential extremity authorities was terrifying enough as its full effects were not yet even unveiled. The extremity of plot interlocks its weaving with devilish machinations at the advent of the existential extremity of the protagonist. The extremity of paradox laughs with glee at what is to come. Noah felt his existence changing ever so subtly at this moment, balancing for existential extremity authorities as this last one held a unique connection with him. But before he could delve top deeply into it, a weaving boomed out behind and below him as with their serpentine eyes shining with a sense of incredulity, an undefined existence that was about to delve into the less clear waters of the fifth gradation of extremity felt his now unveiled brilliance as he instantly traced it and appeared. Yet this time, the protagonist did not play dead. Chapter 2862. The protagonist. 2. The protagonist did not play dead, with his eyes radiating a profound light of tyranny. He turned around to stare straight into the obsidian brilliance of the undefined existence. He looked into the serpentine eye on its face and chest, and the serpentine eyes on its outstretched wings freely without fear. At the same time, his existence was undergoing subtle changes as his colorless hyperversal quintessential extremity rune scriptures of the protagonist began to attain their own glorious color. A color of triumphant achievement, a color and glory and brilliance, out of all the colors it could have chosen, the protagonist did not hesitate to radiate a heavy halcyon light as one after another. The aurum hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures of the protagonist began to proliferate. Aurum, a color of brilliance and glory, this had barely begun to blaze within Noah's eyes that were staring at the figure of the undefined existence when after all this time, this entity seemed to finally come out of its stupor of actually finding Noah as within it, and intent was about to begin a weaving, but even at the point of its inception, before the weaving even took place, whap! Like a golden bubble popping, the visage of Noah disappeared. It was too fast, faster than speeds that even entities in the 7th or 8th gradation of extremity could explode with. But this wasn't the speed and power of the extremity of quintessence, but the speed and power of his enemy that was weaving an intent against him. Noah's construct of infinite log on and log off was activated the moment the intent began to weave and took him to a state of non-existence instantly. At the same time as the undefined existence became stern at such a scene, it gazed down as it felt like somehow, however impossible it was, a minuscule shred of its authority, an insignificant portion truly, had been taken away. The situation was astonishing as the undefined existence knew. So long as the insurgent was on the gradations of extremity, they could not leave it, so its existence blazed as it first sent word that it had located the insurgent, and its intents exploded out as it deeply looked at the surrounding waters nearby. In this same span of an instant, light years away from the position of the undefined existence, Noah's figure reappeared with a flash of aurum hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures as his visage buzzed with majesty. Infinite log on and log off was activated automatically after sensing your existence being targeted. A minuscule shred, 0.0001%, of the authority of your enemy was successfully devoured. You existential extremity authorities are refining and purifying the foreign Existential extremity authority, quintessence blazed with colorless flames, tyranny, and infinity surged while the protagonist itself released a glorious halcyon brilliance, a point of darkness that Noah had taken and quickly becoming reduced and transformed into something pristine that acted akin to fuel. A fuel that caused his hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures to explode by hundreds of thousands. As in addition to all this, the weaving of extremes is gradually becoming clearer to your existence. Your understanding of the undefined existences is slowly increasing. His soul felt the pristine resonance and brilliance as the terror of his infinite log-on and log-off construct revealed itself. Not an instant passed, and he found himself returning to a state of existence in another region of the waters of the sixth gradation of extremity. The visage of the undefined existence nowhere to be seen is beside him. The stern figure of a Vitali's extremity with a stern expression could be seen a variety of chains around him. The first test was a tremendously successful one, as it showed Noah a new reality where he didn't have to be fearful of meeting undefined existences, and it would be of great benefit if he did come across them, as every time, his existential extremity authorities made it so that he would be able to siphon and devour a portion of their, however insignificant this portion was, if it occurred hundreds or thousands of times, it would add up to a percentage that may rapidly elevate the level of his existence across the gradations of extremity. It would rapidly open up his eyes to better understand the weaving of extremity. It meant that there were many more paths that he could now take. His figure buzzed with even greater power as he continued ascending the waters of the sixth gradation of extremity, albeit ever so slowly and not even close to how rapidly he rose in the lower gradations. But he was making progress nonetheless, as within his existence, thousands of Aurum hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures of the protagonist began to proliferate and cause subtle changes that were slowly making themselves prevalent to him. But, seconds after he began his ascent, vibrations spread across the waters of the gradations of extremity as in the far distance, the glorious figure of an obsidian undefined existence flapped its butterfly-like wings and surged over. Its serpentine eyes were deadly as it began to weave an intent, and, pop, Noah's grand visage disappeared once more. The serpentine eyes of the undefined existence became stern once more. It felt a minuscule amount of its authority slip away along with the visage of the insurgent. The two were intricately linked as they gave a glimpse to a complex utilization of existential extremity authority that the undefined existence did not at all like seeing in the hands of the insurgent. It showed one of the terrifying truths of existential concepts: they could bridge the gulf of power between different entities across the gradations of extremity or beyond it if elevated to a certain level. And this insurgent was showing signs of increasingly more adept utilization of his two existential concepts. This couldn't be allowed to continue. The intent of this undefined existence weaved as he sent communications to alert even the white hats of his findings. The eyes on his wings opening like brilliant suns at this moment and causing a circular blast of vibrations to spread out across the nearby waters as he felt for something, and before long, he sensed a blinding brilliance far, far away in these endless waters of the sixth gradation of extremity, a brilliance of a being who seemed unfettered as he continued to rise freely. Chapter 2863. The protagonist. 3. Every time that the intent of the undefined existence even began to weave against the insurgent, he disappeared. With this reality established, the brilliant figure of the obsidian entity sensed the brilliance far, far away in the waters of the sixth gradation of extremity as its body flickered towards this direction, and within moments, it neared the insurgent once more. But this time, no intent was quickly formed against this being as ever so slowly, the undefined existence approached the insurgent. Noah's figure was rising across the gradations of extremity once again as he refined even more devoured authority, his whole existence pulsing with an ecstatic sensation as everything continued to rise to a greater level. He felt the overpowering aura of the undefined existence once more. And this time that he didn't disappear right away. His eyes flickered with golden brilliance as he came to a stop and stared towards the calmly floating undefined existence before him, their exquisite features, the serpentine eyes and wide spanning wings, the gazes that portrayed utmost coldness and immensity as if everything was in the palm of their hands, the pair of serpentine eyes on the center of its tenebrous wings that seemed just about to pulse and eradicate everything out of existence. Noah stared at this glorious undefined existence as he spoke out with a flash of tyranny. An ugly little thing, aren't you, Wap? Not even an instant passed after his words were uttered. He disappeared out of existence right away. The eyes of the undefined existence that had begun to inadvertently weave its extreme vibrated with terrifying apathy as after having its dignity trampled on, its authority had moved automatically, and the insurgent before him had disappeared before this weaving could be expressed. The undefined existence took a moment as the buzzing apathy in its eyes calmed. their gaze beginning to pulse and release vibrations outwardly a moment later. It couldn't allow a mere seed's words to interfere with its plans, as within a few milliseconds, there, BZZT, it once more sensed a blazing brilliance that was even brighter than before, its massive figure making its way across the waters of the sixth gradation of extremity and appearing before the insurgent again. This time, the insurgent was doing something even more extreme, as an illusory purple throne of royalty had materialized behind him, his figure being seated on it as he turned to look towards the undefined existence, as if a seated emperor was gazing at a visitor with his immeasurable majesty. Noah's eyes held burning golden flames as his brow rose while he spoke again. Can't even control your anger at a slight provocation. You do not seem as advanced and terrifying as others see you to be. His words were meant to cut to the one weakness he had sensed, the weaving of the emotions and thoughts of pride and majesty of this being, yet the undefined existence did not erupt with any weaving out authority as it continued to float towards him slowly. The obsidian chain rising from its head shone with profound tenebrous brilliance as it coolly spoke, at $, at $. Hashtag at $, at less. Words that Noah could grasp very little of echoed from the undefined existence as its face holding a singular eye had its feature curve into a terrifying smile. The singular serpentine eye smiled. You could not even understand my words unless I wish you to, and you think you're something that will cause waves and disruptions. Boom, at this moment in time, on this momentous day. The extremity of quintessence and an undefined existence connected the ones above extremity. Appeared face to face and exchanged words. Noah's eyes were calm at the provocation of this creature before him as it continued. Do you know what I first said to you, little thing? As the undefined existence spoke, it continued to float ever closer towards him as its massive figure only became more and more menacing. Its eye smiled with horrifying cruelty as it continued. I said that everything you're doing, the fight you think you're putting up, the existential extremity authorities you are forging and elevating, all of it is hopeless. WAA. It's not even a matter of uncertainty whether you will go far. Whether your existential extremity authorities will somehow reach a level to match Vacuous and Vitalis. Even if you struggle to reach that point, those above can very easily erase everything about you. Hopeless, little insurgent. That is what your struggle is. That is what your whole existence is. A hopeless endeavor. So why not stop this futile struggle and end things early? Why not save yourself the heartache, blood, sweat, and tears that will uncontrollably flow from your orifices in time? Come, let me help you resolve this struggle you are starting early and give you liberation. Let me help you, you worthless little seed. Utmost cruelty and unfathomable brilliance shone within its serpentine eyes as it radiated pure emotions of extinction and cataclysm with its words alone. It came within a mile of Noah's visage seated on the throne as it spoke such heavy words, on the throne. The extremity of quintessence buzzed with tendrils of tyranny. He tapped on his throne with a devilish smile while looking ahead. Were my actions hopeless, you wouldn't be here wasting my time with monologues, ugly thing. But do you know what I love to see the most, ugly thing? He leaned forward on his throne. The protagonist leaned forward while gazing with cold brilliance at the undefined existence as his words echoed out like booming symphonies. What I love the most is seeing that expression of pride on beings like you. That expression of arrogance and narcissism that you are at the very peak, untouchable and above all others. I love seeing that because it makes it all that much more fulfilling when inevitably you will soon be groveling at my feet with that arrogance nowhere to be seen. The only thing left of your hubris will be shock and disbelief at how it was even possible, how a being like you is kneeling at my feet about to die. I can already see that a weak one like you, in particular, may even beg for your life when that point comes and ask for mercy. What is your name, ugly thing? Just so that I can remember what you are when the day you grovel at my feet comes. Chapter 2860 for the protagonist. 4. Words of utter disrespect echoed out from the protagonist as he half expected to have the construct for infinite log on and log off activated an instant later, but shockingly, the undefined existence only radiated a shocking splendor as its serpentine eyes shone with bloody murder. They radiated such an intense emotion of apathy and cruelty unlike anything Noah had seen before. You didn't erupt with those unstable emotions of hubris swirling inside you after that. Noah's eyes squinted at this entity as he continued while leaning back on his throne. You may actually pose a slight challenge on my path, ugly thing. So, what is your name? Or I can only keep on referring to you as ugly thing. When more of you come, you'll be ugly thing I, and the next one will be ugly thing too. The next one is coming soon, right? I expect you've already called for help after sensing your own inadequacy and weakness. Ugly thing his best weapon against them was currently their high pride and arrogance, as his authorities weren't able to do anything to them, so he used this weapon to injure the mind of this entity before him as much as he could. As an instant later, the undefined existence placed its crystalline obsidian hands on its head as its singular eye was covered, its intent letting out a cruel laugh that held boundless anger within it. You worthless fucking seed, you cannot imagine how much I'm looking forward to dissecting you and breaking you down from existence, but you have attitude, you nugatory little insect. So I'll give you the honor of knowing who will be the first to tear you apart. His hand left his head as his serpentine eye opened to reveal shocking animosity and cruelty. From the legacy of Ignatius, I am Larcius Corvin. WA for brilliance shown from the mere mention of his name as vacuous extremity authority buzzed with majesty. Larcius Corvin, of the legacy of Ignatius. Noah repeated the words with a smile as he rose, his throne disappearing behind him as he began to rise up ever so slowly once more. Thank you for sharing information of your name and where you come from, you dumb fucking thing. I'll see you soon, HUUM. With such words left behind, Noah began to rise across the gradations again. As a mile from him, the figure of Larcius buzzed powerfully. But not an instant later, a blinding white light bloomed as from another direction. Vitali's extremity authority blared with wild abandon as another undefined existence appeared. The moment they saw Noah's figure, their arms rose and began to weave with authority as, whap, Noah's figure automatically disappeared. The Vitali's undefined existence came to float a distance away from Larcius Corvin as its eyes buzzed with brilliance. I had to test it to confirm your words. But was that insect just calling you and insulting you by your name, Larcius? The newly arriving undefined existence raised their brows as beside them, Larcius burned with interminable rage as he spoke. Countermeasures need to be drawn against him. The gradations of extremity need to be covered as much as possible. The gradations are nigh endless for all of us to cover, you know that. I say we reach out to the existential engineers. They are most adept on absolute existential restrictions and may be able to counter and isolate the insurgent before he grows any further. The gaze of Larcius shone at such words as he turned towards the entity beside him. You white hats are always so quick to reach out for help. We invoke the existential engineers, and we won't stop hearing about it for eons. It's better than allowing a threat of corruption to spread. It's a measure of safety that you black hats can't seem to grasp. A sense of tension filled the surroundings as both of these entities stared at each other coldly. Far away from them, within these very same sixth gradations of extremity, Noah's figure appeared once more as dazzling prompts bloomed before him. Infinite log on and log off was activated automatically after sensing your existence being targeted. A minuscule shred, 0.0001%, of the authority of your enemy was successfully devoured. You existential extremity authorities are refining and purifying the foreign existential extremity authority. Your understanding of the undefined existences is nearing a critical level. Tremendous gains were being made as his existential extremity rune scriptures exploded past 6 million. With his own existential extremity authorities continuing to rise to a shocking level as at this time, the existential authority of the protagonist fully resonates and settles with your existence. With its advent, new absolute existential constructs viable only for you are born. As he rose upwards across the clear waters, his visage shone with aurum brilliance as the protagonist and its unique state of being with himself made way for something unfathomable. The protagonist asks for all authorities to remember what its weaving actually means. The other concepts of extremity within Noah were pulled upon to listen as existence-shattering prompts unveiled themselves. In certain stories, a protagonist is surrounded and guided by a prophecy as a form of MacGuffin. You can now design your own prophecy to go towards fulfilling your aims. Once a prophecy is made, the existential extremity authority of the protagonist will distort reality through any means necessary to fulfill the prophecy. In other stories, the protagonist starts out average and normal, yet as the plot progresses, they come to find out they descend from an ancient faction, or carry a royal or unique lineage, innate ability, or a power of some hidden fantastical world or dimension that they then delved into and explore, or that they're some chosen one. You can now design something innate or unique to you that will inexplicably come to aid you on your journey. Two ridiculous constructs came forward from the protagonist as just by looking at them, Noah saw their potential for utterly existence-breaking actions. Chapter 2865. The protagonist. The two prompts that had just come down were utterly ridiculous ones. Noah's vision shifted greatly as instead of the waters of the sixth gradation of extremity being his main focus, his eyes shone with brilliance inside the infinite hyperversal haven. The infinite hyperversal haven that was abuzz with activity as entities went in and out of rifts. their eyes holding a sense of awe and majesty as by this point in time they all knew the dungeon raid rift system and how they could attain wondrous loot that propelled their power rapidly. The emotion being weaved in their hearts was a unique one that was closely coming to the border with obsession. Many entities were also spurred on after watching the battle between the queens of the infinite hyperversal haven and a single terrifying enemy that stood against them, the existential raid boss, Ruination. This battle had been the longest one that had played out, as it showed multiple beings at the peak of power facing a single one. And yet they still couldn't attain victory. Against Ruination, it was a lesson in the understanding of extremes. How even though the queens of the infinite hyperversal haven had multiple concepts of extremity in their hands through the extremity of quintessence, they didn't truly understand them. How could they manipulate their intent? How could they understand their weaving? Such a reality was why at this moment, the figure of Barbados was surrounded by broken skeletons as dozens of middle-grade armaments of extremity surrounded her, and the visage of Queen Adelaide was standing in front of Ruination herself as well encased in ice. She sighed and spoke lightly, "Worthiness aside, we need to spend time familiarizing ourselves with everything." "Thank you for the reminder." I yield. Her figure disappeared into stellar snow willingly as she replied to the question Ruination had asked about in the beginning of their battle. Fuck. A profanity was the last thing heard on the battlefield as the rows of illusory armaments of extremity struck down from all sides to finish off Barbados. This was the battle streamed live for all to see, an exchange of the extremes of the extremity of quintessence, a glimmer of quintessence, infinity, and tyranny. Unbeknownst to them, Noah had added a fourth existential extremity authority at this moment, as with his main body secluded in the pocket of space where a curved throne made of an infinity symbol stood. He was currently reading the weaving of this new concept and what opportunities it laid out for him. Beside him, Ruination pulsed with the weavings of intent that explained the battle she had finished, where she systematically broke down his harem, part of his mind sighing and preparing for the trouble to come as he prepared dozens of planolith crystallos and armaments of extremity for them. At the same time, the manifestation of the infinite hyperversal haven had a serene gaze as she uttered out, a prophecy, or a hidden descent. The means of the protagonist were unique ones, as even she was computing what could best be done with them. In some stories, there was always a prophecy passed down since ancient times that would come to revolve around the protagonist. From the past stories Noah read, he knew they mainly came in verses or riddles that the main character and his friends had to solve to better understand where the conflict and difficulty was heading. A lot of the times, the characters wouldn't find out what the prophecy truly meant until it actually occurred and played out. With the excerpt of the book being abruptly ended as the main character looks at an unfolding reality in shock while repeating out the words of the prophecy, setting up the next stage of their journey and giving the readers a wait time of years before the next installment was produced by the author. Now, Noah could design his own prophecy as if he were truly the main character, and he would know its meaning intricately as if he were the author that designed it in the first place. His eyes burned with ingenuity and possibilities as he thought of the current unfolding reality around him and the enemies that he faced. A prophecy could foretell a journey in a short term or span a really long time. But what he knew of the unrecorded histories was limited. He could design something abstract and yet capable of influencing his immediate future and beyond. With his eyes beginning to burn with an aurum glow in the next moment as the aurum hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures of the protagonist began to radiate a grand and mighty power, his lips were curved into a smile as he spoke, beginning to etch a prophecy into reality as if he were the author of his own story. Waters crossed with unimaginable speed, immeasurable extremes all brought under a single creed. One by one, legacies shall fall, white and black will come under the heel of the call, only one extreme will be left at the end of it all. Unshackled lands will rise above recorded havens, annals will fall as an endless weaving awakens. Every line Noah spoke resonated and buzzed with the surrounding reality as the words were etched with golden brilliance before him. A prophecy. He had designed his own prophecy as it foretold of multiple futures, and he also wanted one that would have a direct effect on his current unfolding reality. Waters crossed with unimaginable speed. The moment this line of the prophecy was etched, the hundreds of thousands of aurum hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures of the protagonist blared as they pulled upon the existential extremity authorities of quintessence, infinity, and tyranny, along with the weavings of all of Noah's other concepts. It did all of this as once more, when Noah's vision shifted back to the waters of the gradations of extremity, his body was shooting upwards like a speeding bullet as the waters around him converged and were swallowed up by his existence rapidly, his extremity rune scriptures jumping by hundreds of thousands each moment as he scaled at an unprecedented pace. Chapter 2866 The Protagonist 6. It was the first line of the prophecy. and yet its unfolding effects absolutely ignored the heavy pressure and reality of the sixth gradation of extremity as Noah climbed up at a shocking speed, with this only being the first and immediate result so far as it was only the beginning. This was because the other concepts of the protagonist were weaving in their own unique ways due to the advent of this prophecy. The extremity of plot dances with glee at the development, the extremity of paradox pulls on every ounce of its power to express the established prophecy, his extremes weaved as above the infinite hyperversal haven, a booming symphony began to echo out as a booming paradoxical voice echoed out. The extremity of the protagonist has laid down a prophecy, the minds of all beings in the infinite hyperversal haven shook, they gazed up towards the peak of the extremity vein as golden words began to form, each one spoke out with great valor and power as if they deserved to be known, waters crossed with unimaginable speed, immeasurable extremes all brought under a single creed, one by one, legacies shall fall. White and black will come under the heel of the call, only one extreme will be left at the end of it all, unshackled lands will rise above recorded havens, annals will fall as an endless weaving awakens, the visage of the Sumerian architect, Ishtar. And Sargon trembled at the golden words the size of cosmos etched near the peak of the extremity vein brilliantly for all to see. Henry gazed at the means of his father calmly as the queens of the infinite hyperversal haven reflecting on the power they had attained also gazed up wordlessly. Kazuhiko blinked as he could barely get his words out, but his thoughts were vibrant ones. A prophecy? Protagonist? What the fuck? Shock and pure adulation coursed through the minds of Noah's closest people as they wondered what crazy reality-altering things he was doing now. But they would be among the minority, because the announcement of the first prophecy did not just end within the infinite hyperversal haven. In the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains, within the havens of these lands bathed in their own existential extremity authorities, a paradoxical light of existence and non-existence boomed out as within each haven, golden words began to be etched as a heavy and resonant voice boomed out with it as if it were a grand declaration. Within the supernal haven of dissolution, the main body of Emperor Shao was within a gorgeous white pool of Vitalis as he grasped a middle-grade Vitalis. Planolith crystallos, his expression full of complexities when he raised his head in shock, his will spanning outwards and gazing at the far-distant skies of the supernal haven of dissolution as grand golden words began to be etched along with a resonant voice ringing out. Waters crossed with unimaginable speed, the moment these golden words appeared and began ringing out, tendrils of pure Vitalis hyperversal authority instantly erupted and rained down to tear them apart, with Emperor Shao witnessing something shocking as in the skies a rift tore open as records spilled out to reveal an undefined existence shining with glorious light. Its serpentine eyes were currently blazing with mad anger as it waved its butterfly-like wings behind its back, gusts of white light instantly blooming out to entirely erase the golden words that had appeared. A moment later, this undefined existence flickered out and disappeared. A sense of awe and trepidation filled Emperor Shao as the whole Celestia extremity lineage and the surrounding archipelagos were roused to activity. Powerful beings raising their eyes and wills as the voice of the golden words that had appeared still rang out in their minds, in the veils of records and far distant histories. Within the veil of Arcadia, the burly tanned figure of the extremity of steel opened his eyes with a trace of shock and spoke out heavily, one by one, legacies shall fall, white and black will come under the heel of the call. These words were profane and filled with utmost disrespect against the very existential extremity authorities governing Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains, and they rang out across records and havens as this single action caused the primogenitor of steel to gaze towards Curagulus with shining eyes. The two beings looked at each other as they realized someone was truly waging war against the ones above extremity, and they had enough authority to even taunt them and lay out some form of a prophecy. It was a shocking development as they knew on this day winds of great change were about to bloom, far away from them, within the nether haven of dissolution, in front of the massive purple monolith floating in space. Multiple rifts tore open as heavy records spilled out, one undefined existence after another stepping out as their figures shone gloriously with white brilliance. Yet, their serpentine eyes were filled with coldness as at the forefront, an undefined existence with golden flames covering the exterior of her wings and the rims of her pupils spoke out as her intent was made known. One by one, legacies shall fall. How does the insurgent know about our legacies already? Her voice was of utmost coldness and filled with immeasurable weight as of the multiple undefined existence that had appeared here. All were silent until one began to weave their intent carefully. A black hat that came across it in the gradations of extremity was loose with their intent. A heavy silence descended as the foremost appearing undefined existence pulsed with coldness. This insurgent has gone too far and is growing bolder by the minute. A resolution is a must, and quickly, a terrifying weaving began to bloom as at this moment in time, the honor and glory of powers that very few knew or even understood were brought to light. Chapter 2867 The Protagonist 7. The newly appearing undefined existence that took the lead amongst the over a dozen currently in front of the existential dungeon monolith was a particularly terrifying one, as her words seemed to be the law. Our legacy of Alabalum is not one to loosely mince the weaving of existence. Our existential engineers have spoken. They need samples of these two existential extremity authorities being utilized by the insurgent and the other corrupted seeds. The legacy of Alabalum. This was the second legacy mentioned after the one that Noah had learned about, the legacy of Ignatius, yes, Cavalier Lyra. As the intense weaved, the undefined existences waved their hands to reveal glistening white glass tubes that had tremendously sharp needles at their very ends. In addition to this, the visage of the one called Cavalier Lyra brought her hands in front of her chest as the serpentine eye in front of it pulsed with bright milky white light, space tearing open above them as a massive construct began to spill out. Being the size of a cosmos, the aura it radiated far exceeded a middle-grade armament of extremity, as it had to be a high-grade armament of extremity or even more sublime than this. It looked like a massive cylinder connected to a circular balloon that extended forward to form a sharp needle-like end, the balloon-like portion of the construct constantly expanding and contracting as it drew in the surrounding authority. The purple light emanated from the existential dungeon monolith began to be drawn towards this construct ever so slowly as Cavalier Lyra watched on coldly. Due to the absolute existential restrictions, gathering and containing samples will be hard. Use the smaller versions of the imbibing needle guard on the corrupted seeds within the dungeon to obtain more samples. Once the existential extremity authorities are broken down by the engineers, we can better learn how to track it down and how to counter it. Imbibing needle guard. This was the massive construct that appeared above, its circular portion pumping and contracting constantly as the needle end drew in the surrounding authority. Cavalier Lyra called the small white glass tubes with sharp ends that could be grasped within one's hands a smaller version of such a construct. Even though these small tubes released the aura of middle-grade armaments of extremity, the seeds are prepared. Her intent turned to those behind her who had been present since the dungeon monolith appeared as two undefined existences noted, one waving their hands to cause another rift to open where another undefined existence stepped out of. But they weren't alone. In between the wings of the undefined existence stepping out, the figures of a man and a woman could be seen as terrifying. White tendrils of Vitalis wrapped around them like chains, their faces in pain as their very souls seemed to be getting constricted. Shockingly, these entities surrounded by tendrils of Vitalis were at the sixth gradation of extremity. Beside this undefined existence stepping out, two humanoid entities expressing powerful auras at the seventh gradation of extremity could be seen as their faces held insurmountable rage and helplessness, both looking towards the two prisoners in between the wings of the undefined existence as if they could feel their pain, the so-called primogenitor of the sword and the primogenitor of dust. We hold those they are inseparably weaved with emotionally, as the chances of them being corrupted are minuscule. If they want their people safe and still in existence, they will achieve what we wish for them to achieve. The two entities between the wings of the undefined existences were prisoners. The ones following behind, one being the primogenitor of the sword, a middle-aged man with white hair dancing wildly on his shoulders, and the primogenitor of dust, a woman with gray hair and pristine beauty with eyes full of pain could be seen. Their loved ones were held hostage as they had to do the bidding of the undefined existences. This was a pathway for the undefined existences to select, as the threat of more seeds being corrupted was high if they simply threw them into the existential dungeon monolith. The seeds had to be given a reason for going against the insurgent and the corrupted seeds under him, not to eventually join them in such corruption, and holding those who were intricately connected to them as the bargaining chips was a much more thorough pathway. Use these on the body of any enemy you meet at the fourth gradation or higher. Cavalier Lyra spoke coldly as the miniature imbibing needle guards were granted to the primogenitor of the sword and the primogenitor of dust, who accepted them with complex emotions while glancing far behind them. No need for dramatics. Serve your purpose and you can continue your records as you were. Ahead of you are insurgents who are the prime reason why the weaving of reality led to your current situation. They may try to appeal to you. They may try to get you to join their cause. Know that this is a lost cause and only a recipe for destruction. After the miniature imbibing needle guards were given out, the three altars behind, also shown as the dazzling extremity clones of the blue, Amestris, and the Avernus extremity overlord, were formed once more, their auras grander than ever, but their eyes held a sense of hollowness, as if they weren't fully who they were minutes ago, as if they were there. But there were simply fewer of them. as if their very existence was somehow being used up. But their gazes were resolute as they also grasped the miniature imbibing needle guards, following the lead of the primogenitor of the sword and dust as they disappeared into the existential dungeon monolith. The reality around them distorted and changed as in an instant, they appeared in a cavernous pathway lined up by shattered purple cosmic stars. The instant they delved in, the far distant raid boss in the furthest location within the existential dungeon monolith was alerted as the eyes of Anvil of Anarchos, Sargon, lit up with a domineering royal purple light. Chapter 2868 of Interminable Descent. Sargon sensed the auras of the enemies that had just entered, as these ones were nothing to scoff at, the ones leading the way being past legends at the 7th gradation of extremity, the primogenitor of the sword Saldinius, the primogenitor of dust Livia. Their eyes currently showed resoluteness as they instantly turned into streams of light that followed the weaving of extremity, beginning to tear through the dungeon rapidly as behind them the Avernus leaders with their existence being eaten up followed. Sargon's intent moved as even though he trusted in his new power, he didn't know whether it would be enough to withstand two entities in the 7th gradation of extremity. One was a possibility with such a powerful existential extremity authority and bloodline coursing through him, but two was pushing it. But even as his intent began to weave, the extremity of systems has discerned the weaving of reality and is sending reinforcements. An intent could be felt budding within his bloodline as Sargon settled. His bright eyes filled with age flashed as he knew he was one of the most powerful entities within the infinite hyperversal haven. If the extremity of systems himself wasn't coming, who would he send that would be capable of aiding him against entities at the 7th gradation of extremity? Behind his throne, space cracked and fissured as it tore open a portal that revealed beautiful legs coming through, the figures of three drop-dead gorgeous women making their way through as they were none other than Barbados, Athena, and Shami. Their bodies coursed with a unique power, as Athena in particular was wielding a multicolored spear so heavy that her right arm was slightly trembling from it. Barbados was draped in middle-grade armaments of extremity formed from bones and steel, while Shami had a middle-grade armament battle dress that shimmered with endless quasars and singularities. Alright girls, time for our redemption. Remember, Little Fish wants us to only use tyranny and infinity against the enemies we come across for now. The voice of Barbados rang out as the three women nodded towards Sargon. Trust was innately budding in Sargon's will, as if the extremity of systems sent these beings as the reinforcements, then he would choose to believe him. With this in mind, his authority as the raid boss moved the defenders who were about to come across entities at the 4th gradation of extremity were instantly swept with a light of spatial displacement that took them from one location of the existential dungeon monolith and into another, and they very quickly appeared within the raid boss throne room and came face to face with Sargon seated on the throne and the figure of Barbados. Athena, and Xiaomi, ho? This won't be easy. Barbados smiled as a deathly authority began to rise behind her, 6 massive rifts beginning to open as each one radiated a terrifying glow of an undead at the 6th gradation of extremity. Xiaomi's figure buzzed with marvel as she pulled upon the weaving of infinity, her body lighting up like a cluster of endless stars, while Athena gripped the spear in her hand tightly as her battle-born eyes gazed closely at the two strongest enemies in front of them. You do not have your heart in this battle. Why are you fighting? She could see it in their eyes. They were filled with unwillingness and pain, with their intents seemingly forced to be here as they weren't resonating with this battle here. The ancient eyes of the primogenitor of dust vibrated as she stepped forward while shaking her head. Our people were taken hostage to make you all our enemies, but this woeful tale does not matter. Whether we want to fight or not, doesn't matter. We were all once mere dust in the stars, and we shall return to dust. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, a terrifying weaving erupted from her as an extreme gray light permeated the surroundings, intent on turning everything back to how it once was. Athena gave a heavy nod as the spear in her hands buzzed, and she carried it forward by circulating every ounce of authority she had, as this spear had gone by many names before. Otlotl Ziston, a spear based on the weight and majesty of the infinite hyperversal haven itself. She couldn't truly wield the real thing, so she held an imitation of it currently as permitted by the infinite hyperversal haven. She hoisted such a spear up at this moment as with great momentum, she surged towards a legend, but in the next moment, shirring. A sword light bloomed as an extremely sharp point of a sword appeared inches away from her forehead, inches away, and yet it didn't go any further, as on the sharp blades of the sword, the claws of an abyssal hyperversal undead record devourer held it still, the jaws of an abyssal hyperversal undead dragonoid held it down, and the chains of the abyssal hyperversal undead grave emperor wrapped all around it. Rising up while seated on the skull of an abyssal hyperversal undead Qilin, Barbados crossed her legs with a devilish smile as she felt the explosive power of this entity at the 7th gradation of extremity. My oh my, we have an excited one here. I won't be able to hold him for long if you all want to jump in now. Her words spurred Xiaomi and Sargon on as the figure of Athena dipped sideways to evade the halted sword tip, her spear thundering towards the blooming cloud of dust and the insignificant figures of the Avernus leaders in the back. A great battle bloomed here as its unfolding reality was relayed to the infinite hyperversal haven, and of course, to the extremity of quintessence. Within the infinite hyperversal haven, in an isolated domain, utilizing the loved ones of primogenitors as hostages to make them fight on their behalf and reduce the chance of them joining my ranks. Well, that's one way to go about it. The voice of the protagonist who had just enacted a prophecy was resonant as he gazed at the unfolding scenes and tremendous power of entities at the 7th gradation of extremity. The gulf between gradations was a heavy, but he had crossed multiple gulfs before due to his concepts, and at that point in time, he didn't even have his concepts at the existential level, and he now held multiple. These concepts coursed within his people, and they coursed within Barbados and the other queens of the infinite hyperversal haven with abundance. Against those of the higher gradations, against beings that had begun to gain a deep understanding of the weaving of extremes. Just how would his concepts and his people fare? Chapter 2869 of Interminable Descent. 2. When it came to the current phase of battles, the concepts one had reigned supreme as no concepts were grander than existential ones. They should be able to blur the lines between the gradations of extremity, especially since the enemies they faced only had a single existential extremity authority to rely on. No one knew this well as he now sat with 4 existential extremity authorities. And the most recent one. Still had an overabundance of surprises left in store as it gave Noah a unique but dangerous perspective. The extremity of the protagonist, its extreme was Noah, and the weaving truly lived up to this as even Noah himself had the perspective right now that he was the protagonist of the unfolding reality. It gave him a sense of bravado that everything would always be okay. That since he was the protagonist, everything would somehow turn out okay. This was powerful and dangerous at the same time as it meant the existential extremity authority of the protagonist had to always succeed in expressing its extreme, or even if there was a single time that its extreme couldn't be expressed if Noah could not keep the mantle and reality of the protagonist. A monumental disaster may occur. So every move he made from here on out truly had to reflect the actions of the protagonist. Unlike quintessence, infinity, or tyranny, this extreme had to always and constantly be expressed. So when it came to the second feature, apart from the grand prophecy he enacted, he had to utilize it to allow an utterly overpowered and nonsensical reality of a true protagonist to come to fruition. The second feature stated that in stories, a protagonist started out average, and yet over the progression of a ridiculous and cliché plot, they come to find they are somehow connected to an unimaginably powerful lineage, hold an innate power deep within them, or that they're some chosen one that the world was waiting for. Noah didn't have some hidden lineage or history attached to himself. He was born from a drunkard father and a hard-working woman in the healthcare field. As through his own power and twists of coincidences and fortune, he was where he stood today. From being connected to the manna of his home world to the spiritual land, to the ruination core and gradual ascent until he held the infinite hyperversal haven that he grasped now. His lineage was one that he forged himself through quintessence. So was his soul, origin, and body. Each one was unrecorded and had not appeared in the eons of history as he forged them himself, and now, he wanted to take a step forward where through his own sheer concept of extremity, he would design for himself an identity to match that of a protagonist. My identity is a unique one. Noah began to speak as the Aurum hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures of the protagonist began to churn near him. The manifestation of the infinite hyperversal haven and ruination gazed towards him with somber gazes as they felt a single golden existential extremity authority pull upon all others along with Noah's other concepts to achieve what he was about to enact. It is not an identity one is born with, but one they come to inherit after eons of quintessential honorariums across existence. It is a state of being that stems from the weavings of extremity and existence itself. A lineage of histories recorded and unrecorded that understands the weaving of extremes as if they were mere extensions of their limbs. As he spoke, Noah seemed to be more and more confident and convinced of his words as if what he was saying was true all along, and has always been true. His eyes curved into a devilish light as he began to feel the quintessential annals of extremity trembling. The very infinite hyperversal haven then began to tremble as its manifestation turned somber, its authorities churning to affirm just what changes were about to occur, exceeding the space-time continuum, annals, existence and non-existence. the state of being that flows within the very core of the extremity of the protagonist is that of the weaver. Rumble, the weaver of extremity. The moment Noah finished these words, his whole existence became suffused with terrifying golden light as the aurum hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures of the protagonist filled utterly everything. They seemed to force a chain reaction with all of his extremity rune scriptures as the golden light permeated everything, filling up the isolated domain Noah was in and beginning to expand outwards onto the larger infinite hyperversal haven. The quintessential annals of extremity are recording down an ancient and interminable history that is being unearthed after unknown eons. An unfathomable state of being is assimilating into your lineage. An ancient and extremely old vermilion-colored light began to bloom amidst the gold that even at this moment was stretching out to cover all of the infinite hyperversal haven and permeating across its myriad of records. The distinction of your lineage has begun to change. The lineage of the tyrannical quintessential existential weaver of extremity has been born, the moment such a prompt came. The infinite hyperversal haven paused as Noah's visage radiated a tremendous vermilion-colored light amidst waves of gold. This vermilion light was encompassing and pervasive as it passed over all concepts flowing across Noah's existence, and all your extremes are attaining a synchronized flow. A flow, not a convergence of dynamies of extremity, but simply a flow that all his extremes weave together, like an interminable ancient engine. His extremes felt like innumerable rivers flowing across his body to form a singular immeasurable sea, attaining a sense of power that far surpassed his previous self. The authority of your extremes following the same synchronized flow is automatically being shared. Your most potent and elevated extremes can empower all others with a semblance of their power. A set of prompts came that caused the eyes of the manifestation of the infinite hyperversal haven to dilate, and for ruination to open her lips in shock. Chapter 2870 of Interminable Descent. 3. He unearthed an identity for himself that he termed the Weaver of Extremity. The first thing that occurred the moment this state of being settled on Noah was all of his extremes flowing across his existence in synchrony, and the prompts that followed stated that his most powerful extremes could bathe and empower others with the light of their power. This caused something glorious for the light of the aurum glow of the protagonist. The amethyst glow of tyranny, the cerulean glow of infinity, the colorless glow of quintessence. For fantastical glows covered in existential extremity, authorities now proceeded to bathe over the innumerable rivers of extremes forming into a sea. The glow of existential extremity, authorities coming to cover all of his concepts. Plot felt the pristine light of the existential level. Apocalypse felt this pristine light wash over its extremity rune scriptures. Loot, systems, cheats, plagiarism. All of Noah's concepts felt the glow of the existential level wash over them, as even though they did not reach this level, their extremes gained a small depth of empowerment of such a level as they reached new heights. Loot, systems, cheats, plagiarism. All of Noah's concepts felt the glow of the existential level wash over them, as even though they did not reach this level, their extremes gained a small depth of empowerment of such a level as they reached new heights. Under the light of the Weaver of Extremity, your concepts have gained existential empowerment. First was his concepts. The infinite hyperversal haven felt the effects of this firsthand as mana dynamics, entropy, dreams, Elysium. All of the extremes of the natural laws and decreta were affected as the domains of the infinite hyperversal haven began to churn and elevate, and after his concepts. The Weaver of Extremity is a child born and bred under the light of innumerable extremes. They understand the weaving of extremes to an unfathomable level as they reach adulthood. In your stage of infancy, the weavings of extremes begin to lay themselves bare before your eyes. His blood churned as an ancient vermilion light covered it entirely, his soul becoming filled with a light of scrutiny and a vision that could pierce eons of records and existence. Around his body, vermilion-colored flames began to rise as they danced on his skin. A blazing coagulation of hockey formed into a vermilion aura of flames that seemed to contain the weavings of all of his extremes, of all of their desires and intents. As for the full effects of this, it could truly be discerned within the waters of the gradations of extremity, as at this moment, in the clear waters Noah was slowly climbing. His body began to burn with vermilion-colored flames that caused the waters around him to churn. His whole existence leaving no gaps as he held a flow far exceeding that of a dynamis of extremity. The heavy pressure he used to feel was disappearing at an alarming pace as his figure buzzed against the waters he was in, and in the next moment, whap, he disappeared, and moments later, the conflagration of vermilion flames reappeared far above across light years as it arrived at the demarcation between the 6th and 7th gradations of extremity. Boom, an influx of the waters of The gradations of extremity surged into him as his existence was elevated, his eyes resolute as his hands reached out towards the thin barrier that once passed he would arrive in the waters of the seventh gradation of extremity. This dot was just moments after he attained his identity as the Weaver of Extremity, as his lineage became that of the tyrannical quintessential existential Weaver of Extremity. Now, something unique in all of this was the fact that this was his lineage, yes, but he shared his lineage with many others. Most of them held much less purity and potency of his lineage, but they had it nonetheless. And since it changed at this moment to become the tyrannical quintessential existential Weaver of Extremity, so did the lineage coursing through his people gain a semblance of this madness. In the existential dungeon monolith within the Vitalis hyperversal domains, Xiaomi was working in conjunction with Athena to rebuff the unwavering domain of the extreme of dust spreading towards them as it held the weaving of multiple extremes converged into it. They felt the suppression and pressure of the entity at the seventh gradation of extremity as they were only hanging on due to the sheer exemplary wonders of the concepts that supported them, but at this moment, Xiaomi felt her existence burning as shocking. Vermilion flames began to dance around her pupils, they caused the quasars her body was made of to shine with a shocking light as a moment later, she felt the extremes within her body beginning to follow a synchronized flow. She was using Ruin at this time as when the flow began. She felt the light and glimmer of infinity floating alongside Ruin in many of the concepts that coursed within her, and since they held the same flow, she inadvertently felt tendrils of infinity flow into her weaving of Ruin, and the rusty crimson light of this chaotic construct instantly gained a shade of blue as her eyes shot out a crimson blue light that went on to pierce the cloud of dust ahead. Ruin and infinity had joined together. But it wasn't the convergence of a dynamis as Xiaomi simply followed the flow of extremes that were cycling within her existence smoothly. And after she did this once, she also found the synchronized flow of tyranny as she brought it ever closer to Ruin and infinity, her figure coming to release an archaic light of power at this moment that shattered the cloud of dust proliferating ahead of them. From behind, the visage of the primogenitor of dust could be seen gazing forth incredulously as she wondered how the entities who were struggling against her all of a sudden began to weave multiple shocking extremes together to the extent of being able to counter her. But Xiaomi wasn't alone. Holy shit, the blessed chest of Barbados shook as her extremes of necromancy and death found themselves intertwined with tyranny, a terrific purple glow beginning to cover her abyssal hyperversal undead as her own figure became bathed with a vermilion glow. It was the advent of the changes of the Weaver of Extremity, an identity chosen by the Weaver of Extremity himself. Chapter 2871 The Weaver of Extremity. The phenomenon was a shocking one as Barbados found her concepts flowing with a shocking sense of freedom and intent, and she found it easy to layer one intent on top of the other seamlessly. Even more than this, she looked at the enemy ahead of her who wielded a sharp sword. You are the sword itself. She found herself muttering as her eyes saw something she couldn't see before. She was seeing the weaving of the extremity of the sword as if it were laid bare before her eyes, and she could see its strength and barely any gaps of weakness to exploit as she saw the primogenitor of the sword in front of her. You're no longer a common life form. For the extreme of the sword, your very existence is transforming into such a thing. A shocking analytical light bloomed in her eyes as opposite her, the primogenitor of the sword opened his eyes in stern shock as if he was seen through. The sword he was holding in his hands disappeared as Barbados marveled at what she saw next. The weaving of the sword unfurled before her eyes as the entity at the seventh gradation of extremity turned into a gloriously sharp white sword pulsing with tendrils of pure Vitalis hyperversal authority. The extreme of the sword, his own physiology was changing to become an indomitable sword, yet even as she saw this, Barbados laughed out as she felt her abyssal hyperversal undead radiate an even more domineering light as in addition to tyranny and infinity. She felt like she could stack the weaving of multiple more extremes on top of necromancy and death up to the extent that her soul could bear. It gave her a tremendous sense of versatility as she could switch off the concepts she was allowing to weave together at any time, unlike a converged dynamis of extremity. It was a sense of freedom that could only come from the actions of a single being. Little fish, just what are you doing now? She wondered about the Weaver of Extremity, and this being in question was experiencing a shocking phenomenon in the distant infinite hyperversal haven, before his body that was surrounded by an ancient aura of raging vermilion-colored flames. Dense amounts of prompts continued to fall. A member of your lineage gazed upon the weaving of the extremity of the sword. As the Weaver of Extremity, the weaving of this extreme has become prevalent in your eyes. You have attained the extremity of the sword. A member of your lineage gazed upon the weaving of the extremity of dust. He wasn't even there. Just as people were fighting against others utilizing their own extremes as wisps of his lineage caught this, and as a result, He somehow gained understanding in the weaving of these concepts. The identity he has set for himself. Was more outstanding than any unique power or standing as a chosen one could have granted, as its boons seemed to only be getting started. As the weaver of extremity, the very workings of extremity, existence, and records have begun to communicate with you. From this point forward, records, extremes, and the weavings of existence prevalent to you will be transmitted and understood. Holy, just what had he done? His existence buzzed with an immense influx of information and records that seemed to stem from innumerable sources. Records prevalent to him, extremes or weavings prevalent to him would all be felt by him. Just these words alone weren't enough to fully encapsulate just the wonders Noah was experiencing at this moment, as a part of his will began to receive an influx of records he had no idea about. Whispers relating to you and your actions are causing a specific weaving of extremes and existence to gather in distant records. His soul received information that stretched out towards the Vitali's hyperversal domains. More specifically, the Vitali's annals of extremity were in the depths of recorded and unrecorded histories. He was receiving information about a particular veiled record known as the Veil of Arcadia. Two entities, distinguished as the primogenitor of Steel and Currigulus, have called for a meeting of the prominent entities within the Vitali's and vacuous annals of extremity in response to the weaving of your existence. Prominent entities gather within the Veil of Arcadia, intent on seeing which paths will open up with the changes brought about by your advent. The scene within his mind burned as he could truly see the hidden domain known as the Veil of Arcadia crystal clear, along with the powerful auras continuing to appear within it as a meeting held because of his actions was about to take place. Whispers of those they call the ones above extremity cloud their hearts and minds as they seek for direction, and at the same time, these very same beings want to ensure that no more anomalies appear within those they refer to as seeds. Thus, the weavings of this meeting are not those of the native primogenitors of Vacuous and Vitalis alone, but also the ones they refer to as the ones above extremity who are bound to present themselves. They weren't alone. Powerful entities like the extremity of Steel and Currigulus were watching as many powerful entities gathered, and yet amongst them, those they referred to as the ones above extremity were bound to appear to ensure that they retained their identities as perfect seeds without any corruption. Noah. Was this corruption? The fact that he veered off track and created an existential extremity authority was against the wishes of the eyes of the weaver of extremity turned cold. What are you all? A blazing vermilion-colored light covered him as he asked the uncountable weavings he was connected to on just what the identity of the undefined existences was. He didn't know it before, nor could he find out about it easily as his gaze was obscured, but now, he was the weaver of extremity, and the musings of records, existence, and extremity spoke to him with utter ease as he was still only in his infancy. Chapter 2872 The Weaver of Extremity. 2. He was only in his infancy, and even in this stage, the capabilities of the weaver of extremity were nothing to scoff at, so with a commanding might, he asked about the undefined existences, those like Larcius Corvin of the legacy of Ignatius, and records burned and twisted as Noah felt his soul flare with usage and power, the flow of his concepts of extremity supporting him as his existential extremity authorities in particular blared with brilliance. And vermilion-colored flames permeated over everything as new musings came to him. The weavings of the dicasties of extremity flow into the soul of the weaver, commonly referred to as ones above extremity falsely. The dicasties of extremity appear through eons of time, carrying out their administrative duties under the banners of the legacies that oversee the growth and continued elevation of their respective existential extremity authorities. Their interference can be felt across eons of recorded and unrecorded histories as they sift through what they consider good and bad relating to the continued elevation of their respective existential extremity authorities, eliminating the bad and keeping the good, as this has resulted in the closure and genocide of uncountable weavings of records, extremity, and existence. Possibilities of powerful weavings of extremes had risen and fallen under the watch of the dicasties of extremity who answer only to those sitting at the top of their legacies, the ones that are truly above extremity. The weavings of such beings have not made themselves prevalent to you currently, as their records, extremity, and existence are too cloudy for your current gaze. Powerful musings of the weavings of many things fell into the mind of the weaver of extremity. The undefined existences were known as dicasties of extremity. Dicasties, a word that closely meant judge or executioner. As he read about their weavings, Noah's eyes only became colder and colder as under the gazes of these beings uncountable histories had been destroyed and burned, extremes that genius entities came up with that came close to attaining the existential level, extremes of dead paths that may have been taken to extremity. All of it was lost from the gradations of extremity because of these beings. As the weaver of extremity, Noah felt a tremendous sense of loss at the intent and weavings of all the extremes that were snuffed out by the dicasties of extremity over the eons, of all the genius entities that had risen and perished due to what they considered good or bad for vacuous and vitalis hyperversal authorities. For all the honored ones that had fallen, the dicasties of extremity moved within their own respective legacies, as the dicasties known as Larsius Corvin stemmed from the legacy of Ignatius on the vacuous side. And they were the ones that answered to some greater, someone, or likely multiple entities who truly were above extremity. As the emotions of the weaver burned, more information flowed into him as his understanding reached fantastical levels. The authority of the dicasties of extremity is a unique one, as in addition to standing at the ninth gradation of extremity, the weavings of the existence of each one pulses with the modified and elevated existential extremity authority that grants them distinctions of controllers who can manipulate their respective extremes to an unfathomable level. They sit both within the gradations of extremity, and at the same time outside of it, as it is due to this that they cannot be referred to as above extremity. Your existence has come in contact with the weavings of both legacies under the banner of vitalis and vacuous, with the legacy of Ignatius overseeing the vacuous existential extremity authority, and the legacy of Alabalum overseeing the vitalis existential extremity authority, Alabalum. The moment this word arose, Noah's vision was taken across the veils of existence as a new scene bloomed over his eyes. It was outside of his existential dungeon monolith within the vitalis hyperversal domains. Here, over a dozen dicasties of extremity could be seen as above them. A massive construct with a constantly contracting and expanding balloon and sharp needle could be seen. Leading the currently present dicasties of extremity of the legacy of Alabalum against the tide of your weavings is Cavalier Relira, who earned the distinction of Cavalier from the hands of the primogenitors of Alabalum themselves. She brings with her the imbibing needle guard to collect traces of your weavings to be analyzed by specialized dicasties of extremity who are unique in their roles, the existential engineers. The analysis of your extremes would have granted them headway on countering the absolute existential restrictions you placed on yourself in them, but this was before you reclaimed the identity you always had as the weaver of extremity. Currently, your weavings are under your control, as even under the analysis of others. Truly understanding them is far too complex unless looked at by the primogenitors of Alabalum and Ignatius themselves. The weavings of all your current existential extremity authorities can now be masked to radiate the likeness of any chosen existential extremity authorities. For the purposes of flooding the judgment of your enemies and keeping them with the knowledge that you have only expanded two existential extremity authorities, all the existential extremes you portrayed will carry the light of infinity and tyranny. They will only ever remember the whispers of quintessence and not come across it, and they will come to mock the weaver of extremity and state how the path he raved about the most was one he couldn't even bring to the existential level. They will call you a corrupted seed and an insurgent that is trying to rise above the level of a mere insect. But they do not know of the weaving you are beginning to put into place, They do not know of the identity you have reclaimed through the existential weaving of the protagonist, nor what you can observe and understand with such an identity now. So let them mock and degrade. Let them sit on their high pedestals of their legacies that have remained untouched for eons, and never before have they faced the burning intent of the weaver of extremity himself. The intent that may just be the sword that cleaves their pristine legacies. Chapter 2873, The Weaver of Extremity. 3. A tremendous flow of information continued to come as the identity of the Weaver of Extremity was truly mighty. The truths Noah was exposed to, the information about himself and anything relating to him towards other existences, the fact that at this moment, his existential extremity authorities could mimic any others, he could even mimic the likeness of vitalis and vacuous if he wished to. Now what would such a thing mean? What wonders could he pull off with this? Eons of existences, records, and extremes have come and gone. Existences can be erased. Records can be burned. And extremes can be extinguished. Throughout everything, only their weavings have remained the only signature of their being. Only their weavings remain across innumerable eons. As the weaver of extremity, what you can potentially gain access to is truly and without a doubt unfathomable. The vermilion-colored flames around his body were so heavy and potent that ruination and the manifestation of the infinite hyperversal haven had to back away. They seemed like a storm of uncountable weavings and wonders that Noah was unlocking one by one, with each weaving being more astounding than the last. As at this time, his aura underwent a great change. The vermilion hockey burning around him raged gorgeously, as at this point in time, his pressure was no longer that of the sixth gradation of extremity. He had taken a step forward and pierced through the demarcation between the 6th and 7th gradation of extremity as at this moment. He arrived within the 7th gradation, mere minutes after he attained extremity and laid foot on the 1st gradation of it. How illustrious was his path, how quintessential, and at this point in time, he tapped into a fantastical tool that continued to surprise him even now. Of interest to the workings of the Weaver of Extremity are the machinations of the dicastes of extremity of the legacy of Ignatius. Feeling the peering gaze of the dungeon monolith before, they had concealed their weavings as nothing could be seen. But now, a new scene unfolded before his eyes. The darkness that veiled the outside of the existential dungeon monolith within the vacuous hyperversal domains peeled away and burned as the weavings of the reality within became readily apparent in Noah's eyes. It showed an increase in the number of dicastes of extremity compared to what Noah had seen before, and currently, they held 7 vacuous hyperversal entities before them whose expressions were a mixture of shock, disbelief, and unwillingness, the methods that the dicastes of extremity could utilize to tackle the restrictions of the existential dungeon monoliths were many, but the leading figure currently overseeing the so-called corruption of the Weaver of Extremity chose a more direct path. Of brute force, of the Legion of Ignatius, Cavalier Tsiviax chose the path of holding the main bodies of selected entities from the 6th to 7th gradation of extremity hostage while sending their clones into the dungeon. Yes, the extremity clones of 4 tier 6 and 3 vacuous hyperversal entities at the 7th gradation of extremity could be seen in front of their main bodies that were wrapped around tendrils of obsidian light, the extreme of vacuous within their own souls, seemingly acting as a binding tool as they came to find they could no longer freely control it. This was a gentle and simple reminder to all of them that when it came to existential extremity authorities that were not theirs, the primogenitors or controllers of such authorities could make them utterly meaningless. What a woeful tale! The very extreme they depended on for most of their power. Could not resist against enemies who came to impose heavy restrictions on their very being. Get in and utilize these existential devouring daggers on the bodies of the enemies you meet. Complete your task successfully, and you may go back to your mundane and meaningless lives. Their intent was full of surety and power, as if they knew in the eons to come and eons past, they would reign supreme, as even this rising problem they referred to as the insurgent. Would eventually be swept under the weaving of extremity. Noah's mind buzzed as even more waves of information came in. The dicastes of extremity knew they were dancing along an intricate line with the methods they were utilizing, and they knew that the methodology of taking loved ones or the main bodies of entities hostage would foster greater animosity and possibly push more seats to be corrupted in the long run. In the long run. In the distant future. In their minds, they minimized the risk of their actions as they knew that this unfolding situation with a certain insurgent should not remain present as an issue for that long. This mindset stemmed from their eons of history of erasing what they considered issues for the vacuous and Vitalis existential extremity authorities. They had never failed. And they did not think they would start to fail now. Noah saw the screens of 7 extremity clones entering the dungeon monolith along with the Prime Devourer once more as he repeatedly viewed the last prompt. The dicastes of extremity did not believe they would start to fail when they had not failed for the eons that passed. At such a reality, Noah smiled while weaving his intent. His intent flowed across his lineage towards the entity most closely connected to him in terms of purity. Show them what the son of the Weaver of Extremity is made of. His intent flowed to his son who shared his lineage with the most purity. In addition to this, he also sent his intent towards Eowyn, Caitlin, and Tiamat. They would reinforce Ishtar and the Sumerian architect within as now. The Weaver of Extremity turns their gaze towards the unfolding weaving of chaos and valor within the Vale of Arcadia. Noah's eyes held a devilish light as he came to gaze at this pristine meeting where the dicastes of extremity were bound to interfere. Chapter 2870 for the Weaver of Extremity. For Noah didn't just set his eyes on the weaving of the Vale of Arcadia, but from his main body bathed in vermilion-colored flames, a clone arose and disappeared as it followed the weavings of existence and non-existence. It crossed the records of the quintessential annals of extremity and into the Ionic annals of extremity, delving with a paradoxical light as along the way, the air of tyranny and infinity he gave off gradually changed as a white glow began to surround him, the white glow of Vitalis. The weaver could project the weaving of any extreme outwardly. He masked his existential extremity authorities and made it seem that his whole existence was bathed in and stemmed from Vitalis. And his clone followed the weavings of the unfolding reality within the layers of records hiding towards the Vale of Arcadia, a veiled record where powerful entities that had lived through eons lived in, and one where legends from the vacuous and Vitalis hyperversal domains would come to meet. Noah went towards this record as while he did so, The topic of past legends had him reflect on the past eons where the dicasties of extremity had eradicated honored ones and the records of entities who were close to elevating existential concepts of extremity. What were the concepts they nearly brought to the existential level? The weaver of extremity seeks to unearth the weaving of existence and extremes purposefully lost and eradicated in eons of passing records. Back to his main body, the hockey around him only became more intense as he felt like he was flipping through countless pages of absolutely nothing, and in this endless field of nothing, he was trying to hone in on something that had been erased by the dicasties of extremity a long time ago, in the era before the spurred wars between vacuous and vitalis. The vitalis hyperversal domains held a unified rule under the banner of a being who had risen from obscurity to become the emperor. All scattered factions fell before him as he focused on a single extreme that he understood the weavings of to a tremendous level: the extremity of relativity. A concept Noah already grasped as it was a past natural law. Against all other extremes of this era, relativity triumphed as through it, the great Emperor Delbert saw the vision of a reality governed by his extreme. The weavings of relativity were so potent that they began to push aside vitalis, and within seconds, a dicasties of extremity had appeared silently behind Emperor Delbert in his abode. A spiteful light of extinction gathered behind the dicasties of extremity as they stared at Emperor Delbert, their intent weaving to utter a single message before this extreme went on to be eradicated from records and existence. Why do you all have such an overabundance of greed? Even with the whole vitalis hyperversal domains under you, you still seek for more and more. Greed, the dicasties of extremity had actually called it greed as Noah's eyes closed with a sharp light, as if he could see the day that this risen emperor suddenly fell without even knowing why, and everything about him disappeared soon after. It was a detestable thing for the dicasties of extremity to do, and as Noah gazed at the weavings of the lost history of Emperor Delbert, the weavings of relativity as seen by Emperor Delbert become prevalent to you, plucked from eradicated records in existence. The extremity of relatively is being grasped by the weaver of extremity. The wonders that Noah could currently perform just continued, even though he already had the extremity of relativity. This same extreme under the viewpoint of an honored one named Emperor Delbert has nearly become existential. Such a phenomenon may just pave the way and indicate that relativity and the other governing natural laws Noah held may indeed have the capability of attaining the ranking of existential. The weavings of relativity from a long-gone honored one flowed into Noah's mind as outside of it. Fundamental changes continued to bloom throughout the infinite hyperversal haven, and yet all of this was just the tip of the iceberg. Within the Vale of Arcadia, a long-spanning ancient metropolis stretched out towards the horizon as monumental auras continued to appear towards its very center, all entities floating towards a floating circular structure that had a cloud of vitalis gloriously shining below it. Waterfalls of authority serenely washing down any falsehood. Inside this construct, thrones were etched into a golden floor in a circular fashion as everything seemed like a grand forum for entities of different origins to gather. Huge golden pillars formed from ionic steel and crystals shining with a gorgeous golden light. Whether their true forms of the entities being seated were ancient cosmic-sized wonders, whether they were lineages of Animalia, Celestia, Yagnyarvax, Thonian, or any nature. They would all appear in humanity forms to be seated on these thrones. This was the sacred meeting place at the center of the Vale of Arcadia, the existential Arcadian High Hall. Here, no matter if you were of the vacuous or vitalis hyperversal domains, all were welcomed. Here, an existential symposium would take place. Within it, powerful auras could be felt by the dozens as they ranged from entities at the 5th gradation of extremity all the way to the 7th gradation of extremity. There were even some unique areas that made one unsure where they stood on the scales of gradations, even possibly inching into or being within the 8th gradation of extremity. On the wide doors leading into this grand forum, one entity after another walked in as most were utilizing their extremity clones. Uniquely, 2 entities were standing left and right by the wide golden doors, their hands calmly behind their backs as they were the extremity of steel and Curagulus. Their auras were hard to ascertain as they gazed at those coming in. At this point in time, the brows of the primogenitor of steel furrowed as he felt the steps of a figure whose aura he didn't recognize, turning around to see the visage of an existence adorned in a royal purple robe. His body emanated calm waves of vitalis that didn't particularly belong to any gradation, with his face showing devilish handsomeness and valor as he passed through the wide golden doors while giving a nod of recognition towards the burly figure of the primogenitor of steel. Chapter 2875, The Existential Symposium. The primogenitor of steel was a being involved in many things across vacuous and vitalis. Even though he couldn't speak with complete confidence, he could say without a doubt that there were very few beings that he didn't know or at least hear of across the annals of extremity, and there were even fewer who could make it so that their standing in the gradations of extremity could be veiled before his eyes, and yet today this was the second entity he saw that he could not recognize nor understand the power of. There were many possibilities for this, some simply being due to his own power in there being entities who hid themselves far too deep over the eons, and other reasons being extremely complex as they would involve even more terrifying possibilities. The first unknown entity that had passed through these doors held an unfathomable smile as he was already seated on one of the far thrones, while this entity passing by him now also held a smile. But his was filled with interminable mystery. Receiving his nod, the intent of the primogenitor of steel moved. "Friend, I don't seem to have come across you before." "You are." His intent was a calm but powerful one, honed over eons of forging and smithing as across extremities. Who else had forged more armaments than him? His honorariums and prestige were so high that many common extremities at the 6th gradation and below found it hard to look at him. This was his glory, his honor. Yet this being before him, the extremity of steel felt his veiled hockey buzzing with confrontation as he merely returned his gaze, coming to lock onto his pupils as steel felt like he was staring into an unfathomable abyss, and yet, calmness buzzed on his visage as he replied simply before continuing forward. "The Weaver, the Weaver of Extremity." This entity said such astounding words as opposite steel. Even Curagulus had his eyes turn extremely sharp, but after this being had spoken, he simply continued as he entered the existential Arcadian high hall and floated towards one of the circular thrones laid out. Uniquely, the throne was directly opposite to the other unknown entity that had passed through these doors earlier. Steel and Curagulus gazed at each other with silent contemplation as after another second, a pair of beings also walked through the door. As the moment passed, the word had been spread across the annals of extremity. Vacuus and Vitalis, all prominent beings within the 5th gradation or higher, would have heard the news. The meeting this time was of paramount importance, as from the many years since they had stepped in the gradations of extremity from all the history they had perused, and the observance of the disappearance and downfall of multiple honored ones. No entity had succeeded in doing what the most recent honored one did, the elevation of a concept to the existential level. As at this very moment the ones above extremity were coming in conflict with him, it was a momentous change that had extremely important implications for all of them. What was of paramount importance was the final result of all of this. Would it be cemented in stone that the ones above extremity were untouchable even after one attained an existential authority? Would an entirely different reality play out as the most recent honored one? Would they actually be capable of touching the pristine and never before touched grandeur of the ones above extremity? These questions had to be answered, as for now the weaving of time continued to flow as more and more entities came, those of the extremity lineages stemming from the vacuous hyperversal authority, those of the extremity lineages and clans of the Vitalis hyperversal domains. Many, if not most of those who had received the word across the annals of extremity came, as very few chose to sit out of such a meeting. As the minutes passed, Curagulus gazed at the many thrones arranged in a circular formation that had gradually been filled with hundreds of extremities far advanced in the gradations of extremity. After some time, he spoke with surety. "It is time." Those who intended to come had come. Even the primogenitor of steel knew this, but he had a cloudy gaze as he gazed outside of the existential Arcadian high hall, as if he was looking for an aura that never appeared. That little sword fanatic should be here with his people. There were some that the primogenitor of steel had expected to see that he didn't see, but everyone made their own choices, as even though he may not know, he had to move on with the meeting here. The golden doors began to close behind them as Curagulus and Extremity walked towards the center of the dome-like space within the existential Arcadian high hall, many eyes honing in on their figures as the golden visage of Curagulus walked with a profound sense of confidence while speaking. "I welcome all the lost souls, from Vitalis and Vacuus alike, to my tiny domain, to my Arcadia." Hundreds of eyes locked over towards the two figures arriving at the golden center filled with tall golden pillars as Curagulus continued. "The reason we're all gathered here today is a single one. You may have heard whispers of it, rumors and possibilities. But we can affirm with high certainty that for the first time in recorded history, one of us has managed to elevate their concept to the existential level." The eyes of powerful entities across the gradations shone with a somber light. On the thrones, there were ancient entities reclined with grand auras of the 6th and 7th gradations of extremity. At this moment, the aura of one of these beings blazed as a hellishly beautiful woman with long legs and fiery crimson eyes spoke sharply, her gaze moving from Curagulus and onto the extremity of steel. "So why exactly call for this meeting? Steel? We all know how this goes. We all know the death and destruction to follow, and the history that will be recorded of yet another one of us being made an example of. Chapter 2876 The Existential Symposium. 2. They knew the script, they could foresee how it would end, they had seen time and time again how the ones above extremity were simply that above extremity entirely as they laid down their heel against any who went against them. The primogenitor of steel gazed at the distant throne housing a powerful woman at the very peak of the seventh gradation of extremity. His reply was a languid one. We are in this meeting because for the first time in eons, it may not end in death and destruction. The most recent honored one has gotten further than any of us in the past, and it is foolish to think that the rest of us will not be involved and embroiled in what is already occurring. So we are here to understand just what side we should take when that time comes. His words caused a great commotion as the majestic entities seated across the existential Arcadian high hall felt their intense buzz. Would there actually be something so significant? From the Celestia extremity lineage of the supernal havens of extremity, a figure of a tier 5 extremity similar in expression and stature akin to Emperor Shao silently listened. On a distant throne, the Bard of Vitalis could be seen as his monkey-like figure shone with lustrous white fur, his hands holding a guitar that he strummed with a sense of loss and desolation. In another direction, a group of vacuous entities led by a humanoid male in the seventh gradation of extremity were quiet this time as this man. This primogenitor of the extremity lineage known as the Crimson Patohui, he began to speak. Your words mean an extended conflict with someone like us against the ones above extremity. Your words give this most recent one a lot of credit. From what we know, he only just recently stepped into the gradations of extremity. Against those exceeding extremity.do we truly need to set such high expectations that his actions against the ones above extremity would devolve into a long extended conflict that would draw all of us in. This was a forum of discussion. Naturally, beings could and should share their opinions and ideas, but the more people that spoke, the more that the expression on the primogenitor of steel became cloudy as a sense of ire rose in his eyes. Before any more rising clamor could continue, his body buzzed with tendrils of power that drew in all eyes as he spoke powerfully. The ones above extremity are swift and decisive in everything they do as it is taken care of instantly. Up to this point, a foreign existential authority has appeared that they have not been able to erase. More of this authority is spreading as not too long ago, the words of a prophecy burned across existence. You all saw this, the prophecy, the golden words that appeared and rang out across vacuous and Vitalis before undefined existences erased everything about them. At this moment, the primogenitor of steel glared at all the entities seated on their high thrones as there was still a trace of hesitation in his eyes this whole time. But at this moment, he let this hesitation go and moved forward. He spoke the golden words he had seen above the veil of Arcadia, waters crossed with unimaginable speed, immeasurable extremes all brought under a single creed. One by one, legacies shall fall, white and black will come under the heel of the call, only one extreme will be left at the end of it all, unshackled lands will rise above recorded havens. Annals will fall as an endless weaving awakens, white and black will come under the heel of the call. This is clearly Vitalis and vacuous. With all this capable of being done right under the nose of the ones above extremity, do you all really think this will be swept under the rug like always? Can you all not assume that truly? We are witnessing a moment at the precipice of a great change that may truly alter everything. His tanned visage shone gloriously as flames burned within his eyes, but the moment he finished speaking, multiple figures rose from their thrones as another robust voice rang out. You speak the same words that I saw the visage of the one above extremity appear to erase minutes ago. Such words are dangerous as just speaking them jeopardizes our lives. I will not be a part of this forum if you all are already seeking death. Even though they were extremity clones, they knew they may be targeted by association as they were fearful of the ones above extremity linking all of them together. So they sought to make their exit quickly as they knew even in the veils of history, the eyes of the ones above extremity were pervasive. Steele saw the scene of a major cluster of entities rising from their thrones the moment he repeated the golden words as anger rose within his heart. You all spend your lives traversing your extremes. Do you not have any backbone? Pa. His words came to a halt. They had to. From one of the thrones where a being remained seated, a cruel and sharp smile became etched on their face as they clapped resonantly, each clap causing trepidation in the hearts of those who heard it as their extremes began to weave with a sense of shock, and this shock further progressed to a sense of fear when in the next moment their souls buzzed as they understood an intent being weaved from the entity clapping. It's great to see that there are some seeds who still hold common sense. Those who had risen up from their thrones felt a sense of trepidation as those who had remained seated felt an even grander pressure. the expressions on Steel and Curregulus changed rapidly as they felt a shocking authority settle into not just the existential Arcadian high hall, but all of the Vale of Arcadia at this moment. And from the seated throne, the humanoid figure that had spoken began to have their visage twist and distort as akin to a caterpillar emerging into a butterfly. The shell broke apart as a massive and brilliantly milky white entity appeared. A single eye on the face and chest, wide-spanning butterfly-like wings with serpentine eyes at their center, and a sense of suffocation and undeniability that all those in the surroundings could feel. Such an entity appeared amongst their ranks as his serpentine eyes came to lock onto the primogenitor of Steel while his intent continued to weave. As far as seeds go, I actually favored you, Steel. It is such a pity. Chapter 2877, Shattering the Veil of Mystery. His visage was a terrifying one. Transparent milky white tendrils of light spread out around him as his wings buzzed like a million vibrating blades. He seemed capable of moving to eradicate every being here within a second if he wished to, as his serpentine eyes came to lock onto the figure of the extremity of Steel. Annals will fall as an endless weaving awakens? You actually wasted your life and existence you've built up for eons to say such rubbish? You wasted your seed of existence that has reached the 8th gradations to repeat rubbish you know nothing about. Annals will fall? You know nothing of annals to even repeat such words. His presence spread out all around as a heavy sense of oppression fell. The major powers of the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains were clustered here in the majority, with very few obscure entities choosing not to come to this symposium. And now, those that came. The emotions weaving within them were complex ones, the entities they always spoke in hushed tones about. The ones they feared in the depths of their hearts. What of such beings was actually here, and RIP, besides this powerful entity? Spacetora's immense darkness of records spilled out. From within, a figure clad in obsidian light appeared as an undefined existence controlling heavy vacuous extremity authority made their entry. Do not scare the seeds too much, White Hat. The two appeared close to each other as if they were on the same side, but their authorities could be seen buzzing and clashing as there seemed to be other distinctions present. The newly arriving vacuous undefined existence looked around the existential Arcadian high hall as their serpentine eyes blinked while speaking. We do not make it a habit to appear before you all, as it is not conducive to your rise across the gradations. But special times call for special measures. They don't normally appear before seeds crossing the gradations of extremity. This was because to seek extremes, one had to always have a sense of confidence and surety in their power and extreme. If they were exposed constantly to a force that could make all their extremes and everything about them hopeless with a tap. How could they proceed with their cultivation? They would all be stunted and living in fear. The intents around Steel and Curregulus twisted at this moment as their thoughts were unknown, but their eyes held somberness. At the same time, Steel's eyes held a sense of firmness as they seemed to be looking around for something, for someone, yet nobody appeared as in this oppressive space. The Vitalis' undefined existence repressed his grand demeanor after the arrival of the vacuous undefined existence as he continued. You all know very little of us, so you were confident enough to even come to this little meeting. That shows your ignorance, as if you were any smarter, you would have stayed far, far away. So I shall reveal a little to correct your ignorance. His serpentine eye was locked onto Steel as he continued with a cruel smile. You achieved the 7th gradation of extremity 1,000 years ago and truly began to make progress on the weavings of Steel. Coming to achieve the 8th gradation just a few years ago as you kept it hidden from others. But did you really think it was hidden? Did you really think you mastered your power, and that is why you're still moving around safely? Tendrils of pristine authority pressed down all around as it felt like the weight of skies and havens were pressing down. The words of this entity continuing as its serpentine eyes smiled with cruelty. No, you were only alive because we deemed that it was okay for you to continue to be so. You stayed in line. But now, terrifying intents weaved as the hearts of entities shuddered. Steel's face remained stern and somber in the face of this being, as with the gaze of all entities here. They expected to see a horrific scene next, but the undefined existence only squinted its eyes before it moved its gaze to another being. It seemed their purpose here today was not indeterminate destruction, as they wanted to achieve something even more nefarious. They wanted the spread of fear. To break down the wills of these powerful beings systematically, as they let it be known they wanted and could move against Steel at any time. But they let him stew, and a moment later, the undefined existence locked onto another being as they continued. You, so-called primogenitor of flames. You just recently arrived at the midpoint of the 7th gradation of extremity, as you feel a bottleneck in your extreme that you think will stop you from going any further. Your weaving knot will only ever bring you that high. You A self-proclaimed you, its intent continued to weave out, one after another. It locked onto the figures of the powerful entities here and spilled out secrets known only to them as it wanted to prove a point. Your intense your weavings are all so obvious and pitiful that I truly don't know how any of you can soundly sleep at night. At this moment, the serpentine gaze of the undefined existence spun opposite him and came to look upon an entity that was sitting with a calm smile amidst all of this. This drew the ire of the undefined existence as he began to read the intent of this being just like all the others. And you, sitting there with a smile. You are, the undefined existence paused, its serpentine eyes blinked, you are. It couldn't read the weaving of this being. What? This change was quickly grasped by the other undefined existence and all entities here as all eyes came to focus on an entity seated on a throne calmly. Steele's eyes shone with brilliance as he also gazed over at this moment. Two entities he couldn't see through had passed through the golden doors and into the existential Arcadian high hall. One turned out to stem from the ones above extremity. Would the other possibly be that personage? Chapter 2878, Shattering the Veil of Mystery. 2. The thoughts in Steele's weaving were his own as the words of the undefined existence showed sharpness at this moment, tendrils of vacuous existential authority swirling around it. You are. It was a question that this entity asked itself, but the emperor seated on the throne reclined on it calmly as he replied with clarity, I am, an affirmation of an identity, but what identity exactly, others may not know, but the weaving of the dicasties of extremity was a terrifying one as they instantly understood, boom, and their authority exploded out as they moved out instantly, they had to. There was no time to wonder how this being had been sitting right under their noses and they couldn't find him until now. There was no time to wonder how they didn't get feedback from the surrounding records and reality about this being. What mattered the most was that he was within the sight of multiple important seeds across Vacuous and Vitalis, and they couldn't allow these seeds to be easily corrupted by the insurgent. The eye on the chest of the Vitalis dicasties of extremity flashed as a weaving began, but the instant it did so, the visage of the smiling emperor on the throne disappeared. Seeing this scene, Curregulus, Steele, and the other primogenitors were shocked as some truly wondered, could it be? Yet there didn't need to be any mystery as a regal voice rang out from all nearby records. A voice was weaved into the very surrounding reality, the ones you all fear and hold in such high regard. The ones you call the ones above extremity. Do not even exceed the gradations of extremity, HUUM. These terrifying words echoed out as a moment later, the visage of the disappearing emperor reappeared between the halls of the existential Arcadian High Hall. His hands behind his back as he gazed with a majestic gaze full of rising tyranny towards the Vitalis and Vacuous dicasties of extremity. The dicasties of extremity didn't make another move. They confirmed the knowledge that had begun to spread on how the insurgent could disappear the moment an intent began to weave against them as likely. He may have utilized another absolute existential restriction. Since they couldn't get through this yet until they analyzed his existential extremity. Authorities, they would go about it another way. The wings of the Vacuous dicasties of extremity flapped as its intent weaved coldly veil, an existential light flashed, and then everything in the surroundings turned dark as if it had entered a state of non-existence. Curregulus's gaze was somber as he gazed around him, and yet couldn't see or sense anything with even the weaving of his extremes granting no feedback. The Bard of Vitalis grasped a guitar in his hands as he seemed to have risen from his desolate state, a light shining within his monkey-like eyes even as he was surrounded by nothingness all around him. Ting, his fingers naturally began to run through the strings of his guitar. It felt natural to him, even though the weavings of extremity were seemingly restricted and couldn't expand even an inch away from him. Ting, he could feel the weavings of symphony permeate through him, and he then began a heavy and instrumental beat as he closed his eyes. Even though all of existence seemed to be stopped around him, a bright vermilion glow cut through as the majestic voice from before continued, those you call the ones above extremity are known as dicasties of extremity. Foot soldiers of existences that are actually above extremity, and the ones that have been appearing through history to eradicate honored ones. Tendrils of Vitalis and Vacuous surged all around as they were seemingly trying to contain this voice, but it wasn't utilizing an existential extremity authority to spread. It was as if the voice was spreading across the very weavings of extremes in existence around each of them. The voice had spoken up twice, but the third thing it said was a statement so utterly cataclysmic that once it came out, everything was bound to change. There is no need to fear the dicasties of extremity, yet after all, you all are the ones providing them their power. All of those traversing the gradations across the existential extremity authorities of Vitalis and Vacuous automatically increase the power of dicasties and those behind them. Leave these concepts behind. And such beings will gradually lose their power and authority. What is there to fear then? Boom! The instant these words were uttered, the space around and existence itself seemed to splinter and crack. Over a dozen terrifying auras blazed as the oppressive authorities of multiple dicasties of extremity descended. This existential symposium in the existential Arcadian High Hall included many of the powerful seeds across Vacuus and Vitalis. If the message of the insurgent spreads and a number of seeds become corrupted, the effects would be too horrid to mention. This meeting was observed closely and meant to be one where the dicasties showed their power and reigned in the seeds, reminding them of what they feared, as they would have to think twice about ever following the whispers of the insurgent. They just didn't expect for the insurgent to be able to easily evade their gazes and even speak without them being able to stop him. Freely, his words followed the weavings of extremes in existence as they rang in the ears of all entities here, in the ears of the Bard of Vitalis and Steel, in the ears of Chiragulus and all other primogenitors. The unknown always held a sense of mystery and power. The less that was known about something, the more terrifying it was. At this moment, more and more knowledge was revealed about the dicasties of extremity as their honorable image and unfathomable power was gradually stripped away. It turned out that they were still within the gradations of extremity. It turned out that all of them were granting them the tremendous power they held. But what was the solution to all this? Such a question had barely begun to rise when another set of words rained down as over a dozen dicasties spread their authorities all around. If you wish to be free of the shackles of the dicasties of extremity and those above them, simply be ready to relinquish Vitalis and Vacuus. Just call out to me. Call out to the weaver of extremity. A heavy and unfathomable weaving unfolded. Simple words were uttered, and yet the weight they held was something no entity within the gradations of extremity could even handle. Chapter 2879. Call out to the weaver. Words that seemed so easy to say, and yet their weight was something others truly could not bear. Under the blooming authority of multiple dicasties of extremity, the extremity of quintessence voiced out that if the most powerful entities of the Vacuus and Vitalis hyperversal domains wished to break free of the influence of the dicasties, they simply had to call out to him. These simple words from the perspective of the dicasties of extremity were akin to a single corrupted seed seeking to spread its corruption wantonly to other seeds, and yet they couldn't contain these words. After they weaved out and struck into the hearts of all entities here, many had complex gazes as the visage of the extremity of Steel seemed filled with age as he sighed. He had been looking around earlier even after the Vitalis dicasties revealed themselves, as he didn't expect the reveal to be this drastic, to the extent that now, after what he had said, there was no going back. So he was the first. His extremes buzzed as with the vast majority following a certain flow. He called out, "O Weaver, Huum." The moment the words were uttered, a paradoxical light of existence and non-existence flashed. Amidst the swirling cluster of records, extremes, and existence, Noah himself was in the midst of a terrifying storm as prompts rose before his eyes. The weavings of hope and eons of extremes call out to you. The moment the intent of extremity Steel flowed, he was alerted as the weaver. Around him, vermilion-colored light gathered en masse as just when this authority began to flow. Infinite log-on and log-off was activated automatically after sensing your existence being targeted. A minuscule shred, 0.0005%, of the authority of your enemy was successfully devoured. You existential extremity authorities are refining and purifying the foreign existential extremity authority. Your understanding of the undefined existences has reached the golden perspicuous level. The feature of infinite log-on and log-off was being triggered constantly since the arrival of over a dozen dicasties of extremity, and it was to the extent that during the log-on where Noah would return to existence again, he wasn't able to do so in the record of the Vale of Arcadia anymore. Because now, every single speck of surrounding intent was filled with harmful weavings as he couldn't return here, so he automatically teleported towards the space where new entrants were about to come into. At the same time, the number of .0001 had changed to .0005 as his identity as the Weaver instantly increased how much authority he could devour during log-on and log-off, and his existence benefited all the more for it, as his existence was refined even more on the 7th gradation. His identity as the Weaver moved as his burning vermilion flames instantly locked onto the one who had called out to him, their existence becoming wrapped by the light of paradox, tyranny, and infinity as they began to traverse across records and existence, away from the Vitalis annals of extremity and these domains themselves. At the same time, the existential extremity authority of Vitalis within none other than extremity Steel. It was a fantastical occurrence as while this took place, the weavings of hope and eons of extremes call out to you, the weavings of hope and eons of extremes call out to you. Even more entities called out to the Weaver. but the number was nowhere near enough to how many powerful beings in the gradations of extremity were in the existential symposium. So his weaving unfurled with glory as he let it descend in the region of the Vale of Arcadia again. This time, it was carrying images and illusory scenes of what had occurred outside of his dungeon monoliths. In dissolution, the dicasties of extremity currently hold hostage those with the primogenitor of dust and sword to force them to do their bidding. In Anarchos, the dicasties of extremity hold the main bodies of the primogenitors of the Vulcan, Tenebrosity, and many others to do their bidding in their war against me, as the rest of you may soon follow. Escape your bindings and the sword hanging over your souls, call out to me, boom. The weaving intent reached unfathomable levels, vermilion-colored light spread out all around us, the weavings of hope and eons of extremes call out to you, the weavings, intents called out to him en masse. There were too many, and they all did not want to live under the threat of the ones above extremity. After eons of living in mystery and fear, they sought to see another path. They sought to see what the existence who had managed to do what other honored ones could not have in store. It was a great risk for them to take, as if this bid did not go according to plans, there was no returning. The dicasties of extremity would not spare them, so they had to listen to the desires of their extremes before making this choice, as even though the vast majority made it, others could not take that leap. Others did not call out to the weaver of extremity, but for those that did, they moved across existence and non-existence, as extremity steel was the first to arrive in a domain filled with a paradoxical light. A domain under the stretch of authority of Schrodinger's quintessential domain of indeterminacy has been laid down in the surrounding records. Whap! When the extremity of steel appeared again, he found himself in a starry space that had a massive sandy gold Alathian haven in the distance. It stretched out for an indeterminate number of light years as atop it. The visage of an emperor surrounded by vermilion flames could be seen with his hands clasped behind his back. On the dreamy gold Alathian haven in the distance, figures of other entities with their extremes masked the clones of Henry, Barbados, Adelaide, Athena, the Sumerian architect, Ishtar, Sargon, Solarium, and hundreds of the clones of others could be seen floating in rows gazing towards Steel, who was surrounded by Noah's existential extremity authorities that were currently burning all of Vitalis within his body. While in this domain under the authority of Schrodinger's quintessential domain of indeterminacy, their weavings were obscured from being found by others, similar to when Noah laid out such a domain when he first met Ishtar and Sargon, chapter 2880 Treachery and Plots. This was a place laid out purposefully by Noah, an intermediary, to accept the many incoming powerful entities as their extremes were burned out and filtered. Very soon, after the arrival of the primogenitor of steel, Whap, one after another, powerful entities ranging from the 5th to 7th gradations of extremity appeared as their bodies were being burned of either vacuous or Vitalis, their eyes coming to hone in on Noah's glorious figure as his voice echoed out. Welcome to my Alathian dream of Arcadia. Like the Vale of Arcadia you all stemmed from, it is meant to contain the weavings of hopes and dreams. A place to burn away your old reliance on Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal authority before embarking on an entirely different path, the Alathian dream of Arcadia. On this day, under the calm gazes of Noah's people, dozens of entities began to enter one after another as their bodies were being cleansed of vacuous and Vitalis. At the forefront, the visage of steel was bright as with his burning eyes. He called out mightily, the most recent honored one, Noah Osmont. You lived and made something grand, WAA. He survived against the dicasties of extremity and even enacted a domain like this that could not fall under the gazes of others. His expression was bright as he looked around and continued, where is this? How can the gazes of the ones above extremity not fall here? As he spoke, more and more entities appeared behind him as the visage of Chiragulus also appeared not too far away, his gaze bright as he gazed around with wonder. Noah's figure was calm as when he opened his mouth to reply, marvelous, a voice boomed out, but it wasn't just a voice, it was an intent. From the body of a vacuous entity at the 6th gradation of extremity whose body was being burnt of the last remaining shreds of this authority, tendrils of vacuous existential authority blared and pushed away tyranny and infinity. The blooming intent alarmed the new entrants as their faces turned ashen. Our gazes cannot fall here because you live between existence and non-existence, surrounded by the light of a weaving that keeps you constantly moving across the ionic annals of extremity. It truly is a marvelous creation. Truly a worthy effort. Rumble, as the intent spoke, the body of the entity at the 6th gradation of extremity exploded as in its place, the mighty visage of serpentine pupils and burning black wings appeared, a dicasties of extremity, of the tendrils of tyranny and infinity that were previously wrapping around it. Its wings held an obsidian transparent glass that now contained wriggling existential extremity authorities of tyranny and infinity. The moment it appeared, The color drained from all the entities who had arrived in the Alathian dream of Arcadia. Those near the emerging dicasties of extremity scrambled away as their extremes began to burn with even more fear and a sense of rising regret. They had already made this choice as they couldn't take it back, but as regret rose in the hearts of some, those who had lived even longer and were more perceptive had their gazes turned toward the most recent honored one who had taken them all here. They saw his visage still unfettered as his hands remained behind his back. Seeing this, the eyes of Steele and others retained their sense of calm as it seemed that not everything was for naught. Did he expect this? Did he plan for this? Did he know this would happen? Noah's gaze was also noticed by the dicasties of extremity as the serpentine eyes of this entity curved into a cruel smile while its intent weaved out. Why are you still so smug, insurgent? Finding the cave you were hiding in was hard as wondrously, a worthless seed like you led us right to it with just a little push. Call out to you? The weaver of extremity? What laughable nugatory efforts and words those were. As it spoke, even more auras blared and emerged as an entity who was known as the primogenitor of bones at the 7th gradation of extremity. Had his visage explode as from it, a Vitalis dicasties of extremity appeared. Tring, a string of a somber symphony echoed out at this moment as far in the distance. The visage of the bard of Vitalis could be seen as he held his guitar lightly, other instruments manifesting around him as a heavy and sorrowful tune began to play, as if what was going on concerned him and didn't concern him at the same time. The bard sought to find a tune to fit this heavy mood. Even if his existence was extinguished, at least he would have been playing a grand symphony to his last moments. Boom. In another area, the body of an entity at the 6th gradation of extremity changed as another vacuous dicasties of extremity appeared, and such a scene continued to play out as multiple entities who had attended the existential symposium turned out to be dicasties of extremity lying dormant in disguise. They all spread out in the surroundings and encircled the vast Alathian dream of Arcadia. Amongst all the newly appearing ones, one with a distinct appearance reminiscent of Noah blared with might as it was. Larcius Corvin of the legacy of Ignatius, you said to me that you loved to see the expression of arrogance and narcissism the most on those like me. That I would come to grovel kneeling at your feet as this expression turns into despair and shock. Do you still feel that same way, little rat? Do you feel an overabundance of control at this moment? The dicasties who found him in the waters of the 6th gradation of extremity taunted as its eyes radiated profound cruelty. It wanted to continue as currently, over 20 dicasties of extremity surrounded the dreamy sandy gold domain as one who was surrounded by tendrils of powerful Vitalis existential extremity authority weaved her intent. Enough. W.A. Cavalier Relira of the legacy of Alabalum spoke out grandly as her power robustly spread in the surroundings. The serpentine eye on her chest locked onto Noah's figure as her intent fully focused on him. I'm holding everyone back right now to give you a chance. Your demeanor of calmness must mean we've possibly only located one of the caves you hide in, or it is simply false bravado. Whichever it is doesn't matter. WAA, I'll give you a chance right now, a chance for survival before things get really bad for you. Stand down, stop this senseless and unwinnable war you are trying to wage, and we will welcome you back into the folds of Vitalis. All will be forgiven. After all, a seed like you who can expand existential extremity authorities by himself and escape us for this long is unique. Our legacy can cleanse you of these corrupted authorities and add you to our folds. No war. No pain. No uncertainties. Her intent and words were shocking ones as when Steele, Curagulus, the bard of Vitalis, primogenitor of flames, and the others who had made the choice to call out to the weaver heard it, their expressions changed drastically. The means of these entities were so terrifying that they would go this far? The eyes of Cavalier Relira of the legacy of Alabalum blazed with grandness and majesty as her intent continued. However bad you think things can get from here on out, I will tell you that you cannot even imagine. Do not wait for what you cannot imagine. Relinquish this fantasy of control and join us. And you will be shown what extremity truly is. You will be shown what is above extremity, and how to get there if you are special enough. And after that, only brilliance awaits you. Only brilliance waited, only majesty was waiting. All eyes and wills turned towards the most recent honored one at this moment. Against such words, against such a ticket to brilliance. This entity smiled and replied. Your offer is enticing. Sadly, I have an extreme aversion to bending the knee to others to the point that even thinking about it repulses me. The eyes of the extremity of quintessence turned utterly cold as they shone with brilliance, his voice continuing to echo out, one by one, legacies shall fall. White and black will come under the heel of the call. Those words right there, you wait for those to come true, and then you can come before me again. Cavalier Lyra of the legacy of Alabalum, a heavy denial, a shocking set of words, words that the moment they were uttered, Cavalier Lyra blazed with brilliance as her intent echoed out, kill them all. Chapter 2881 Treachery and Plots. 2. Wait for those words to come true, and then you can come before me again, Cavalier Lyra of the legacy of Alabalum. These were the words the insurgent had spoken as he rebuffed their offer and retained his calm look. Did he already see through them before they appeared within this space of existence and non-existence? All of these were important questions, but they were all pushed aside the moment he called her by her name and identified her legacy. He knew of her, it meant he could. Read intense and weaving to a critical level at this moment, he knew about their legacy. It meant he could pierce across protected weavings of records in existence to locate such information. For just this insurgent had to be located fully and be taken care of. At this stage of reality, the flow of time was extremely unique and subjective. Around the same time and even slightly before Cavalier Lyra of the legacy of Alabalum gave her command, while she was still talking to Noah with her intent, Noah's own voice had been weaving out, towards the clones of his people that he purposefully brought behind him, their figures situated on the Alethean dream of Arcadia. I wanted you all to see and experience the power, oppression, and suffocation of our current enemies. Their power, and how undeniable it is. How they could take on the form of anyone and that without a discerning eye. You could make a grave mistake. These words flowed serenely into the minds of Henry, Barbados, the Sumerian architect, Ishtar, and many others. Against these enemies, simply climbing the gradations of extremity will not be enough. The understanding of the weaving of extremes, records, and existence itself is what is allowing me to ever so rapidly bridge the gap in power and knowledge. Noah's intent was a mighty one as it flowed into the minds of his people while expressing many things. The Sumerian architect closed her eyes as she felt this intent within her blood, within the lineage now coursing through her. An intent told her that a portion of the blood of the weaver of extremity flowed through her. That with it, what she could do held no limits. She simply had to understand, she simply had to learn how to be in tune with the weaving of extremes, existence, and records themselves, as after that everything else would fall in line. The moment Noah's intent finished weaving its ideals into his people, authority wrapped around all of them and caused them to instantly shuttle out of existence, and this was around the same time as when Cavalier Lyra gave her command, existential. Extremity authorities blared madly and with purpose. They shot out towards all entities from the 5th to 7th gradations of extremity as whenever the smiting tendrils of Vacuus and Vitalis passed, extinction would follow, but everything followed its course. It just so happened that by the time Cavalier Lyra gave her command, the Vacuus and Vitalis hyperversal authorities within the depths of existence of all entities who had called out to the Weaver were entirely burnt away. So at this moment in time, they entered an even deeper state of existence and non-existence as they began to disappear from the Alethean dream of Arcadia. The only thing they faced was the descent of the cataclysmic light of Vacuus and Vitalis that seemed to be hanging over their heads right before they disappeared. Some who were too close to the dicasties of extremity even had a portion of their existence burned before a paradoxical light covered them entirely. The light and blaring sound of a solemn symphony changed to a high-paced one full of possibilities at this moment as an instant after, it cut off as the bard of Vitalis disappeared right before thick tendrils of Vitalis reached him. Amidst the descent of the undeniable power of the dicasties of extremity, even the primogenitor of steel closed his eyes and sensed its intent fully while he disappeared, ensuring that he branded it in his mind and that he wouldn't forget it ever in his life. Whap, one by one, those who had made the choice to abandon Vitalis and Vacuus had such an authority burned out of their existence before they were funneled across records and existence towards a pristine location. The dicasties of extremity seemed maddened to exert their will as Cavalier Lyra herself moved, shocking power emanating from her as she instantly appeared above the visage of Curagulus, who nearly had every ounce of Vitalis burned from his body and was about to be whisked away. Sensing the shocking power above him, the past owner of the Veil of Arcadia bellowed out as the extremity of Arcadia bloomed with a gorgeous white-blue light fearlessly shooting towards the unstoppable dicasties of extremity above as he sought to hold on a little bit longer before he was gone. Yet the intent of his extreme seemed like paper before the visage of Cavalier Lyra, as truly, the last vestiges of Vitalis had to be erased from him right at this moment while being whisked away like all others. Or his records may truly be eradicated by a maddened Cavalier Lyra, Weaver. He seemed to bellow out with the last vestige of his records towards the Weaver of extremity as the sharp wings of Cavalier Lyra were right above him, inches away when nothing occurred. The wings of Cavalier Lyra descending onto Curagulus halted an inch away as her serpentine eyes turned sour. The struggling figure of Curagulus that held a gaze of somberness and pain turned his head unnaturally. Towards Noah, as all emotion had faded from his face, he smacked his lips with pity while a shocking intent weaved from him from Curagulus himself. When did you find out, little insurgent? The over 20 dicastes of extremity came to line up behind Cavalier Relira and the visage of Curagulus, as at this moment, they were the only entities remaining in this domain apart from the lone visage of Noah above the Alethian dream of Arcadia, chapter 2882. Treachery and plots. 3. One moment, the visage of Curagulus was struggling and waiting to be taken to the true home of the Weaver of Extremity just like all the others, and then in the next moment when this didn't occur, his whole demeanor changed as currently, he floated next to the dicastes of extremity freely while gazing with coldness towards the visage of Noah. When did he find out? In the distance, the Weaver of Extremity had a cold smile as he voiced out. I found out the moment I first walked through the doors of the Arcadian High Hall. All those who were dicastes hiding in other forms, including the shell of Curagulus, the plots and means of the dicastes of extremity were terrifying as they left one of the most important figures in all this to maintain their form until the most important moment. So long as they gained access to the lands and domains of the insurgent before them, they could bring everything he had built down. But even this had failed. The visage of Curagulus twisted as in its place, an oppressively powerful Vitalis dicastes of extremity appeared. Seeing this scene caused the Weaver of Extremity to gaze with a sense of loss as he sighed, trying to pierce the veils of mystery to understand, when was Curagulus truly Curagulus? The dicastes taking his form. Did such a thing mean they killed the original entity, or was he locked off somewhere? Such questions applied to all the forms of beings that the dicastes of extremity took for their disguises at this moment. The answer was not entirely clear. The Weaver looked at the mixture of Vitalis and vacuous dicastes of extremity in front of him, who gazed towards him with their terrifying serpentine eyes, each of them holding tendrils of his existential extremity. Authorities within their wings as they held their own purpose. He also held his own purpose. How about it? You all are here. I am here. Why don't we have a bout and see if one side can hurt the other? The Weaver spoke nonchalantly as the dicastes of extremity continued to gaze at him coldly. The intelligence of how the body of the insurgent would disappear the moment they weaved their intent against him was now widespread amongst their forces, along with the fact that a minuscule shred of their authority would disappear thereafter. They had to first understand his authorities and how to counter them before they proceeded forward, and anything else done at this moment would only be for the benefit of the insurgent. At the forefront, the visage of Cavalier Relira was cold as the pristine white of Vitalis flowed all around her. Her intent weaving en masse. You are in a peculiar stage of existence right now where you may feel like you're making some difference, or that you're some messiah who was capable of rising and doing something others couldn't. That the seeds stretched out across the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains are some pitiable things you have to save. What you don't understand, insurgent, is truly how futile all of that is, and let me be clear, this isn't me talking or rambling for the sake of it. Truly, you do not know the futility in all of this. There is not a path where you somehow come out on top. There isn't a weaving of existence and extremes that somehow allows you to bundle your way through. I will tell you now that your actions will cause a great deal of pain in the long term. Pain to you. Pain to those you love. Pain to the innumerable other seeds out there. The end will not be a pretty one, nor will it be a victorious one if things continue to unfold like this. Her serpentine eyes radiated a profound light of power and wisdom as she spoke, her wings spanning behind her gorgeously while the other dicastes of extremity gazed on coldly. To be honest with you, I empathize with all the seeds across the Vitalis and vacuous domains. My colleagues and I may seem apathetic and cruel when talking about you all. But I do understand your plight. And it is because I understand that I am letting you know. The past state of existence is the best possible form of existence to be living in. Before you elevated any concepts to the existential level. Before all of this began. Right now, we are involved. But soon those we report to will be more involved and lay down their commands. From your perspective, I assure you that they will seem more cruel than anything you can imagine. We have lived with you all for eons, as at least we have a form of attachment. They will not even consider you all living things. The reality you will unleash upon yourself and others if you do not stop. Even I fear it. Noah Osmont, they didn't call him a seed, they didn't call him an insurgent. Cavalier Relira called him by his name as she seemed to be weaving an intent from the depths of her heart. The Weaver gazed at her and read her intent. Many thoughts and weavings danced within his vermilion-colored pupils as he shook his head while beginning to disappear. it is better to struggle and be free than to be chained for eons. WAA. With these words, the Weaver of Extremity disappeared. The only ones left behind in the Alethean dream of Arcadia were the Dicastes of Extremity as their intent bubbled silently. Ferocious expressions appeared on all of their serpentine eyes moments. Later, as massive circular rune circles of black and white appeared, swirling like cataclysmic discs that cut apart all surrounding reality, the Alethean dream of Arcadia being torn to nothingness within moments. Thereafter, their figures began to disappear one after another silently, each taking a different path. In the midst of swirling records of existence, though, slivers of vermilion-colored flames continued to shine as the will of the Weaver of Extremity burned bright. He had seen through their plays, so why had he followed alone? The answer was a simple one, and yet grand in its complexity. But very simply, he wanted to answer a question, the question being, just where exactly did the Dicastes of Extremity call home? Chapter 2883 Alabalum. Home, a domain where one returned to, a domain one spent most of their lives in, a domain where one felt safe and at peace, a refuge from anything and everything. Every single entity had a home, and the Weaver of Extremity sought to intricately tie himself into the workings of the Dicastes of Extremity as he sought to answer the critical question of where their home was, when it came to cause and effect to any weavings of existence, records, and extremes that pertained to him. His capabilities as the Weaver of Extremity allowed him to view and understand them. It was how he found out about the Existential Symposium and the Existential Arcadian High Hall. It was how he was able to peer through the veil of the vacuous Dicastes of Extremity in the haven of Anarchos, and through this event, he had even further coiled himself around the Dicastes of Extremity. His genuine waves of tyranny and infinity had wrapped around their bodies as in order to pull off their plot, they had allowed him to do so. They allowed him to burn a portion of their vacuous and Vitalis hyperversal authority before they ultimately revealed themselves, and they went even further to collect his existential extremity authorities on themselves. His weavings mixed with theirs, his existence touched theirs. And after they extinguished the golden light of the Alethean dream of Arcadia, the weavings of your extremes are being carried great distances across records and existence itself. A magnificent prompt rose before Noah's eyes. His soul buzzed to continue reading into new and wondrous unfolding weavings as a part of his will sent its focus towards the infinite hyperversal haven to gaze at its new entrance. Across innumerable records, within the Ionic annals of Extremity, the figures of the Dicastes of Extremity could be seen ascending upwards at an astonishing pace as their bodies were surrounded by the signature of a unique intent. One burned with a transparent white light while the other burned with glorious darkness, each side holding Vitalis and vacuous Dicastes as they climbed up side by side after making an exit from the paradoxical domain that was the past Alethean dream of Arcadia. They seemed to be rising ever higher and with purpose, as if they were following a roadmap, as if they could see the weavings of records and existence that others didn't have access to. All of it was still within the Ionic annals of Extremity that encompassed both the Vitalis and vacuous annals of Extremity. At a certain point during their ascension, they seemed to enter an area of records that held a division of black and white, a scene that only their eyes could see. As when they arrived here, the two sides separated. The visage of Cavalier Relira gazed towards the black hats in the distance as her intent weaved out. The choice to make will be one that both legacies must agree to. Present all data we've collected to the Basilius of Ignatius, and we will do the same with the Basilius of Alabalum. Her intent was a serene one as it was met with affirmation before a blinding black light covered all the vacuous Dicastes of Extremity. A moment later, Cavalier Relira and the Vitalis Dicastes of Extremity ascended upwards a little bit more before their bodies released an innate authority that seemingly warped them across this region of records in the Ionic annals of Extremity and transported them towards even more complex and intricate records. Their massive figures were moving rapidly as at this moment, the records around them had changed, as one could see tendrils of white stretching out all around them as if they were pathways, and they flew across one pathway to another as all of these branching pathways seemed to be converging towards a single one, HUUM. When they reached a certain point, an endlessly vast runic magic circle blazing with plasmic white flames rotated above them seamlessly. Normally, they would pass such a point easily as this time. Their figures were forcefully brought to a halt. It was for no other reason than what they carried with them today. The plasmic white flames would turn anything below the 9th gradation to cinders just by proximity, but Cavalier Relira and the others seemed to be entirely too familiar with them, as when these flames gather around the purple and blue tendrils of foreign existential extremity authorities between their wings there. Intense moved to communicate with these flames. A moment passed as they seemed to receive some form of feedback before an instant later, their figures were no longer halted as they resumed their ascent. All of this was still within the confines of the Ionic annals of extremity. They traversed great distances in a short period of time as the tendrils of white branching pathways converged and became bigger and bigger, to the point that they soon seemed to be traveling on only a single path as after some time, they came across another endlessly vast runic circle that swirled with indomitable might. From this blazing white plasmic runic circle, all will seem to descend and scan every single dicastes of extremity briefly before it also flashed and let them through. At this point, the only thing ahead and in front of them was a singular grand white path that they followed, their figures continuing their ascent until they arrived below the third and final runic circle. But this one was wondrously solid as if it were impassable. On its surface, there were unique molds that seemed to match those of butterfly-like wings, along with the serpentine eyes at their very center. The figures of Cavalier Relira and other dicastes of extremity turned around when they arrived before this massive white solid runic circle that stretched out endlessly, their figures moving backwards as their vibrant serpentine eyes on their wings opened ever wider while they came to perfectly match the molds of the wings on the solid surface behind them. Their wings were then traced by a brilliant white light as if it were confirming multiple signals, and only after this was done did their bodies begin to be pulled into the solid runic circle as they disappeared soon after. When they reappeared again, they were in the beginnings of a glorious domain, a domain that one could call a home. Chapter 2884 Alabalum. 2. Every pore on the robust physiology of the dicastes of extremity felt calm and peaceful as they stepped into this domain. Even minutes feel like eons when away from our Archios Vitalis Pilus.com, we must meet with the existential engineers. In this new space filled with hazy and serene white mist, Cavalier Relira seemingly bathed in its intent with contentment while speaking out and delving deeper in. With the mist ever so gradually clearing, they rose above a white cloudy layer that seemed to stretch out in all directions. In the surroundings, scintillating and extremely pure tendrils of Vitalis flowed serenely as every few miles, there seemed to be points of convergence of Vitalis' hyperversal authority. Where these points stood, one could see solidified planolith crystallos floating like fruits and radiating vibrant light. There were hundreds of such points of convergence stretching out all around this region, with clusters of dozens of planolith crystallos around each one as the concentration of this authority alone was immense. The Earth continued to show a cluster of endless clouds as the skies were even more unique. The skies seemed to be burning with serene white flames that stretched out for light years, but in the far distance, these flames formed a curvature that folded inwards, creating the phenomenon and appearance of a massive hole in the center of the skies that white flames disappeared into from all around. The figures of Cavalier Relira and the other Vitalis dicastes of extremity floated towards massive white gates that seemed connected from the cloudy earth below and all the way up to the flaming skies above. A sliver of such gates open as the bodies of 9 dicastes of extremity were standing powerfully in front of such a gateway. With nods of recognition, Cavalier Relira and the others passed through as before them. Lay utmost brilliance, the Archios Vitalis Pilus, a home, a grand construct that the dicastes of extremity considered a home, but it was more than just that. This was the domain where the legacy of Alabalum was housed, where Basilius of Alabalum stood strong, past the massive gateway. An intense white light covered everything as the eyes of any entities below the 9th gradation of extremity may not be able to even observe anything, but one could distinctly observe the outline of circular floating structures that looked like buildings the size of cosmos. They floated with immensity and majesty as they held great variation in size, with the figures following Cavalier Relira going towards one of the more massive circular structures light years into the Archios Vitalis Pilus. With its exterior solid and shining with a milky white crystalline light, one could see the top of this structure radiating a beam of white light towards the flaming skies, with this building being open like a half moon as within it the titanic figure of 2 entities that looked similar to the dicastes of extremity were facing each other. They looked similar, but they were at least 10 times larger and their bodies were wingless. Their upper bodies were humanoid in nature as they still held a serpentine eye on the chest and head, with their lower being transitioning into tendrils of white Vitalis extremity authority that seemed to stretch down and connect to the structure in white clouds below. Above their heads, tendrils of white light constantly surged out as they contributed to the massive white pillar of light shooting to the skies at the top of the structure they were in. These were existential engineers. Between the 2 titanic existential engineers inside the circular structure, a singularity of blazing white light constantly spun with an exotic light as they seemed to be in the middle of something, but nobody unqualified would even begin to understand what they were doing. Cavalier Relira and the other dicastes arrived as she waved her hands to collect all the bundles of contained foreign existential extremity authorities while descending into the building when all of a sudden Her eyes and the eyes of the oncoming Dicastes managed to see under the hazy white brilliance all around. There were two figures much smaller in size than the existential engineers or even Dicastes of extremity, and they were currently talking amongst each other while gazing at the circling singularity between the two massive existential engineers. The moment that Cavalier Relira and the others saw these two beings, their bodies instantly sank to their knees right where they stood, as with utter respect and reverence, they voiced out at the same time, "We greet Basilius Inane. We greet Basilius Urier." Their wings bent down respectfully, their serpentine eyes gazed down in reverence. Ahead of them, two entities turned towards their direction as they were pristine in nature. They seemed fully humanoid and far from the physiologies of the Dicastes of extremity, one being a male and the other being a female, as silver white hair was adorned on their heads. Each of them emanated tremendous beauty and honor, and no aura could be felt from their bodies, as one would never be able to ascertain what gradation of extremity they were in. This was because they exceeded all established gradations. Unlike the Dicastes of extremity, who only held a single serpentine eye on their head, these two entities held a nose and a mouth with two bright eyes, the pupils within being the only similarity, as they were serpentine in nature. A smile slowly formed on the woman referred to as Basilius Inane as she waved her hands towards the Dicastes of extremity while looking curiously towards the bundle of foreign existential extremity authorities within her grasp. "These are the sources of the problem you all are handling below," as her intent weaved. Cavalier Relira and the other sank down even more while she replied, "Yes, Basilius Inane. Forgive our incompetence to resolve it quickly. We were bringing it to Engineer Zoniel and Engineer Vithea for more clarity on its standing and extent of authority." "Oh," Basilius Inane smiled at such words as she beckoned with her hands, "let me take a look at the existential extremity authorities that have risen in our little arboretum." Existential extremity authorities meant to be observed and quantified by existential engineers. At this moment in time, they fell into the hands of an entity far, far above such beings in authority, into the hands of a Basilius of Alabalum. Chapter 2885 Alabalum. 3. Basilius. In ancient texts, this was a word that stood for kings or emperors. When the subjects of a king or an emperor gave their respect, varying levels of reverence and respect could be felt from their existence. At this moment in time, one could see utmost reverence portrayed in the demeanor of the Dicastes of extremity towards the two Basilius before them, with their figures remaining in kneeling positions and gazing down as Basilius Inane took hold of the white bubble of light, holding tendrils of purple and blue light. Beside her, Basilius Urier raised his brows with interest, as the both of them were the same. Not an ounce of an aura could be felt from them, and yet every move they made seemed unsurpassable, as if a flicker of their hands could disintegrate swaths of extremes in existence. At this moment, the visage of Basilius Inane gazed at the bubble of light holding purple and blue tendrils of light as her eyes lit up. "Interesting. They are still young and not fully developed, but they can hold some sway if elevated tremendously. This one is." Her hand mesmerizingly moved into the bubble of light as she came to touch the purple tendrils of authority within it. "Tyranny, is it? And the other is even more ambitious. Seeking to embody the very existence of infinity, she spoke serenely while her hands twirled the existential extremity authorities of tyranny and infinity. Beside her, Basilius Urier raised his brows as he spoke, turning his gaze towards the Dicastes of extremity. "If they are only at this level, how is this seed not located and cleared out yet?" His words were heavy as they caused the Dicastes of extremity to further sink in their knees, Cavalier Relira bowing deeply as she replied, with utmost reverence, "Forgive us, Basilius. The insurgent seems to be extremely apt in the weavings of extremes, records, and existence. He seems to be hiding within the folds of the annals of extremity. Likely in a state of existence and non-existence." Oh, the words were shocking ones as the white serpentine pupils of Basilius Inane shone, with her intent continuing soon after. "The cost to remain in a state of existence and non-existent constantly is extremely high, with any usage of existential extremity authority towards that being so high that he shouldn't be able to do anything else but stay still. He needs to exceed the gradations to possibly do something like that. And he hasn't yet." It seems, on the face of Basilius Inane, a deep and wide smile formed as she gave off such pristine beauty that could even entice those on the gradations of extremity. "It seems that this insurgent has another secret. Something you all have yet to find out. It almost wants to make me seek permission from Father to go down." The word was a simple one, yet when Cavalier Relira and the others heard it, they shuddered in the depths of their existence. This was because they knew and understood full well his unshakable authority. In the legacy of Alabalum, he was at the very top, the Archon Basilius Alabalum. The Basilius inane and Basilius urir before them were the progeny of such an insurmountable existence. The white pupils of Basilius inane curved into slits as she came to focus on the ball of light holding tyranny and infinity while her intent weaved. How is the spread of corruption of these existential authorities? The spread of corruption, they were existential extremity authorities, and yet they seemed to be getting the same treatment as if they were a disease or infection. When it came to such a question, Cavalier Lyra was quick to reply in a heavy tone. At the cost of trying to locate his abode, he came in contact with many of the prime vitales and vacuous seeds. A majority have been corrupted or close to it. The instant these words were uttered, the surrounding reality buzzed and cracked as the lower halves of the over a dozen dicasties of extremity were instantly ground to dust, their serpentine eyes revealing pain that they sought to never show as their heads turned even lower. The one who had done this was none other than Basilius urir. As his eyes carried a chilling light, you let it get that far? What use is keeping you all to monitor the arboretum if you see the spread of corruption and do nothing to stop it? What use are you to the great legacy of Alabalum? The words were chilling as it felt like in the next most, all of the dicasties of extremity here would be extinguished. But, now, Basilius inane raised her hands as things calmed, the lower halves of the dicasties of extremity began to heal, a twinkling light of zeal and power crossed the gorgeous eyes of Basilius inane as she smiled towards the dicasties of extremity. When facing something that isn't so easily understood, these things can happen. Uprisings of corrupted seeds are not entirely too rare as over the eons, cases have risen in other lands too. No matter how much those distant neighboring lands try to hide it. Our legacy has its hands entrenched in too many places as we know too much. Words with heavy implications left her mouth as she talked about uprisings of corrupted seeds in other lands. Even with these uprisings, the result has always remained the same. No corrupted seed that had enacted its own existential extremity has been able to do anything, and nor will there ever lie a chance for it to do something under any legacy. Not while Father controls. When Basilius inane said this word and what she was referring to, a heavy sense of oppression seemed to descend all around as it represented too much power. She didn't need to speak of what that was. They all knew that which was controlled by the Archon Basilius, that which guaranteed them hegemony in the lands they were directed to govern and oversee. Chapter 2886 Dungeon Break. The eyes of Basilius inane were shining with a fervent gaze as she mentioned that, something that the Archon Basilius gained access to when their legacy was given the reins to oversee these lands, something that was intricately connected to everything here, and yet sitting so far above it that under its control, no entity could deny its weaving. Her pink lips trembled as she couldn't help but utter out, the Codex, The surrounding reality buzzed and trembled at the mere mention of such a word as the fervent light within the eyes of Basilius inane slowly dimmed, her pupils coming to focus on the reverential figures of Cavalier Lyra and other dicasties of extremity as she continued. But since it is approaching this stage with multiple prime seeds being corrupted, it comes to a critical period where that may need to take place. I don't favor it, nor do I wish for it to be utilized. It's bad for business. And we'll have to mingle with the black hats to all be in agreement. As Basilius, we can't easily descend, so it is still up to you all. Continue to act against the insurgent and see what other results unfold for now. As for his authorities, her graceful figure focused on the tendrils of tyranny and infinity contained within the bubbles of light, her fingers coming to twirl around them once more, her intent weaved, but this time, it didn't weave to anyone here. It weaved towards the foreign existential extremity authorities before her. Hey, can you hear me? Do these authorities still have any trace of your will? Can you still observe their weavings? She was talking to the tendrils of authorities as if she was waiting for an answer on the other side. Seeing this scene, Basilius urir scoffed while shaking his head. It is an impossibility for any trace of a seed to remain in this space. Why do this? An impossibility. Basilius inane heard these words and smiled. Across the weavings of extremes, records, and existence. Were there ever any absolute impossibilities? Basilius inane pushed the bubbles containing the tendrils of tyranny and infinity towards the two massive existential engineers around them as her intent circled around the concept of impossibilities. No matter. The engineers will study them deeply and provide you all with countermeasures. I'll let Father know, so you all keep to your duties. Wake others from hibernation if necessary. Yes, Basilius as Cavalier Lyra and the others spoke out reverentially as an instant later, the figures of both Basilius inane and Basilius urir disappeared as if they were never there. Cavalier Lyra breathed easy thereafter as she and the others rose, gazing towards the existential engineers that had already begun to work as they waited. When the existential extremity authorities of the insurgent could be countered, what would he do then? The weavings of your authorities are traversing great distances into areas unexplored by those similar to you. Noah's vision was bright, a hazy vermilion-colored light covered all of his vision as it was taking a great deal of his power, but he continued to peer into the weavings of records in existence while the dicastes of extremity carried his existential extremity authorities far, far deeper into the eonic annals of extremity. Your authority as the weaver of extremity is becoming heavily expanded as you continue to peer into the intricate and unseen weavings of existence and records. He saw many things. He saw the dicastes of extremity pass through a plasmic runic circle that scanned everything about them. He saw them pass through another, and then arrive before a solid runic circle that seemed impenetrable to all others. But then, every prior runic circle they crossed caused his vision to lessen more and more as there was very little he could see at this moment. But he was able to observe the dicastes of extremity turn around and fit their wings into molds of the endless circular wall before their existence was sucked into someplace else entirely, and here, the gaze of the weaver of extremity has been obscured by an undeniable authority. His sight was stopped, he couldn't see anything else thereafter as it seemed like the dicastes of extremity had entered a truly terrifying place, but he had achieved what he wanted to achieve to an extent, grasping exactly where the home of these entities was located. They couldn't find him, but he could them. Now, the only question that remained was how he could get close to such a location and even infiltrate it when there were so many layers of checks and restrictions. The only method to pass the final check seemed to depend on becoming a dicastes of extremity himself, or morphing into such an entity to an extent that he would never be recognized as anything else but that. He had to dash. Hey, CNYHU he $army, his existence buzzed as through the weavings connected to him. He heard a voice with garbled sets of words. The voice was enough to make his gaze extremely stern and heavy as from its weaving intent. No signature of the gradations of extremity lay within it. It meant that very likely, it was an entity that had exceeded the gradations of extremity beginning to peer into him. Coming to such a conclusion, Noah knew he had to hurry and keep on forging forward, and at this moment, a critical moment of progression was coming as great change was about to bloom in one of his projects, and it was none other than his existential dungeon apocalypse beginning to show its wonders. Away from the gaze of the weaver of extremity, in the Vitalis hyperversal domains, inside the dungeon monolith where two entities at the 7th gradation of extremity were sent in, the primogenitor of dust had an ashen expression filled with disbelief as she gazed at the primogenitor of the sword who was in a similar predicament. They at the 7th gradation of extremity were actually outmatched. Above them stood the figures of Barbados stroking the skull of a massive abyssal hyperversal undead entity pulsing with tendrils of existential extremity authorities, her tantalizing figure voicing out coldly and with majesty, "If you and your people wish to be saved, call out to the weaver of extremity." Chapter 2887 Dungeon Break 2. It was an unimaginable feat even to her minutes ago, but there she stood. Her chest rose and fell as she looked over to Barbados, who used bony tendrils of her abyssal hyperversal undead beasts to suppress the primogenitor of dust. Even she gazed down at her own feet as a multicolored Ziston was pressing down on a massive white sword, yet another entity that had fallen to their power as the waves of tyranny from Sargon still blared wildly behind her. Athena truly couldn't believe that all of this would be possible minutes ago, but now, it was their current reality, all due to a power that had awakened within the bloodline relating to the Weaver of Extremity, all due to the fact that the power they received from the extremity of harems increased by a shocking fraction. Call out to the Weaver, and be quick about it too, otherwise the dicastes of extremity will soon be able to react. Athena was taken out of her thoughts as Barbados' voice rang out again, a trace of vermilion-colored light flashing within Athena as she saw a glance of the weavings of the extremity of the sword and dust. They were filled with emotions of uncertainty and resignation. Emotions of shame and weakness, could you imagine that? Entities at the 7th gradation of extremity actually feeling a sense of weakness. Athena marveled at the reality that had brought these primogenitors to such a state as within a moment, "O Weaver," their extremity clones called out, and a burning vermilion-colored light began to burn as both they, their main bodies, and their people who should have received their message should very soon disappear and join their ranks. And by the time this occurred, you have successfully repulsed the last defenders of this existential dungeon monolith. The figures of the Avernus clan leaders didn't even need to be mentioned as they were defeated by stray attacks from Xiaomi's ruin alone. But they managed to defend the dungeon against extremely powerful beings. As for this, multiple defenders have tried and failed to stop the spread of authority continued within this existential dungeon monolith. the existential dungeon will proceed towards the stage of a dungeon break, HUUM. A buzzing of authority began to emanate all around as Athena couldn't help but smile. It seemed like her man was about to do something crazy once more. The domain they were in buzzed and shook as they became bathed in a pristine purple light. Outside of the existential dungeon monolith, the massive structure began to shake and blare, with light expanding and contracting like a balloon as it made it clear it would be exploding soon. This feature was none other than a dungeon break. After a sufficient time passed since the establishment of the existential dungeon, such a thing was a common occurrence, as it would be hastened the more that defenders entered but did not manage to successfully clear any of the invading forces within it, and after subsequent failures, the existential dungeon within the Vitalis hyperversal domains was ready. But it wasn't the only one. In the vacuous hyperversal domains within the burning white lands of Anarchos, inside the second established existential dungeon, the extremity of nepotism was fully displaying his power as a shocking advent of the existential hyperversal embodiment of tyranny displayed itself. Unlike Sargon's, what Henry displayed was not entirely filled with a royal purple glow, as at this moment, he stood atop a massive purple gold throne like a young emperor from ancient times. His subjects down below adorned in purple and golden robes as their features were defined. Their bodies gave off a glow of realism as each one seemed to at least be on the fourth gradation of extremity, and thousands of such illusory subjects kneeled towards their emperor as they filled up the raid boss throne room. Collectively surging off from them was an oppressive authority of tyranny that would force all enemies to pay their respects to the tyrannical emperor on the throne, and for any who resisted. The subsequent reality was already expressed as the prime devourer, the vacuous entities at the 6th and 7th gradations of extremity that had entered this dungeon. They could all be seen surrounded by hundreds of ministers of tyranny who forcefully grasped their bodies and were forcing them towards kneeling positions. These ministers of tyranny gave off a devilish charm as they resembled a much older Henry, their bodies varying as they gave off auras at the 5th or 6th gradation of extremity. They ensured the tyrannical will of the emperor would be achieved, as their bodies didn't just course through with tyranny. With some of them adorned in blue robes simmering with infinity and others adorned in golden robes shining with destiny. It was the result of a dynamis of extremity, but the result of the extremity of nepotism gaining the most profound effect of the lineage of the weaver of extremity as the next in line, the one with the purest bloodline under the weaver of extremity. He turned the simple obsidian ranked skill, existential hyperversal embodiment, into something so terrifying that even entities of the 7th gradation of extremity were being forced to get on their knees under his grandeur. In the distance, the Sumerian architect and Ishtar smacked their lips while Caitlin, Owen, and Tiamat rolled their eyes while gazing at each other. They didn't even need to be here if the son of destiny was going to take the spotlight. And as if he were trying to emulate his father, Henry gazed coldly as the vacuous entities being forced to kneel down and spoke. "We know you are not here of your own volition, so if you wish to be saved, call out to my father. Call out to the weaver of extremity, HUUM. He could see the flow far better than any others here, as while he spoke, he forced the knees of the prime devourer to smack down as his body began to disintegrate, and he could see the weaving intents of the vacuous entities before him as they slowly got past their pride and shame to call out to a certain someone. Chapter 2888 Dungeon Break 3. Henry's vision then twisted to show outside of the dungeon monolith that had begun to hum at this moment at the vacuous dicastes of extremity that his father had allowed him to see up close in the destroyed Alethean dream of Arcadia not too long ago. Let the first domino fall. The extremity of nepotism fully leaned into his power as within the dungeon he was in. The dungeon break has been initiated. Tendrils of existential extremity authorities exploded out as a devouring light emerged and only increased. The serpentine eyes of the dicastes of extremity became sharp in the distance as first, the main bodies of the entities they held hostage began to be wrapped in a paradoxical light of existence and non-existence, their intent moving instantly to crush them right then and there as different parts of the existence of their hostages were destroyed before they disappeared. Nonetheless, they disappeared, and then, for the first time in history, the dicastes of extremity were shown a scene that would act as the trigger point for the many things to come. They observed the cluster of existential extremity authorities within the monolith ahead of them twist and distort before in the next instant, crack, the massive cosmic-sized dungeon monolith cracked. And an influx of existential extremity authorities exploded out. Contain I dash. They moved to contain this spreading authority, but the moment it exploded out, it disappeared into the reality and records all around them. It went on to achieve its purpose, a purpose that was so extremely heavy and critical as with every dungeon break. The records of existence of 1/100th of the invaded existential hyperversal domain would be taken. The feature MacGuffin supported, the feature meant to devour the enemy lands. Noah watched it unfold at this moment with complexity. His main body remained in the depths of the infinite hyperversal haven is not far from him. The manifestation of the infinite hyperversal haven and ruination shared his senses and watched it. Truly, he was conflicted. Objectively, he knew of his own power and concepts, and the fact that what he was doing was overpowered and obscene on all accounts, and yet, at the same time, he still felt weak. It was a paradoxical existence because, as the weaver of extremity, he knew both to be true, since he enacted this identity through the hands of the protagonist. Too many things had been changed about him. He saw too many things now. He saw countless possibilities, countless weavings. He saw weavings of his glory and wonder, and he felt weavings of his deaths. None of it was guaranteed. Weavings of brilliance and quintessence were there, but they weren't guaranteed. Weavings of death and oblivion were there, but they weren't guaranteed. All that existed were possibilities, possibilities. He felt it all as if his mind had gained immense clarity. All of them were possible paths he began to see the minuscule weavings of, but he didn't know the exact steps he had to take to get there, but he knew the coming paths wouldn't be easy. He knew that it would be filled with adversity and pain. When Cavalier Lyra gave her proposal not too long ago, the weavings of her existence told him that she wasn't lying. The dicasties of extremity were entities that had not even fully exceeded the gradations of extremity, and yet Noah couldn't even touch them as of yet. There were those who were truly above extremity that he had to plan how to counter and get past. All of this had to be shouldered by him alone, with his people also generating tremendous aid with the utilization of his existential extremity authorities. Know what Cavalier Lyra has said about the future to unfold was not wrong. There would be a heavy price to pay for the path he was following. But the alternative was for him to give up. To bend the knee to others as his living and the living of his family and people would be under their whims and control, and such a thing, the extremity of tyranny blazes with defiance. Such a thing wasn't just out of his nature, but it was something he would never do even if his existence wasn't filled with tyranny. Vermilion-colored flames raged with abundance as the thoughts of the weaver of extremity moved. The two dungeon monoliths he had released fractured as his authority spread around wildly within Vitali's in vacuous hyperversal domains, and Noah felt it. He felt the devouring lights of his existential extremity authorities wrap around the records of existence itself of the many domains of vacuous and Vitali's. He then felt the massive purple existential dungeon rift pulse and tremble as from it, multicolored chunks of records began to be spat out as they flowed towards the surging extremity vein. The multicolored chunks of records were 1/100th of the records of existence of Vitali's, and 1/100th of vacuous hyperversal domains. Along with it, his existential extremity authorities began to seethe as their weavings exploded upwards in authority and power. The infinite hyperversal haven itself began to buzz as it began to be reinforced and expanded. The existential dungeon rift continued to spit out chunks of records of existence as Noah knew. He knew that at this point in time, there was no turning back. He understood that it wasn't so simple that he was devouring 1/100th of vacuous and Vitali's hyperversal domains. He knew this would encroach on the bottom line of the dicasties of extremity and their masters. He knew their reaction would be a swift and a heavy one. What he needed to ensure was that he was capable enough to defend against it while getting ready to use his expanded authorities to cause the descent of even more existential dungeon monoliths. The weavings of change began to blow. In the vacuous hyperversal domains, Cavalier Tsiviax closed his serpentine eyes before they opened to release a flash of immeasurable rage a moment later. And in even further distant lands, the eyes of Cavalier Lyra flashed with incredulity as her senses portrayed something to her, her intent very quickly changing as she looked up to see the contained and controlled existential extremity authorities within bubbles of light that the existential engineers were studying. Exploded out with a devouring light. Chapter 2889 Dungeon Break. 4. They were docile and contained. When it came to authority, they didn't truly have any edge over Vitali's currently swirling around them. They held no will, no trace of controlled weavings of the insurgent. But they erupted out with a power that didn't just rely on existential extremity authorities but one interlinked with absolute existential restrictions. This was how, even though the tendrils of tyranny and infinity were contained, they were still able to ignore the bountiful undeniable authorities around them and erupt to do something innately. They seemed to simply be following a sense of intuition as they erupted out and surged into the surroundings of the Archios Vitalis Pilus. Into the surroundings of the paradisiacal domain filled with a cloudy white earth and white burning skies in a land filled with dicasties of extremity and even more terrifying entities. The basileus of the legacy of Alabalum, the tendrils of tyranny and infinity radiated a devouring light and took a tiny, insignificant, and a small bite of the domain around them. Tiny, insignificant, But what it represented. Oh, what it represented. At this moment, records of existence of the Archios Vitalis Pilus were siphoned off and taken across the bounds of existence and non existence, their implications and consequences being one that no side could have imagined. And mind you, it wasn't just the Vitalis dicastes of extremity that tooth contained bubbles of light that held the light of tyranny and infinity, there were also vacuous dicastes of extremity who did the same thing. It meant that the counterpart of the Archios Vitalis Pilus may very well be facing the same phenomenon. Across the weavings of records, Noah was accepting the inflow of incoming records of existence and allowing everything to be filtered and flow into the infinite hyperversal haven. This massive construct of his transforming all incoming records of existence into a form that could be assimilated into it with ease. And this emerging scene was prevalent in the eyes of newly arriving entrants who had just stepped foot into the infinite hyperversal haven and saw the glorious extremity vein and multiple swirling Alethean havens around it, entities like the primogenitor of steel, entities like the primogenitor of flames, of dust, and of the sword. Their grand welcome into the infinite hyperversal haven. Was these existences who had reached such a great level of power to be shown the weaving of the results of the first dungeon break that devoured 100th of Vitalis, and 100th of vacuous hyperversal domains, 100th of the havens and domains that had been established for who knew how many eons. This was a terrifying concept in itself, as what Noah gained from it was utterly obscene, with the greatest benefactor being the infinite hyperversal haven. It should have been just this boon, even though its implications were already so shocking. But then the records of existence of the Archios Vitalis Pilus and the Archios Vacuus Pilus began to come in. Even Noah didn't expect it, nor did he plan for it. His weaving began to dance as his existential extremity authorities pulsed with fervor. When the effects of the dungeon break devouring 100th of both Vacuus and Vitalis were enacted, it was randomized as pieces of the havens within both domains were taken chunks of. That should have been it. Noah didn't expect the extremity authorities he gave to the dicastes of extremity that they then took to their homes to be activated and erupt with a devouring light, but because of this, the weavings of records deeply entrenched and hidden across existence are becoming prevalent to you. The quality of records is quintessential, with the authority of the weaver devouring them all greedily. Singularities of vermilion-colored flames erupted around him like a storm. Not too far from him, the manifestation of the infinite hyperversal haven was too indisposed to even glance in his direction as she was managing the assimilation of the incoming records of existence. After all, this was 100th of both Vitalis and Vacuus. It was tremendous, and now with chunks of a domain they should in no way have access to, things became obscene. The weaver of extremity looks his gaze upon domains entrenched in the depths of the Ionic annals of extremity. The weavings of the domains of the legacies of Alabalum and Ignatius unveil themselves before your eyes. Your authority as the weaver is increasing at a rapid pace. You are gradually leaving your stage of infancy. A tremendous inflow of information unfolded as apart from this, Noah felt his existential extremity rune scriptures exploded upwards in number, his existential extremity authorities being elevated to an alarming degree while he was learning many things. Amongst them was the identity of those above the dicastes of extremity. Amongst them was the knowledge of just how terrifying his enemies were, the masters of the dicastes of extremity that have walked upon the Archios Vitalis Pilus and the Archios Vacuus Pilus become prevalent to you. You have caught a glimpse of the Basilius of Alabalum, you have caught a glimpse of the Basilius of Ignatius. Noah's mind buzzed as from the small chunks of domains he devoured in lands he should have never access to. He was able to see the weavings of those who had stepped on them before, weavings of entities so grand that they even caused a sense of suffocation for him, weavings of those who were truly above extremity. Just their knowledge alone was enough to cause common beings to turn despondent and understand that they could never stand against such creatures. Yet when Noah learned about them, he didn't have thrones of fear rising, as even the sense of suffocation was quickly cast aside. Because, one by one, legacies shall fall, white and black will come under the heel of the call. Noah steeled his existence as he repeated the prophecy. The prophecy that he as the protagonist had enacted himself. The weavings of the extremity of the protagonist are becoming even more profound in order to realize the reality of the features it has brought to fruition. Noah's body was suffused by a vermilion-colored light as thick tendrils of this authority wrapped around his body. One last prompt coming that caused a click to book within his existence, as if he had opened something he didn't have access to before. Your authority as the weaver of extremity has reached its first metamorphosis. Chapter 2890 Unforgivable. Quintessential clarity boomed in him. What felt foreign and difficult to understand and do before became easy. Quintessence. Tyranny. Infinity. Protagonist. Their roots within him entrenched themselves ever deeper as what they stood for, their desires, their intent, their weaving it grew ever more. Your authority as the weaver of extremity has risen to such an extent that in addition to being capable of grasping the weavings of extremes, records, and existence, you can now begin to experience their weavings as if you were there. A prompt came down in a shocking fashion amidst all of this as Noah's authority was further expanded, and as if to show him just to what extent, a part of his consciousness began to drift and go towards the weaving of a lost record eons ago, as if he would see a difference in what he could grasp back then, and what he could grasp now. The eyes of the weaver of extremity cross innumerable weavings to land in the lost and eradicated record of Emperor Delbert. Noah's will follow the weavings of what dicasties of extremity sought to wipe out entirely as his gaze came to the balcony of a castle made of materials sufficient to make a middle-grade armament of extremity. It shone with a crystalline blue and white glow as it floated above the supernal haven of Genesis, high in the skies as if it were overlooking other beings. On this balcony was the visage of a man who held in his hands a burning cyan-colored flame, this flame moving about erratically as in his immediate surroundings. The authority of Vitalis was actually pushed away. What a wonder you are, relativity! His voice was deep and full of power. Noah seemed to be looking at him from above, but in the next moment, his figure sank down from above and actually flowed into the visage of Emperor Delbert, an emperor who unified the Vitalis hyperversal domains eons ago before he was eradicated by the dicasties of extremity. Noah sank into his body as shockingly. When he opened his eyes again, he gazed around not as himself, not as his normal self, but as Emperor Delbert. He was Emperor Delbert. It wasn't a possession or an experience, he truly and succinctly felt that at this moment, he was truly this being. The weaver of extremity has unearthed and stepped into the past weaving of existence of Emperor Delbert, the synchrony percentages of middle tier, the weavings of the life, memories, concepts, and extremes of Emperor Delbert become prevalent to you. Everything this being had experienced and accomplished was flowing into Noah's will, along with the cyan-colored flames he was playing with. The extremity of relativity that under the hands of Emperor Delbert was about to achieve the existential level. Noah felt this extreme, he had it himself and understood it deeply, but at this moment he felt this extreme as it was about to achieve the cusp of something great, as it was about to attain the existential level. The pathway of taking relativity to the existential level has been experienced by you before. Weavings of this experience have been saved as at any point in time. When the breadth of the existence of the weaver of extremity has been expanded to be capable of supporting another existential extremity authority, relativity can be taken to such a level. The differences in what he could do before and what he could do now became clear, and the results were so utterly terrifying that before Noah could fully go through them, why do you all have such an overabundance of greed? Even with the whole Vitalis hyperversal domains under you, you still seek for more and more. Noah felt the intent of a dicasties of extremity behind him, the one who would reap the life and records of the past Emperor Delbert, At this instant, the scene froze, only Noah's figure remained movable as well, keeping the existence of Emperor Delbert. He turned around to gaze at the entity that had erased everything about him, a Vitalis dicasties of extremity. The wide-spanning wings and the serpentine pupils were as clear as day, with their frozen authority just as menacing as always. Noah found himself walking towards this terrifying entity in this frozen record as he studied its features closely, and he then came to wonder as he stopped in front of it, just like Emperor Delbert, could he step into the weaving of this entity? Could he step into the existence of a dicasties of extremity? They could feel it. He hadn't just taken the records of existence of the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains below, he had also taken a bite out of their holy lands, out of their archios Vitalis Pilus. This was why it was so much more unforgivable. When had a seed ever dared to do something like this? When had a corrupted seed managed to not just attain corruption and deviate from their norms, but then go forward to eat up the existential extremity authorities of the lands they were in? Unforgivable, Cavalier Lyra bellowed out. A mere corrupted seed dared, an insect that boasted so much about quintessence, only to keep it as a dead path and expand other things. Actually dares? Cavalier Lyra was enraged. She knew the history of Noah Osmond well and went through all available accounts from the eyes of other seeds in the Vitalis hyperversal domains. Within the extremity vein of dissolution, he had called himself the true emperor of quintessence. Within the supernal havens, he was the true emperor of quintessence, and yet such a being couldn't even live up to this name, and he actually grew so bold as to do what he just did. Not even in terms of being bold, just the capability to do this was an impossible thing. Yet, a moment later, the visage of Basilius Inane and Basilius Urer appeared above them, but they weren't alone. dozens of other exquisitely adorned and majestic entities emanating undeniable waves of power appeared beside them. They came here as it was the center point of the explosion of the foreign existential extremity authorities, and it was from this point that the surrounding records began to be devoured. They ascertained what had occurred as their eyes quickly shifted from apathy to cold rage. Only the eyes of Basilius Inane were calm and calculating as a moment later, beside her, the figure of the enraged Basilius Urir had his intent weaved out commandingly: convene a meeting with the Black Hats. No more waiting and seeing or leaving it in the hands of you lot. We shall call forward that, tomorrow's working chapter titles, Unforgivable. 2-3. Chapter 2891 Unforgivable. 2. His words were filled with terrifying power and apathy as Cavalier Relira and the others bowed down succinctly, intense weaved from them and traversed great distances as the Basilius above them gazed at the weaving of their surroundings to ascertain the extent of the damage. Basilius Inane, even at this moment, had a calm and inquisitive gaze as behind her, from among the crowd of dozens of Basilius, a man with white gold hair spoke coldly: the emerged existential extremity. Authorities do not have a high enough existential array to even come close to Vitalis or Vacuous. And yet for them to do this, this insurgent has something else backing him. The source of power to do this is far beyond their supposed capabilities. The Basilius analyzed everything succinctly as if his eyes could see everything. Basilius Inane smiled at these words that were similar to hers not too long ago as her figure began to turn hazy and disappear. Yes, but we likely won't find out what is the moment we proceed with that. Everything will be over. You all prepare to meet with the Black Hats. I will talk with Father. Such dangerous words were left behind as the weaving of Basilius Inane flowed deeper into the Archios Vitalis Pilus. The flaming white skies and cloudy earth passed for millions upon millions of light years as she crossed massive round structures and buildings within the span of an instant. The paradisiacal lands she crossed showing content cylindrical beings of pure white authority that was light years in size, shooting from the cloudy earth below and towards the flaming skies. Some of these massive streams of pure Vitalis hyperversal authority flowed and mixed, converging together and flowing towards who knew where. Basilius Inane crossed these vast distances within the span of an instant as the very record of existence around her changed constantly, to the point that when she came to a stop, she was already standing in front of the biggest, most majestic white circular structure at the very center of the Archios Vitalis Pilus. She waved her hands as her figure became adorned with a more regal white gold robe, the inscription of Alabalum labeled on its back as on her blessed chest, a symbol surrounded by a hazy indiscernible light could barely be made out. She took another step and disappeared into the grand structure ahead of her as when the weaving of existence settled once more. She was standing on a marbled white hall of immense brilliance. It was housed within the structure she had entered, and yet when one looked above, all they could see were roiling tendrils of pure existential extremity authority of Vitalis. And at the center of this hall was a sizable table that only held a single throne at its head. Atop the table, gorgeous and fantastical-looking translucent objects that closely resembled fruits could be seen as on the only throne at the head of the table. An existence of shocking stature and demeanor sat down while his hands moved constantly, taking the translucent objects on the table and swallowing them without end. His hair shone with a blinding radiance as his majestic figure emanated the aura of an ancient emperor who had lived for countless eons. Every movement of his emanated precision and power as he didn't stop eating even after Basilius Inane came in, his head only rising slightly as his pupils. His pupils. They were like 2 points of translucent light that one could not see the ends of, where if you looked for longer than a few seconds, you may just be lost forever. Father, I presume you already know all the happenings out there without me needing to report anything to you. Father, she called him this, but he was known by another terrifying distinction: Archon Basilius Alabalum. I know, his words were plain, not an ounce of authority, not the weavings of an intent, just plain words submitted by sound, yet this alone felt like a booming clap in the ears of Basilius Inane as she remained rooted to the spot, gazing at her father who continued to eat the dazzling fruit like objects on the marbled white table. They will convene with the Black Hats. The Basilius of Ignatius will all likely agree, as the Archon Basilius Ignatius will reach out to enact that, again, that. At these words, the existence at the head of the table stopped eating briefly as he chewed what was in his mouth with grace before he wiped his lips and looked at his daughter. His gaze alone was so intense that Basilius Inane had to lower her eyes in the face of it, his voice echoing out, "My daughter, do you know why I was put in charge of this place?" His question was a succinct one as Basilius Inane smiled coldly with her down gaze as she played along. "Why were you, father? I used all my accomplishments to ask for it." solely because these lands held the weavings of endings and beginnings, and the taste of the fruits of existence extracted here. It is utterly succinct. As he spoke, he grasped one of the fruits that seemed to be endlessly getting refilled on the massive marbled table, translucent in nature and emanating an enticing glow to the very core of any entity. Fruits of existence, it was all for the taste, father, with a smile, Basilius Inane affirmed as the Archon Basilius Alabalum nodded with seriousness. Yes. To a certain point, it becomes addictive. Forget its uses and what it grants to one's existence. Just the taste of it alone is enough for the archons of any legacies to want to occupy lands like these for eons, amassing tremendous wealth like I have over these past epochs as even now, some legacies gaze over here with greed. Crunch, he resumed eating as he spoke. With every bite he took, the light within his eyes seemed to get even more shocking and powerful. Opposite him, Basilius Inane seemed to nod with understanding as she replied. I see. It seems that father will feel a great deal of pain if you have to spend this wealth of yours. I cannot imagine how many fruits of existence will be required to enact that. No, my daughter, you cannot imagine. The cost of the Codex of Extremity is one that no Basilius can bear, especially when it comes because your progeny are so useless to cause the need for the usage of something extremely costly. Chapter 2892 Unforgivable. 3. His words were calm, but it felt like all the surrounding reality turned icy as in the next instant, Basilius Inane emotionlessly sank to her knees. Yes, father. Useless progeny often disappoint, but they learn from their mistakes. They'll make sure something like this doesn't happen again, so you say. The words rolled out of his mouth as if every single one could shatter the core of an entity at the 9th gradation of extremity. Mistakes. They are costly to power. The fruits of existence are power. We extract and squeeze the lands and the seeds within them for eons to steadily produce this source of power, and losing a portion of it will be a source of weakness that other legacies will come to know. Like rats, I can already feel some sniffing around. So, how does my daughter think I prepare for emergencies like this? To be ready for failures that when they do occur, my position won't be the least bit shaken? He chewed the fruit of existence in his mouth while twirling another in his right hand. His face emanated sharp masculine beauty and grace, his eyes shining like clear lanterns that could see through everything as the surrounding existence was very calm around him. Basilius Inane rose from her kneeling position with a calm expression as her gaze focused on the fruit of existence dangling in her father's hands. Since father has stated that the fruits of existence are power, then naturally you must have a great deal of them, more than what all others believe you have. That way, even if you lose some, you will still hold more power than what others believe. Precisely, daughter. A small, barely discernible smile formed as the ends of the lips of the Archon Basilius Alabalum curved. The biggest lesson I can pass to you, my daughter, is to not just fool others with the weavings of your power, but to also fool yourself. Never let others know the extent of your power, nor should your existence ever be limited by what you believe is the extent of your power. Akin to an elder teaching a child, the Archon Basilius Alabalum spoke. Standing on the marbled floor, Basilius Inane smiled brightly, her eyes not veiling a sharp light within them as she looked at her father. That, father, is a lesson I will engrave deeply in my heart. Good. Now, once that is initiated, many restrictions will also rise as after it. These lands will be reset and fully cleansed. All the seeds being cultivated this whole time will be gone, as while new ones arise, the extraction of fruits of existence will be arduously slow. Our legacy will not be able to earn much profit in the near term as to keep up appearances. We still need to keep sending our ionic tributes. In this period of time, all of you will need to put in the work and accelerate the extraction as much as possible. Horrific words left his mouth casually. He stated that lands would be reset, that all seeds will be gone as new ones would rise. He spoke so simply as Basilius Inane just gave a nod. Understood. Father. I will relay this to the others right away. After these words, the Archon Basilius Alabalum waved his hands towards her dismissively while he began to grasp more fruits of existence, his voice echoing out in low tones. With your leave, send word for the mothers to gather here right away. It seems I need to sire more progeny that may not be utterly useless tools in the grand scheme of things. Those that may actually carry the legacy of Alabalum across eons with me and not cause me a loss. Basilius Inane's figure only stopped briefly at this, her eyes radiating a sharp glow as she nodded once more. Understood. Take it easy, you aren't as young as you used to be. Father. With these words, she bowed and disappeared. On the throne at the head of the table, the Archon Basilius Alabalum sneered while devouring more fruits of existence as a moment later, the figures of dazzling women began to appear in this space, in a frozen record lost in the eons of time, as Emperor Delbert. Noah's figure stared at the massive stature of a Dicastes of extremity as his eyes began to burn with vermilion-colored flames. He wanted to do something, it was just a feeling he had in his mind, but he wanted to achieve it, and so he squeezed every ounce of power of his existence and directed it towards his distinction. The weaver of extremity peers into the weaving of a new subject before him. Tangled in barriers and authorities, the chosen target is Abidax of the legacy of Alabalam. His existence burned as tendrils of vermilion light jumped from the visage of Emperor Delbert and into the white Vitalis Dicastes of extremity. The record remained frozen as there seemed to be heavy friction and interferences. Yet Noah's will had grown to such an extent within the seventh gradation of extremity that it was just enough to enter. The weavings of this entity before him started to become clear. The weaver of extremity has unearthed and stepped into the past weaving of existence of Abidax of the legacy of Alabalam, the synchrony percentages of low tier, the weavings of the life. Memories, concepts, and extremes of Abidax become prevalent to you at a small, extremely low level. Noah's will felt like a liquid mass that spread rapidly to fill up the vessel that was Abidax, and he felt as if he was becoming an entirely different form of existence, as if the physiology and makeup of who he was now was entirely different from what he always knew. You were grasping the weaving of Abidax. The first thing he felt were heavy emotions of superiority and pride, of unblemished confidence and certainty, and then information began to flow alongside it. Abidax, as seen and understood by the weavings of the current record, was a Dicastes of extremity that had recently awakened from a state of existential hibernation. His existence once more becoming filled with the unfathomable light of the fruit of existence. Chapter 2893 Dicastes. The flow of information was a wondrous one. It was something Noah should in no way have access to, and yet here he was. He was reading the intricacies of the weavings of a Dicastes of extremity, particularly one who had recently left a state of hibernation after being injected with the light of something known as the fruit of existence. The fruit of existence, Noah's mind found itself unmistakably attracted to the weavings of such a thing as he sought to understand it, but the flow of information was there, even though it was jumbled. It was all because of the low-tier synchrony, because Noah's capabilities in understanding the weaving were barely at the first metamorphosis. And the target he selected was at an extremely high place. So Noah released waves of calmness as he focused on the weavings of the origin of this being. The weaver of extremity gazes into the weavings of a Vitalis Dicastes of extremity, beginning to peel apart the veiled layers of mystery. Different scenes flashed in Noah's mind, as if it were a long-lost dream. Blurry images and scenes began to rise in his mind. He dreamed of a place within the depths of the Aeonic annals of extremity, nay, even saying the depths was doing it a disservice, as it was located towards what could be considered the very heart of the annals of extremity. Here, Vitalis and vacuous intersected. Here, all existential extremity authorities seemed to intersect, and the dream of this place instantly became clear to Noah as if he had forgotten it this whole time. The Archios Vitalis Pilus, a booming intent leaked from him as his existence trembled. He felt like he had nearly lost himself as he blinked, his eyes truly opening as Abidax at this moment as his pupils saw a shocking scene. He felt his pupils on the wings, the singular ones on the chest and face, and he saw that his vision was one that saw reality drastically different from others. He saw reality in terms of vibrations of intents, their intermixing, and gravitational forces around each other, and through his authority, he could traverse across such intents or even express his will through them, and he could voice something out without needing to move his lips, as he simply had to emanate his intent outwards and allow it to dance on the countless vibrations of intents that made up the surrounding reality. Noah had to see this scene before he affirmed that yes, he was currently Abidax, but at the same time, I am the extremity of quintessence. His intent came from the visage of a Vitalis Dicastes as he moved his hands freely and even flapped the butterfly-like wings. After that, after affirming who he was and not running the risk of losing his identity, he continued to peer deeper into the weavings of this being he now became. He saw the Archios Vitalis Pilus in jumbled memories. He remembered that he, a Dicastes of extremity, was not a lone being, nor was he a unique being. What he was and always is could be defined by the distinction of a soldier of nothing else but the legacy of Alabalam. There were many like him, as their numbers did not stop in the mere hundreds or thousands, they reached, Noah cursed out within his own will as this piece of information came in, millions. Their number was in the millions, but there was a saving grace, the vast number of Dicastes of extremity. Even though there were many, the vast majority were in a state of existential hibernation. Their very existence was in a state of dormancy, as they were unique entities who were produced in ways that even they themselves were not privy to. When Abidax came to, it was the first time he was awoken from existential hibernation as his mind held a single thing: complete fealty to the legacy of Alabalam. Those who woke it from its slumber, Noah's will burn with vermilion-colored flames as he uttered out a single word that arose from the blurry memories: Basilius, WAA, those he couldn't even gaze at, the ones above extremity. In the hazy memories of Abidax, Noah felt great reverence and fealty from its emotions that caused a sense of distaste within his own mind. But he continued to delve deeper into the weavings of this being. It was awoken from existential hibernation by none other than the light of a fruit of existence. A dozen other dicastes around him at that time also being woken up as they rose from the ranks of hundreds of thousands of hibernating dicastes in the depths of the Archios Vitalis Pilus that were stretching into the distance. Its job was a simple one: to constantly monitor and keep track of the unfolding records and existence of Vitalis. They were given the authority of how to act and what to do in different possibilities, with many means available to them when it came to overseeing the seeds under their control. When Noah came to this point, his distaste turned into revulsion and burning tyranny of anger as he closely experienced how the dicastes of extremity saw him and all the others. They saw them as less than nothing, insects to observe as their only use. Was furthering Vitalis itself and increasing the rate of extraction of nothing else but the fruit of existence. Noah uttered out the name of a thing that continued to come up again and again: the fruit that the Basilius of Alabalam extracted from the records being built in all of Vitalis, the records that he made. The records of extremes and existence, their weavings were what generated the necessary power for the bountiful extraction of the fruits of existence, and the ones benefiting from all of this were none other than the Basilius of Alabalam. Their true number was unknown as in the blurry memories of the records of Abidax. He had only met them a few times. Each one seemed insurmountable, but there were those who seemed even grander than all others, royal in nature and grand in their majesty. The dicastes Abidax remembered one Basilius in particular who seemed involved in everything that occurred within the Archios Vitalis Pilus. What was her name? What was her face? Chapter 2894 Dicastes. 2. Noah felt his existence burning with vermilion flames as he was pulling out the weavings of records and information he should have no access to, but he seemed to have reached a shocking precipice of attaining something crucial as he pushed on. From the blurry memories of Abidax, he was pulling on the weavings of a key figure that moved around the Archios Vitalis Pilus. Feminine in nature and grand in stature, she was HUUM. The weaving of Abidax trembled as cracks spread on its body, but Noah persevered and continued, and gradually, a hazy image was rising before his eyes: silver white hair, dazzling white eyes, a commanding authority unlike other Basilius they came across. This was a Basilius inane, yes. Basilius inane. The progeny of Dash. The moment Noah arrived here, his senses instantly blared as in the next moment, at the fastest possible speed he could muster, he left the depths of the weavings of Abidax he was searching in. His authority as the weaver of extremity blared as he went further to leave the weavings of Emperor Delbert entirely. His authority erasing his traces and wiping out anything there was about him. This was because at this moment, he was feeling an unprecedented sense of danger, and he was quickly retreating across the interminable weavings of countless records, seeking to take back the portion of his will and existence that was being used to peer into the weavings of Emperor Delbert. As even during the time he wanted to complete this action, an aurum brilliance burned within him along with a golden brilliance of oraculum as he abandoned this idea as well. This part of him could not return to his main body. Instead, this part of his existence disappeared even further into the weavings of records. The light of apocalypse beginning to shine around it as well, reinforced by quintessence, infinity, tyranny, and the protagonist. Noah began to bring an end to this part of him entirely. This was because he had gazed somewhere far too high for him at this moment, and even as he was doing all of this, it still didn't feel like he was doing enough as a heavy sense of danger still remained. In the Archios Vitalis Pilus, in the depths of a massive white circular structure, the visage of Basilius inane had her hands behind her back as she looked into a glass aquarium that held thousands of cosmos within it, and the dazzling flow of multiple fruits of existence could be seen alongside them. She seemed to be thinking of too many things when all of a sudden, her gaze flickered with brilliance and surprise as her body instantly erupted with light, and a part of her will disappearing somewhere. In the aquarium, hundreds of fruits of existence faded alongside a part of her as this scene was not unique to her. A nanosecond after her, just a small moment later, in the depths of the Archios Vitalis Pilus, atop a marbled floor, the Archon Basilius Alabalam was getting undressed. When all of a sudden, his brows rose. Someone is even thinking about trying to grasp a part of my weavings. Just thinking about the action itself wasn't even done, but his profound weavings were able to sense it instantly as his translucent pupils flashed with brilliance. From a record in the depths of Vitalis? Is it the corrupted seed that began all of this? Multiple thoughts flashed in his mind in an instant as on the cast table behind him, a few thousand fruits of existence flashed as the weavings of a part of his soul disappeared somewhere. Did you just inadvertently step into a trap, little seed? Let's see if this can be ended here. His gaze was deep, to keep things functioning and as they were. Restrictions stopped him and the bacillus below him from freely descending onto the lands of Vitalis and Vacuous, but for a cost, taking a part of his will into the weavings of a record was possible. And he did just that at this moment, as not even a nanosecond had passed since he felt someone thinking of probing a part of his weavings to him taking action. They wouldn't be able to run away, and even if they did, he would trace the weaving of their records and find out where they ran towards. Boom! Existential extremity authority flashed chaotically as the white glow of Vitalis was prominent, but it wasn't the only one. There was also a silver glow of another existential extremity authority. It was not Vitalis. It was something the legacy of Alabalam held before they even came to these lands. Basilius Inane moved fast. Her thoughts were her own as while she utilized a shocking amount of authority and a significant amount of her wealth for a small portion of her will to go towards the records where her weavings had been discerned. She also caused these very same weavings to turn chaotic and be filled with instability. She made it so that it would be all that much harder for any others to traverse across these records. Within the span of an instant, her vision stepped into a chaotic weaving of a record as she saw a grand castle, the visage of a seed from a long time past, and a dicastes of extremity. But the source of the one who was peering into her weaving wasn't here, or it was apt to say they were rapidly pulling away. Her authority moved rapidly as she followed the source and came to gaze upon something in the far reaches of nearby weavings of records, something about to entirely disappear as the source was decisively wiping out their very own existence. But Basilius Inane was able to stare at him, and as she stared at him, she knew that he also stared back at her sternly. At this moment in time, Basilius Inane could have chosen to do many things. With a 50% chance, she could make a move and possibly anchor the existence of this being here before she tracked down his origin. There was another 50% chance that even if she did so, his existence that was about to be extinguished would just slip past her grasp. All of these possibilities flashed by in the span of an instant as a terrifying light passed in Basilius Inane's eyes, and she instead made another choice. Her authority erupted as the surrounding weaving became even more chaotic, records becoming mixed up on records. Weavings becoming layered upon weavings. Her lips arched into a smile as between the gaps of weaving of chaotic records, she kept her gaze interlocked with the will of an entity about to disappear, and the moment it entirely faded, boom, another will, one even more terrifying than Basilius Inane's, descended onto this weaving of chaotic records. Chapter 2895 Momentum. Why had she spent so much to send part of her will to descend, only to stop by staring at the target far away from her, only to mask and further cause him to be hard to find, to the extent that her actions on the way here and what she just did made it so that when a more terrifying will descended, it came just an instant after the traces of the insurgent entirely disappeared. This terrifying will was only able to see a stern expression on the manifested will of Basilius Inane as if she was speedily reaching out ahead, only for her face to show immense frustration as it seemed something slipped right past her. Fuck. A low curse of anger escaped her lips as she looked up to see the cold gaze of her father. Daughter, your senses seem to have become even sharper. And this insurgent seems to be very capable. His eyes flashed with a chilling light as he gazed all around. He was a mere manifestation of a small part of himself, and yet the moment he arrived, the flow and weaving of all records ceased and stalled. The flow of records was obscured and turned chaotic, with his response being far too quick. You didn't manage to catch even a glimpse of him? A glimpse alone would have allowed many things. With a gaze and clear pupils that caused Basilius Inane to feel a heavy pressure, his will spread out to cover every single weaving nearby. Basilius Inane bowed down with a hint of regret and anger as she replied, my arrival was an instant after the insurgent extinguished his very own existence. He reacted too quickly. There are many things we could learn about his existential extremity authority should we manage to catch him before the utilization of the Codex of Extremity. Her words contained a hint of regret as the Archon Basilius Alabalam listened silently. He gazed at the chaotic weavings of records in the surroundings as he replied with a cold gaze, many instances have come and gone across the eons in different lands where the seeds managed to expand existential extremity authorities whether they were allowed to experimentally or not. None have managed to even become crucial points of studies to gain anything. Most are mere imitations of the existential extremity authorities of the lands they're in. Others don't have the breadth or capacity to come anywhere close. His gaze was chilling as he looked around the chaotic weavings, his words continuing, no. The authorities of this corrupted seed are not the main cause of his unique capabilities. They are far too young for that. All existential extremity authorities need time to grow, need seeds to grow. It's likely that this insurgent stumbled upon a tool, maybe even a budding existential treasure that was just born in the weavings of these lands. Basilius Inane paused at such words as her eyes flashed sharply. Perhaps. But it truly is a waste. I spent a significant amount of fruits of existence for the smallest part of my will to arrive here. Father must have spent even more. It wasn't even the lands of Vitalis or Vacuus themselves. Mere records of past weavings had wasted this many resources, as this was why the utilization of dicastes of extremity was so crucial when it came to managing these lands. No matter. The Archon Basilius Alabalum waved his hands dismissively as his figure began to disappear. If the insurgent has truly stumbled on an existential treasure, I can reclaim it after the utilization of the Codex of Extremity to restart everything. I can already feel the stench of Ignatius drawing near. With him in the picture, things can advance that much quicker. Whap! The moment he finished his words, he disappeared. Basilius Inane was the only one left behind amidst the chaotic swirls of weavings of records, her expression becoming composed and calm as she gazed around her. Noah Osmont, just what is it that you have? A grandiose and yet simple enough of a question. At this moment in time, it held no answer. Basilius Inane breathed in the surrounding weavings of chaos as she closed her eyes. Her thoughts only known to her as this time, she didn't even express them in her intent. If you can survive that, maybe then you will be something problematic enough to make way for my ambition. But before that, everything is but a dream, a grand and impossible dream. Basilius Inane of Alabalum knew the improbability of this dream more than anyone, but she never gave up on it even as eons passed. She planned, she waited, she moved when existence felt the need to. And now she would wait some more. Boom! The very infinite hyperversal haven shook with tremors and fervor as its authority reinforced and masked everything. Further retreating into waves of paradoxical obscurities just as a precaution. At the same time, Noah's main body showed eyes that were flowing with golden blood as a part of his existence was truly extinguished, and it was done by none other than his own extreme. The extremity of Apocalypse has grasped the quintessence of its extreme after achieving what it truly stands for on itself. The extremity of Apocalypse destroyed a part of itself. Noah destroyed a part of himself, and how? Could one not grasp the extreme of something to a critical level when they experienced it so closely? The extremity of Apocalypse takes steps ever close to the existential level, a boon from a possible calamity. Yet even amidst all of it, Noah's gaze was still stern. He remembered the gaze of the entity he had seen in the weavings of the dicastes of extremity closely, the eyes of the one he had known to be called Basilius Inane. At a critical juncture on immense possibilities of danger, she actually didn't make a move against him and instead further obscured the weavings of the surrounding records to further delay the descent of the truly cataclysmic entity that was coming, the one that even now Noah could not even think about peering into the identity of. Such a thing caused his existence to burn with rageful tyranny. But quintessence reined everything in. The protagonist calmed all raging thoughts. And infinity reminded that there were still endless possibilities. Chapter 2896 Momentum 2. Deep breaths left his existence as he slowed everything down. He had made an uncountable number of gains in an extremely short period of time. He was just successful in taking 1/100th of both Vitalis and Vacuus hyperversal domains, including portions of lands he couldn't even enter yet. He also stole what the Basilius of Alabalum and Ignatius considered seeds that were critical to the extraction of fruits of existence. He did all of this in the span of minutes. The Basilius, his enemies, had lived for countless eons. Their power was too great. What they held was still too mysterious. After making all of these recent gains, Noah now needed time to swallow everything and consolidate his power. Consolidate all of the knowledge he had gained, with the most critical being, what do you think of the fruit of existence? His voice echoed out towards the manifestation of the infinite hyperversal haven. Her figure was surrounded by blazing brilliance at this moment as this construct assimilated a great deal of gains. Her voice was serene and filled with possibilities as she spoke. It's likely that when an existential extremity authority reaches a certain level, this authority itself begins to produce something, call it a byproduct if you will. This should be the fruit of existence. The more power an existential extremity authority generates, the more this byproduct can be obtained. Its uses alone seem terrific, as the legacies of Alabalum and Ignatius are intent on extracting these fruits alone over the eons. A byproduct, but it was one that every single entity wanted and sought as its uses were unfathomable. Noah's eyes were stern and blazing with vermilion-colored brilliance as he voiced out again while gazing out into the multicolored authorities around him. Can you feel how close we are to manifesting such byproducts ourselves? A shocking question. And assertion, compared to Vitali's and vacuous hyperversal domains that had been around for untold eons, the infinite hyperversal haven was young, interminably young, but what it held was now 4 existential extremity authorities coursing through it. In addition to its founding concepts having a semblance of such a level too, it was young, yes, but it had things that the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains couldn't even begin to imagine, and now, with the advent of entities at the 7th and 8th gradation of extremity entering these lands, how much more refinement and power would Noah's existential extremity authorities attain? How close would the infinite hyperversal haven come? To producing the fruits of existence? No words left the manifestation of the infinite hyperversal haven at Noah's question as she seemed to be pondering. She was above all else a logical construct. She wouldn't give empty words or promises as currently. She didn't have enough data to make a factual statement regarding this issue. Noah saw this reality as he nodded while waving his hands. We will find out in due time. Consolidate the recent gains while I carefully filter through the information regarding the Basilius of Alabalum and Ignatius. At the same time, I will go see to the guests. The moment Noah brought up these entities, his figure disappeared from this enclosed domain. At the same time, across the infinite hyperversal haven, powerful entities, primogenitors and legends who only had their names passed down over the eons and Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains. They actually appeared in a new land filled with unfathomable wonder. Near the Prana Alethian haven rotating around the massive infinity-shaped extremity vein, the visage of the Bard of Vitalis could be seen in his monkey-like form as a flute was on his hands and lips, a tune of wonder and new beginnings emanating from it while he gazed at all the new structures around them. A distance away, the burly and muscular figure of the primogenitor of steel could also be seen as reality distorted around him. There were many others, but at this moment, all of these new entrants felt the distortion of space around them as they all disappeared from where they stood and were taken somewhere else entirely. When their wills adjusted again, the auras of a few hundred beings could be felt appearing en masse as most were the new entrants far advanced in the gradations of extremity. But there were also the figures of Sargon, Ishtar, and the Sumerian architect in addition to Noah's closest people. His son, burning with a light of gold and vermilion grandeur, stood in front of the Emperor Penguin, Dr. Hall, Kazuhiko, and many other prominent figures of the infinite hyperversal haven as they all appeared within the veiled structure that was the Alchemy Hall. The Alchemy Hall, where mountains of planolith crystallos were being produced, they appeared in a section of the Alchemy Hall where the floor was formed of a crystalline purple-blue radiance, with the figures of those teleported here being at the very center as around them. Glistening crystalline circular objects could be seen piling up into mountains. Some even rolled at the bottom of their feet as when their wills looked around, they were shocked to find an overabundance of a few thousand low-grade planolith crystallos around them, as well as tens of thousands of middle-grade planolith crystallos that made up the vast majority extending into dunes of mountains. Some were purple in color, others were so blue they looked like they contained endless seas within them, and some were colorless while radiating a shocking brilliance. Without a doubt, all of them emanated an aura of existential extremity authorities as the spreading wills of all entities here came to find that on top of the largest mountain of middle-grade planolith crystallos, there was the renowned figure of the entity who had brought them all here sitting atop such a mountain. He sat down freely with his hands over his knees gloriously, his eyes filled with shocking luminosity as he gazed at the past primogenitors of Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains. Chapter 2897 Momentum 3. All eyes were on him. After all, how could they not be? He sat atop the tallest mountain holding tens of thousands of middle-grade planolith crystallos of existential extremity authorities and stared down at entities standing proudly at the 7th and 8th gradation of extremity. His closest people were also present as many of them had shining eyes while staring at the dazzling planolith crystallos around them. But nobody leaned down to pick up even a single one as they all gazed towards the visage of Noah, the extremity of quintessence, the extremity of tyranny, the most recent honored one. The voice of the primogenitor of steel was a booming one, and a heavy one as complex emotions were seen in the eyes of this burly figure. To him and many others, they held an intricate history with Vitalis or vacuous hyperversal domains. It was where he was born in, and in their later stages of life as they crossed the gradations of extremity. They came to find that they lived in lands where they had to cower and hide from the gazes of others, from the gazes of the ones above extremity. And most crucial of all, None of them could dream of the ninth gradation of extremity, none of them could dream of even exceeding it. All of these were far and distant dreams, as on this day at this moment these dreams came alive again. Not just the primogenitor of steel, but many entities here wanted to speak up and confirm if they were truly free of the influence of the ones above extremity that they had to hide from. Steel was even more melancholic as he wanted to share this moment with an old friend, his will gazing around the brilliance and the surroundings, but he couldn't see the one he was looking for. His eyes turned somber as he asked the figure sitting atop a mountain of planolith crystallos in the distance. There are many things to be said, but I am curious about the whereabouts of Curagulus? Was he also able to? The words of Steel trailed off as what they were asking was clear, and yet when it came to receiving an answer, the figure of the extremity of quintessence simply waved his hands and showed an illusory scene, a scene of none other than the man in question about to be ripped apart by the dicastes of extremity, his will and everything about him reaching out towards Noah when he reached no aid. The pupils of the past primogenitors sharpened at such a scene as in the next moment, they saw all emotion fade away from the visage of Curagulus as moments later, he transformed to become a dicastes of extremity. These are our enemies, the voice of the extremity of quintessence rang out right after this heavy scene. The figure of the primogenitor of steel had an ashen expression as his eyes briefly closed, many thoughts crossing his mind. Was that truly Curagulus? Was he killed and his place taken? Was his friend still alive? There was an overabundance of questions with no answers, but the voice of the extremity of quintessence continued. The enemies are the dicastes of extremity, but they are just soldiers of the legacies that sit above the vitales and vacuous hyperversal domains. Two legacies that, with your own strength and understanding of the weavings of records, existence, and extremity, I find it wise to not even tell you. The eyes of Steel and other primogenitors buzzed. The Sumerian architect watched on with a burning glimmer of light as Noah continued. Moments ago, I nearly placed myself in peril just by trying to grasp the weavings of these entities you all called the ones above extremity. If you all start knowing their identities and try peering into it, a similar peril may follow us all, as for now don't understand that to them, you are mere seeds. Workers they can use and discard when they wish, as you've seen over the eons with the deaths of any entity stepping on the ninth gradation of extremity, or anyone seeking to expand in existential extremity authority. Seeds, workers, these words buzzed in the minds of these prideful and powerful entities as at this time, the sad melody of a symphony began to play. Noah briefly turned his head towards the Bard of Vitalis before he continued calmly, the crux of everything is existential extremity authorities. Vitalis and vacuous benefited and grew more refined from you all and all others under those lands following this extreme, and the ones above extremity benefited the most from this. I've broken the shackles of gazes and control they had on you all before. But things are not resolved. We are still within the ionic annals of extremity, still within Vitalis and vacuous. And we need the strength to stand against beings that have exceeded extremity. An impossible task. The primogenitor of flames heard this as his pupils blazed. The primogenitor of dust sighed as she looked at the intent around others. Henry and all of Noah's prominent entities watched on calmly as his words continued to reverberate with glory. We do not have that strength. The words were akin to a hammer that struck the hearts of all. A hammer that could rouse fear among many other emotions, and yet the extremity of quintessence did not wait long before continuing. What we have is the potential of such strength. That potential. He paused while moving his eyes from the gaze of all-powerful primogenitors here, his hand coming to hold a dazzling blue planolith crystallos. That potential is why I sit where I sit. It all comes back to existential extremity authorities. So long as these are strong enough, there lies the potential to stand against even the ones above extremity. There lies a pathway for even us to exceed extremity. Now, I have here multiple existential extremity authorities I've managed to expand. With them, I plan to stand against the immovable force above us. You all embarking on these authorities will strengthen them and contribute to this fight, or you can even try to elevate your own extremes to the existential level. It doesn't really matter. All that matters is that these are the only weapons capable of defending us, and after today's actions, we have thoroughly enraged the ones above extremity. Chapter 2898 Momentum. 4. Words filled with the stark reality echoed out, words that were not minced even by a little. Noah gazed at his people and all others here as he continued. Now, they will retaliate against what they consider a rebellion of insects that dared to think too highly of themselves. And this retaliation of theirs, I do not fully know just how deadly it will be, as I can only personally prepare. The words were grim ones, but they were the truth. At this moment in time, Noah had to let them all see the truth, as the power of the Basilius of Alabalum and Ignatius was truly too mighty. You all are already powerful in your own right. You've lived an uncountable number of years, as you have your own pride. Pride, power, extremes. Whatever it is you believe in, utilize it towards our potential to survive against the ones above extremity, as if we aren't successful in this. The will to even make the choice will no longer exist. Just like all the erased records in existence of past honored ones, past entities that simply crossed the ire of the dicastes and those above them. We will all be ground down to nothingness. The symphony playing in the background reached a precipice as at this moment, the visage of the Bard of Vitalis rose his monkey-like head. He retained his white fur as the abrupt end of his paramount symphony brought a heavy conclusion to the monologue of the extremity of quintessence. And this entity proceeded to speak up in such a heavy atmosphere where a single existence had been dominating thus far. The weavings of future symphonies come to me before the reality itself unfolds. He began simply as Noah's eyes came to land on him. The primogenitors of Vacuus and Vitalis also came to hone their wills onto his majestic monkey-like visage as he continued, through the weavings of symphonies, I can get a sense of the coming future. Whether it is bright, whether it is dark, his words caused many eyes to turn somber. Was the Bard of Vitalis about to state how dark and abysmal the symphony of the coming future was? Was he about to tell them what a somber and sad tune was in store for them? These were the questions they asked themselves, but the reply of the Bard of Vitalis, who had his eyes gazing forward in a dazed and lost expression, stated, there is no symphony, boom, nothing bright, nothing dark, just nothing. No future whatsoever. The words that came out were much worse than any of them could have hoped. Even Noah's gaze turned stern as he came to lock onto the Bard of Vitalis, but the entity didn't leave them here as he continued. At least, this is what lies in store with the state of the current reality. If things were to change, if we can grasp any of that and elevate it, the Bard of Vitalis pointed towards the mountains of existential planolith crystallos all around them. Towards the existential extremity authorities they represented, then maybe, just maybe, there may be a tune of the future again. For that, my peers, I ask you to join me in leaving behind any prejudice and pride. I ask you to embark and elevate these existential extremity authorities before us, as likely they may just be the thing standing between us and the complete cessation of existence. The Bard of Vitalis made a plea, and the other primogenitors couldn't help but listen. In a unique junction of records and weavings between Vitalis and Vacuus, in a place very few entities could never even dream of. Entering, auroras of black and white mixed massive pillars of Vitalis and Vacuus hyperversal authorities raged in the surroundings. This was a place that could be reached from specified locations within the Archios Vitalis Pilus or Archios Vacuus Pilus, and currently, there were two figures that had appeared together at this moment, a man and a woman, and yet they seemed much more than that, as the man seemed titanic in aura and majesty, his dark eyes radiating a sense of awe and power that very few could match. He was adorned in an obsidian violet robe that radiated gloriousness, with nothing being more glorious than his head, which was entirely bald and shining with brilliance. It only added to his stature as an Ionic emperor from ancient times, as beside him was his partner, one whose beauty was unprecedented as her dark hair flowed past her shoulders. Her pupils sharp as she spoke words that only her partner, the Archon Basilius Ignatius, could hear. Alabalum holds control of the Codex of Extremity for these lands, yes, but it may be possible for this authority to change depending on how things unfold after this. If his tributes fall off or the cost to do that is much higher, it may just change ownership. Thereafter, Ignatius can begin enjoying the same eons of wealth as these white hats. The words were succinct and filled with power as beside her, the visage of Archon Basilius Ignatius was calm, as if anything could happen, and he would remain an immovable mountain. His thoughts were his own as at this moment. His eyes sharpened and looked in the distance as the visage of another entity gradually materialized. He wasn't alone, as beside him, the figure of a young woman filled with unconventional beauty also came along. It was Archon Basilius Alabalum and his second-in-command Basilius Inane. His gaze was filled with calm as there was a sense of repulsion in his eyes that he purposefully left open to be observed. We've been gathered here again, though this time, under less than preferred circumstances. With a deep voice filled with power, the Archon Basilius Alabalum spoke towards the Archon Basilius Ignatius. They were gathered here today for a single reason, and a single reason alone, to come to an agreement regarding the lands they oversaw, to come to an agreement to erase everything within it and to start things over. Chapter 2899 Momentum. A meeting of insurmountable importance. This was exactly what was occurring at this moment in time as the Archon Basilius Alabellum and Archon Basilius Ignatius stared at each other. Each of their bodies radiated a shocking amount of brilliance and majesty, as the meeting of these beings was not a normal one. They were rulers of their legacies, they were entities who stood atop domains other beings could only dream of. They were existences with immense power and wealth as the names of. Their legacies were etched across uncountable eons. When they met, something critical would occur thereafter. The shining bald head of the Archon Basilius Ignatius, draped in black and violet, glinted with even grander brilliance as he spoke. We seem to have allowed a disease to fester to such an extent that it has now jumped onto many prominent seeds. His words were light and full of ease as towards them. Archon Basilius Alabellum merely nodded with a reply, yes. It may be a first for us while managing these lands, but these things happen. Now, we don't need to allow the disease to fester even more, as I can initiate that with the Codex of Extremity. We each just have to bear the cost. But the eyes of Archon Basilius Alabellum shone as he continued with a level of authority. Since the usage of the Codex of Extremity falls under my heel, I will be gracious enough to provide 60% of the required fruits of existence. The brows of even Basilius Inane rose at such words, not to mention Archon Basilius Ignatius and the entity beside him. Since when has Archon Basilius Alabellum been such a gracious being? Such a question arose as every move of entities of their level was measured and filled with purpose, and they couldn't yet see why the Archon would take a greater loss than what he already had to currently pay. But no answer came as faced with his stoicism. Archon Basilius Ignatius simply nodded, while replying, all right. Let us proceed with enacting that. Many of those who spoke about it didn't prefer to call it by its name, as it was truly a distasteful thing, but it was also a necessary thing. Something to bring it all to an end and start anew. It was a Mors Apocalypsis. Archon Basilius Alabellum spoke sufficiently as the surroundings trembled at the mere mention of it. Mors Apocalypsis. The eyes of Basilius Inane turned sharp at these words and their sheer gravity as Archon Basilius Alabellum continued. After its activation, many things will not be the same as within 9 days. All seeds within the gradations of extremity shall have everything of their weavings of records, existence, and extreme erased. All seeds that ever had at any point in time been recorded in the Codex of Extremity shall face this, as none can escape. Once initiated, the absolute restrictions on us will become utterly impossible to break, as we won't be able to influence any of the lands below us by any margin. We won't be able to know what happened, nor will we be able to even gaze at the authority unleashed by the Codex of Extremity. But will we really need to? He asked a question at the end, and yet it didn't need to be answered, because within 9 days, Mors Apocalypsis would occur. They all knew this. The first day, all those within the first gradation of extremity and below would perish. For the seeds of the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains, this was a day that they would perish in the largest amounts. On the second day, all those within the second gradation of extremity would perish. This would go on. As for these lands, more apocalypsis will be done on the 8th day. At that time, we should see a new land open up before us, as the day after Mors Apocalypsis is finished, the absolute restrictions will be at their lowest. We could appear with our main bodies unfettered in the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains as we please, to observe the start of a new eon. A new page on the Codex of Extremity. A terrifying set of words were strung together, ones that did not bode well for the existences within the Ionic annals of extremity, ones that were definitively a death sentence for countless masses. Let's get started. With a brilliant light, these beings began to move to enact something as terrifying as Mors Apocalypsis, in the infinite hyperversal haven. Within a section of the alchemy hall that held mountains of planolith crystallos and some of the most powerful entities to have come out of vacuous and Vitalis hyperversal domains, after the stark words of the Bard of Vitalis, the primogenitor of steel gazed around the faces of others here as with a blinding light of brilliance, he spoke, since things have naturally come to this, we will contribute as needed. But when it comes to the existential extremity authorities here, we know nothing of them. How about a display, a display? What did the primogenitor of steel mean by this? The visage of Noah remained seated atop the mountain of planolith crystallos silently as he locked his gaze onto Steel, who stared right back at him. By display. How about a spar against me or someone else of your choosing to express what the existential extremity authorities around us signify? Then we can all easily make a choice thereafter. A spar against one of the shocking legends of Vitalis, or even other legends from the domains. It was a natural progression for these truly powerful beings, as they had already seen the shocking capabilities and machinations of this existence before them when he whisked them away from the dicastes of extremity. Now, They wanted a glimpse of the existential extremity authorities themselves, and for this spar, would the extremity of quintessence truly fight against someone at the 8th gradation of extremity when they all knew he achieved his status as an honored one and attained extremity minutes ago? Chapter 2900 Momentum. 6 minutes after he attained extremity, one would be called insane if they really stated before that such an entity could even put up a fight against someone at the 8th gradation of extremity, but the extremity of quintessence was different. He had in his accolades the capability of escaping from dicasties of extremity and being the first honored one to actually expand not just one concept to the existential level, but from what they could see, it was 3, naturally, the guidelines regarding him were different. Even now, potent waves of power at the 7th gradation of extremity could be felt from him. 7th, even this was astounding enough, but there were dozens of entities from the past primogenitors here who were also at this level. And there were a few terrifying auras like the primogenitor of steel who stood at the 8th gradation. Would a unique entity such as the extremity of quintessence be able to catch up to the eons of work that these primogenitors had put in? The bard of Vitalis watched on calmly as a guitar appeared in his hands, a low and unbothered melody beginning to play out. Ishtar and Sargon watched on with sharp eyes as they wondered just how vast the difference would be. The Sumerian architect, the seer of Sema, Svetlana, the daughter of hatred, Iam, Erickson, and many other prominent figures watched on with high expectations. Meanwhile, the extremity of nepotism smiled. They sought to measure his father. They sought to understand him. They would come to learn. He could feel the burning within his roiling blood. He could feel the intensity in quintessence, but when Noah actually replied, "A display is not an issue. But it would not be fair for me to take you on." Oh, Noah sat on the mountain of Planolith Crystallos as he told the primogenitor of steel that it wouldn't be fair, and before any guesses could be made as to why, it wouldn't be fair to let you face me alone. So how about you and all the past primogenitors of Vitalis and Vacuous come at me, Bohem? The eyes of the primogenitors of steel, flame, dust, sword, bones, water, life, and death vibrated. The remaining primogenitors from Vacuous and Vitalis became stern at such words as there were a few hundred of them here, yet for the display of his existential extremity authorities, he said he would face them all here, he, against all the past primogenitors of Vitalis and Vacuous hyperversal domains, absent those who didn't call out to be weaver of extremity, of course. But it was still a heavy moment as after acclimating to these words, Steel flashed a smile as his tan figure radiated a terrifying, rusty, silver glow, his white teeth clearly seen as he voiced out close to a bellow, "Very well. We face the threat of death and cessation above us. We may as well go wild, even if just a little." The primogenitors gazed at each other, an agreement was formed in their eyes. They were all on the same boat currently, yes, but they held their pride. For eons, they held their positions, and today, they would defend their positions. Waves of existential extremity authority descended at this moment as space began to distort once more. The figures of all entities here disappearing an instant later as space was shifted once more. The scene changed, from the alchemy hall, space distorted across the infinite hyperversal haven as the extremity vein blared with light at this moment, when the wills of primogenitors and the many vassals of the infinite hyperversal haven came to again. They found themselves in a grand domain, expanding out to be the size of multiple cosmos. There was a fiery Apollyon Alathian haven floating like a massive cosmic island, waterfalls of crimson gold essence falling off of it, around it, thrones floating with a tyrannical purple hue as there were tens of thousands in number, this whole area seeming like a grand arena as these thrones circled this floating Alathian haven. On the throne that were for audiences, the figure of Henry, Emperor. Penguin, Barbados, Adelaide, Sumerian architect, and many others could be seen, but they weren't alone. Hyperion could be seen, Enders of Extremity could be seen, extras also permeated in the surroundings. The record of Oppenheimer, the record of Emperor Fong, a dazzling array of all the important powerhouses were gathered here today as they all knew they came at a critical point of their existence, and when all of these beings gazed at the whole landscape around them, they could see a distant incandescent interior of a dazzling extremity vein. It meant that they were inside the extremity vein of the infinite hyperversal haven. Auroras of dazzling authorities and extremes swirled and flowed all around them as they seemed to be in a glorious ancient land built for battle. Atop the floating Apollyon Alathian haven, Noah appeared above a trembling lava-filled mountain as the primogenitors of Vitalis and Vacuous hyperversal domains appeared on other regions of this landmass. Their bodies beginning to brim with power, Noah himself was adorned with a royal purple robe as existential extremity authorities began to swirl around him, his voice succinct as it echoed out, "If any one of you can manage to land even a tendril of your authority on my body, you can have your pick of hundreds of middle-grade planolith crystallos of any existential extremity authority, or any assortment of middle-grade armaments of extremity, hundreds of middle-grade planolith crystallos, each one could start an entity on the path of that extreme. As the more they devoured, the more refined and powerful this authority became, the further they could increase the breadth of their existence. The higher they could climb across the gradations of extremity. His words rang out resonantly as above this region, like glittering stars, thousands of planolith crystallos and armaments of extremity appeared. They floated with glory and magnificence as on the seats of the audiences. The eyes of many vassals burned brightly. His words reverberated all around. A sense of awe permeated the surroundings as a moment later, from the audience thrones floating around the Apollyon Alethean haven, multiple figures shot out. Henry, the son of the extremity of quintessence, was at the forefront as from another area. The daughter of hatred could be seen shooting out towards the arena. Emperor Feng shone with a record of profound destiny as he also shot out. Hyperion, the Sumerian architect, Sargon, Ishtar, Emperor Penguin, Kazuhiko, and many more also followed, because the words of the extremity of quintessence were clear. If any one of you, he didn't specify or limit it to the primogenitors of Vitalis and Vacuus. He laid out possibilities for all those here as on this day the major powerhouses of the infinite hyperversal haven. All looked to challenge a single being, they all looked to challenge the extremity of quintessence.